Xiao Bingsheng, have you forgotten to send meat to your big brother today? No need for you to deliver it. Just cut me about 10 pounds right now, and I'll take it myself.
Right.
I've never once thought about sending meat to Xiao Guanli's family. Way back then, he just stood by and watched as Gui Hua and Xiao Yan nearly starved to death, not even willing to spare them a single sweet potato. From that day on, whatever brotherly bond we had was shattered for good. All these years, it is only out of respect for you and mother that I haven't completely cut ties with Xiao Guanli. But Xiao Guanli keeps pushing his luck, thinking I'm some easy mark. I just can't hold back anymore.
You unfilial wretch! You think you can just brush off your big brother with a few glib words? Let me tell you, fat chance. If you dare hold out on that meat today, I'll march straight to the village head and report you for being unfilial to boot, and I'll be there to watch him sort you out.
I can give you some meat, sure, but to my big brother, over my dead body. Yang Guihua, fill a bowl of meat for Dad to take along.
Hold on a minute.
Grandma Xiao steps out from the west room, calm and steady.
Xiao Bingsheng, how do you have the nerve to show up here demanding meat? Xiao Bingsheng isn't Guancheng's real big brother, so why should he hand over meat to him?
Hey, you old bat! What the hell are you spouting?
Back then, it was all for the sake of my two boys and keeping the family's name clean. I swallowed my anger. I meant to take that secret to my grave. But you've been hounding Guancheng over and over, always scheming to grab every last good thing for Xiao Guanli. Like Guancheng and Guanji deserve to scrape by forever. Xiao Bingsheng, you try showing your face here again, and I'll spill everything about Xiao Guanli. I'll make sure everyone knows you had an affair with another woman and fathered that illegitimate child. We'll see about that. Whether your little fling can even survive this.
Miao Chun, what the hell are you rambling on about?
Little Bingsheng, you dare show your face here again. See if I won't spread this all over the village.
Miao Chun, you better watch your mouth. If you dare tarnish Xiao Qing's name, I won't let you off easy.
Grandpa Xiao stormed off in a huff. Grandma Xiao, who just moments ago was full of fire, suddenly deflated like a punctured ball.
So, what exactly happened?
It is just some ancient grudge, old as dirt, best left buried. You just need to know this much. Xiao Guanli isn't your real brother. He is your father, that illegitimate child he got on another woman in secret. Your ma had no choice but to raise him.
Uncle, where do you get all this silver from?
Yeah, I made all this selling herbs. 1 pack of herbs for a tael of silver. That is 65 taels altogether. Way more than I figured.
Uncle, so this is the profit from buying up herbs with 10 taels and flipping them.
As Yu Wanshu notes, besides the herbs I picked up with those 10 taels, I tossed in a bit more from the ones grown in my space.
Dad, I told the villagers to keep bringing herbs my way, but this round, just up to 20 taels worth.
Uncle, herbs are turning a nice profit, why not stock up more?
The days are heating up. Even if we don't go out of our way to fend off the chills, they'll start fading on their own. Come summer, the town clinic will reopen and flood the market with bulk herbs. Hoard too much, and we might end up stuck with it all.
Stay level-headed, no greed, and you won't take a loss. That afternoon, folks started trickling in with fresh herbs. The Xiao Guancheng place got slammed, so they called over Xiao Guanzhe and Zhao Jia to pitch in. Grandma Xiao was watching the two little ones in the main hall.
Hey, little uncle.
Why don't you and Xiao Yan give me a cute pair just like this next year?
Mom, I'm way too young for that. Gotta wait at least 5 or 6 years.
Oh, my little uncle, 5 or 6 years. You'll turn into an old maid.
Better to start young. Got that sturdy build. Makes it easier all around. Don't drag your feet like Third On did. Waiting till you're this age. Popping out these two little terrors nearly took my last breath.
Daughter-in-law, why is your face all flushed like that?
It is hot.
Then let me fan you off, my dear wife.
No need. It'd be so awkward if Dad and the others catch us like this later.
as you. I've put you through so much these past few days.
Young Master Xiao, your condition's gotten worse. You've been footing the bill for all the medicine, and I haven't been much help myself.
I have no idea what is happening out there anymore.
Between the floods and this relentless chill, Yongge Prefecture must be in utter turmoil.
On my way to Lanro Temple, I did pass a few bands of refugees. Our little town is holding steady, though everyone's gripped by fear, and hardly anyone dares to venture out.
Once I'm on the mend, I'll take you back to Yongge Prefecture without fail. I'll speak to my parents, welcome you through our doors, and make you my wife, Xiao Jinzhi's wife.
Su Lan could never have imagined. Just 1 month prior, Xiao Jinzhi, the lowly illegitimate son, driven by greed for the family fortune, had brutally slain all his legitimate half-brothers at home. He assumed that with every legitimate heir wiped out, as the eldest bastard son, the estate would finally be his. But he never saw it coming. His stepmother was a force to be reckoned with. She'd bought off killers from the martial world to hunt him down. With no other choice, he bolted from Yongge Prefecture, and hasn't looked back.
Su Lan, why hasn't young Master Xiao shaken off that cold yet? The villagers say Su Wangshu's remedies really pack a punch. Shall we go grab some from him? Mom, no need to throw good money after bad. I've got this handled.
The days are warming up nicely. Fewer folks around town are coming down with chills. Even those boarded-up shops are starting to reopen one by one. The next day just happened to be market day. Shao Guancheng hitched up the ox cart, taking Shao Muyan and Su Wanshu along to the market for some puppies. The three of them hit the market, with Shao Guancheng off to grab some grub, leaving Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan to find the pups on their own.
Puppies usually fetch just a few coppers. Don't let them pull the wool over your eyes.
Yeah, got it. Wife, hurry over here and check this out. We've got 2 little white dogs right here.
There sat an old fellow with a ragged sack and a battered bamboo basket in front of him. Nestled in the basket were 2 fluffy white pups, their coats looking a tad faded. Seems like they haven't had a proper meal in days.
Wife, these little pups are just too cute. What do you say we take them home?
Young sir, these ain't your ordinary pups. They're a pair of wolf cubs I stumbled on while digging herbs up in the hills.
2 fuzzy little wolf cubs, looking downright adorable. Su Wanshu couldn't help but reach out to give one a stroke.
Who'd have guessed? So tiny, but already full of spunk. Teeth barely coming in, and it is already trying to nip pee.
Miss, you taken a shine to these wolf cubs of mine. I ain't here for no fancy footwork. 3 taels of silver for the pair, and that is that.
Su Wanshu hadn't figured the old-timer for such a steep ask.
Old-timer, these wolf cubs look like they've gone hungry for 3 or 4 days straight. You're probably at your wits' end trying to feed them. That is why you're hawking them now, right? So don't try to string us along. For these 2 wolf cubs, I'll give you 100 coppers.
If it were just a mutt, 100 wen would be an absolute fortune. This old-timer would have snapped it up without a second thought. When the old man heard Su Wanshu offering just 100 wen, his beard practically shot up in fury.
Little miss, these are wolf cubs, not some puppy pups. For 100 wen, I might as well roast them both up for a feast.
Wifey, that is downright cruel. Look at these adorable little wolf pups, and you want to roast them.
Seeing the old man's face flush red, then pale with rage, Su Wanshu could barely stifle her giggles. Looks like they're genuine wolf cubs after all. Su Wanshu was about to haggle further with the old man, when her eye caught the tattered sack beside him, piled with a heap of herbs. They were just loosely sorted, but amid them, Su Wanshu spotted 2 rare herbs she'd been longing for.
Old-timer, how much for these herbs?
35 wen per catty. Miss, do you know your herbs? You can't just buy and brew these willy-nilly. One wrong move, and you might lose your life over it.
I've apprenticed under a master for a few years in medicine, so I know a bit about herbs. Hand over all these herbs, along with these 2 wolf pups, and I'll give you 4 taels of silver.
Deal.
The old man agreed without missing a beat.
Daughter-in-law, folks in our village sell you their dog, up herbs for 21 a catty. So why pay this old-timer so much?
'Cause he is getting on in years. Ain't easy climbing mountains to dig 'em up. We gotta respect our elders and cherish the young. That is why I offered him a bit more.
Oh, Got it. Wifey.
You hold on to it.
Xiao Muyan tossed those herbs on the ground-broken sack and all straight into the basket. Scoop up those 2 wolf cubs and let's hightail it out of here. The old man glanced down. What do you mean? 4 taels of silver shards in his hand. It is clearly a 10-tael silver ingot.
Hey, young master, you've given way too much.
Honey, I'm a good kid who honors the old and cherishes the young.
Xiaoyan, notice anything? It has only been a few days, and that little wolf pup's already put on some weight.
Yeah, it is filling out nice, and its fur is looking shinier too.
After messing around with the little wolf pup for a bit, Xiao Muyan headed up the mountain again with Ernu and the boys. Su Wanshu stretched lazily. The 2 little wolf pups at his feet were whimpering and fussing. They must be starving. Only then did Su Wanshu snap to. It was already noon.
Xiaoyan, why isn't he back yet? He always used to show up right on time for lunch.
Auntie, Shujia, it is bad. Xiaoyan fell in the river.
Su Wanshu's hand shook, and the buffalo milk splashed everywhere. He didn't stop for anything, just bolted to the front yard.
Ernu, you just said Xiaoyan fell in the river? Which river?
That spot where we usually fish.
Su Wanshu broke it to Rongcunwei village. Outskirts, warm wind whipped past his ears. The world ahead blurred into streaks. One thought pounded in his head. Get to the river, now. Xiao Muyan has to be okay. The riverbank was abuzz with folks gathered around. As Su Wanshu raced up, Liu Yujiang and the others had just hauled Xiao Muyan out of the water. Su Wanshu shoved through the crowd and lunged forward. One hand felt for Xiao Muyan's pulse. The other checked his breath. No pulse. No breath. Liu Yujiang nearby quickly draped Xiao Muyan over his knee, slamming his back with firm slaps, desperate to make him cough up the water in his lungs, but it wasn't doing much.
Uncle Liu, let me handle it.
2 sharp slaps. Su Wanshu pumped Xiao Muyan's chest without stopping, but there was still no sign of life.
It is too late.
Don't waste your strength. Xiaoyan fell into the river and wasn't fished out till it'd been the time to brew a whole cup of tea. He was gone, completely lifeless.
Just as Yang Guihua and Grandma Xiao came rushing over, they caught those heartbreaking words.
Where is Xiaoyan? How could you run ahead of Grandma like that? All these years, Grandma's been treading so carefully, day by day, all to store up blessings for you. How could you just go like that, all of a sudden? How is Grandma supposed to keep living now?
Xiaoyan! Mom's here! Say something to me! Please, just answer, Mom!
Su Wanshu couldn't spare a thought for Yang Guihua. He kept right on with CPR for Xiao Muyan without a pause. The villagers saw just how doggedly determined Su Wanshu was. A bunch of them stepped up to try talking him down. He is not breathing at all, been half an hour already. No way he is coming back from this.
Our little uncle's got real healing skills. If he says Xiaoyan can pull through, then he will.
Seeing how the Xiao family held firm, the crowd didn't press anymore. They got the Xiao family's anguish. Deep down, Su Wanshu saw Xiao Muyan Wenyan wasn't responding at all. His heart was burning up, antsy as bugs on a sizzling pan, right when he was about to drip one more drop of mystical spring water into Xiao Muyan's mouth. Suddenly, Xiao Muyan broke into fierce, hacking coughs. Big gulps of river water came surging out of Xiao Muyan.
Xiaoyan, you okay?
Uncle, let's get Xiaoyan carried home first.
The family scrambled to carry Xiao Muyan back home in a panic. They changed his clothes and forced some ginger soup down his throat, just when everyone thought Xiao Muyan was about to wake up. But he just lay there on the cane, completely unresponsive. After Su Wanshu examined Xiao Muyan carefully, he'd been underwater for way too long. He must have some cerebral edema.
Dad, Mom, Grandma, Xiaoyan will be just fine. I'll go brew some medicine for Xiaoyan right away. By tomorrow morning for sure, Xiaoyan will wake right up.
I'll grab the clay pot for you to stew the soup.
A huge clay pot brimming with herbs simmered slowly for a full hour, until finally, just one bowl of decoction was ready. He swallowed the whole bowl of herbal soup. After about the time it takes to sip a cup of tea, Xiao Muyan finally stirred and woke up. He looked like he'd just woken from a deep sleep. His gaze was still a bit blurry and unfocused at first.
Xiaoyan, Do you feel any discomfort anywhere on your body?
Wife, I gotta use the outhouse.
With that, Xiao Muyan flipped over and hopped off the cane, then bolted straight for the outhouse.
Mom, hurry and boil some more hot water, so he can wash up real good when he comes back.
The whole family waited anxiously in the courtyard, and suddenly, a hot gust of wind swept through. Everyone there felt like the stench was gonna suffocate them. The two wolf cubs that had been wandering around the yard just moments ago, upon catching that foul reek, they fled to the backyard like their lives depended on it. Xiao Guancheng stood there completely dumbfounded, with no clue what in the world was going on.
Dad, don't worry. That medicine I just gave Xiaoyan, it has got strong detoxifying effects. It is flushing all the toxins right out of Xiaoyan's system.
Oh, I see. How much poison did Xiaoyan even have in him to make such a mess?
After what felt like forever, Xiao Muyan just came out from the outhouse. Su Wanshu pinched her nose and quickly ushered Xiao Muyan inside to freshen up.
Little Yan, how on earth did you end up falling into the river? Haven't I told you 1,000,000 times not to go swimming in the river?
On my way back from cutting grass up in the mountains, I ran into Jinbao halfway. Jinbao said you were washing clothes by the river and asked me to come get you, so I did.
Xiao Jinbao tried inviting Xiao Muyan to swim by the river once or twice, but never succeeded. He actually resorted to such a low-down trick to fool Xiao Muyan. That is just despicable.
You idiot. The moment you saw I wasn't there, you went jumping in the river with those little rascals.
Nothing like that. I always listen to my wife. If my wife says no river for me, then no river.
But since you didn't agree, so how'd you end up in the river? Don't tell me someone pushed you in.
I don't know. When I didn't see you washing by the river and started to leave, Jinbao gave me 2 candies. After that, everything went black.
Su Wanshu suddenly recalls the moment. She just pulled Xiao Muyan from the water. There was this sharp tang of strong liquor on his breath.
What kind of candies do you remember?
Sweet on the outside, but spicy inside. Little Yan ate them right away. I felt dizzy and queasy, then nothing. When I came to, there you were, my wife.
Now hurry up and wash off. Then get to bed and rest. Mom, Dad, Grandma. Xiaoyan nearly drowned this time, falling into the river. It has gotta be tied to the Xiao Guangli family somehow.
They're downright heartless. What on earth did the Xiaoyan do to cross them? And they actually went after Xiaoyan's life.
Dad, keep your cool on this one. We can't tip our hand just yet. To outsiders, we'll say Xiaoyan's still sick and hasn't woken up. I'll head over to their place and feel things out. You drank all that spiritual spring water I gave you. And this little noggin of yours, why hasn't it gotten any smarter?
Wife, what is this spiritual spring water?
You little rascal. Quit crying. Come here. I got something to tell you.
Wife, let me handle it. I've got the strength.
You're really useless. When we picked the spot back then, why didn't we go for a deeper stretch of river? Now look at him. Half dead and clinging on. What a fine mess. Su Lan, Jinbao didn't mean for it to happen. Who'd have thought Xiaoyan was so tough? Bobbing in the water half the damn day, and coming out without a scratch.
But now, he is laid up in bed, half dead, right? I haven't seen the Ershu family call a Dr. Xiaoyan's probably not long for this world.
You've got the nerve to bring it up. Go snoop around for me. Find out exactly how Xiaoyan's holding up. See if this roadblock's gonna stick. If Xiaoyan kicks the bucket, young Master Xiao's illness clears right up. But why does that whole thing feel so off to me? Mom, I had a master divine it, said Xiaoyan's fate clashes hard with the young masters. Only one of them can make it out alive.
Wang Feng nodded faintly. He still hung on Xiao Sulan's every word. Ever since Xiao Sulan pulled Xiao Jingzhe through, their family's luck had turned around big time since then. Young Master Xiao shelled out 100 taels of silver without batting an eye. Back in the day, he wouldn't have even dreamed of having this much silver. Since only one of them can survive, he'd naturally choose Xiao Jingzhe. As for Xiao Muyan, he is just a fool. Keeping him alive is just wasting food.
Hurry up. What if Xiao Miyan doesn't die this time?
For the sake of glory and riches, I wouldn't mind killing Xiao Muyan a few more times.
Not unworthy of being Xiao Guanli's daughter. You've got guts.
Birds die for food. humans for wealth. Xiao Muyan actually blocked their family's path to fortune. Then, he might as well die.
Jinbao, you want to go dig for cicada pupae?
Sure thing.
Xiao Jinbao perked up the moment he heard about digging for cicada pupae. He was instantly full of energy.
I've been to check on him. Xiaoyan is lying on the kang, out cold and unresponsive. Who knows if he'll pull through?
I see. Poor Xiaoyan. You still planning to visit him tomorrow morning?
Yeah, I'll go. Tonight, I'll dig some cicada pupae and bring a few over to Xiaoyan.
Then, fill me in on how Xiaoyang's doing. Sure, our families have had our share of bad blood, but we grew up together, and we always got along great. Him running into something like this, it really breaks my heart.
I'll head over to see Xiaoyan tomorrow and fill you in on how he is holding up.
Xiao Jinbao was thrilled to see Ernu agree so readily. That way, even if he got home late from digging cicada pupae, at least he'd have something to show for it.
Xiao Jinbao, repay me with your life.
Night has fallen. Faint flickers of candlelight dot the village. Ernu and his buddies, each clutching a torch, cheerfully hunting cicada nymphs in the woods. Just beyond these woods lies the desolate graveyard. There aren't any ghosts around here, right?
Xiao Jinbao, why did you murder me? You owe me your life.
Xiao Muyan, 我没在 didn't hurt you. Don't come after me. Go home, Xiao Sulan. Instead, it is she who craves your life.
I bear no grudge against Xiao Sulan. Why would she want to harm me? You're just making this up. Xiao Jinbao, repay me with your life. Repay me with your life!
Xiao Sulan said that if you die, young Master Xiao's chills would be cured. That is why she wants you dead. It really has nothing to do with me. If you don't believe me, go ask my folks. Ask my grandpa.
Little Yan, why aren't you home? Stay put. What are you doing sneaking out this late?
Mom, I went to catch some cicada nymphs. Look.
You rascal, always giving your mom grief. Go wash up and eat your dinner.
Little uncle, you really think Dad shouldn't step in and get justice for little Yan?
Su Wanshu didn't keep it from Xiao Guancheng. She straight up told him about heading out that night with Xiao Miyan's ghost to scare Xiao Jinbao in the woods.
The Xiao Guanli clan. They're trying to drive us to our graves. I'll go reason with Xiao Guanli right now. If he doesn't clear this up for me today, even if it costs me my life, I'll demand justice.
Hey, don't rush into it. Hear me out first.
Uncle, this is serious. We gotta go to the Xiao Guanli family and make them give us some answers. Little Yan fell in the river and nearly drowned. I can't let this slide, no matter what.
Guihua, you need to stay this tough. The tougher you get, the less those snobbish lowlifes will dare mess with us.
I say we just go straight to the magistrate. Let's the county lord settle this mess.
Dad, Mom, Grandma, just hear me out first. Just now, Xiaoyan and I scared Xiao Jinbao half to death. Slipped it right onto him too. Dosed him with the bed sore powder. Once he drags himself home, it won't take even one night. His whole family is sure to break out in those festering sores. Then we can just sit back and enjoy the show. Dad, we just need to watch their family. Let them squirm and suffer slow till they drop. Why soil our own hands?
Little uncle, this poison of yours, it is really that vicious.
Yeah, just to sit tight tomorrow and watch the show.
He has come down with the sores too. He's just lying there on the kang now. Can't even sit up, and our whole family's got no way to look after him. Oh, no. You take Dad over to Guancheng's place right now and look after him. With you there, we'll at least have some peace of mind. Folks in the village are terrified. We'll pass these sores on to them. Could you put in a word with Guancheng? First, let us borrow that house of his up on the mountain for a spell, till we've cleared up these sores for good. Then, we'll hand it back to Guancheng.
Our family's already split up. It is all laid out in the family division papers. Black and white. Clear as day. Dad's on you to care for. I've been with Guancheng all this time. Now you want to dump that on Guan Cheng. Dream on. Xiao Guanli, I'm telling you straight. Even if we hadn't divided the family today, you wouldn't squeeze a dime out of Guan Cheng.
Mom, even if you don't want to take Dad back, you can't go smearing me like this. You raised me all by yourself from the cradle. You've got that unbreakable mother-son bond, right?
And you've got the gall to talk to me like that. From the day you were born, this house treated you like you hung the moon. Even when we were dirt poor and scraping by without a bite, your dad would have sold off your little sister before he'd let you go hungry. Then you grew up while Guan Cheng was out there on the frontier risking his neck and spilling his blood. The silver he traded his life for, you grabbed it to build your fancy house. Got yourself a wife. And then when Guan Cheng limped home all busted up, you wouldn't even let the man through your door. And that prize wife of yours, Wang Feng, with her sneaky, beady little rat eyes, always slinking around here, freeloading off us, back when Guihua had just tied a knot. And she came with a hefty dowry, but Wang Feng got every last bit swindled right out from under her.
Second sister-in-law, didn't you say back then that the fourth girl died right after she was born? How did it turn into her being sold off?
Grandma Shao brings up her little daughter who was sold away, and her eyes instantly well up with tears. That is the one thing he regrets most in his whole life. All these years, he has been scouring everywhere for any word on his fourth daughter. But those human traffickers roam from town to town. How could they possibly keep track of one ordinary little girl? In the end, he never turned up a single lead.
Xiao Guanli, today, no matter what you say, or whatever you try to pull, I won't lift a finger to help you. I'd love nothing more than to watch you drop dead right here, and now you're soul damned forever.
Grandma, I reckon it is Xiao Guanli's whole family. They've piled up a mountain of sins. That is why they've broken out in these filthy plague sores. Call it karma biting back.
Village head Li, this plague sore Xiao Guanli's family's come down with, it just doesn't look right at all. So please, get them and their whole family out of here. Quick. What if it spreads to folks all over the village? We'd all be cursed with bad luck.
Xiao Guanli, you gotta make your family walk out on its own! Or do I need to drag you all out to the village myself?
These sores on my body, they're really not contagious. Don't buy it. Let's fetch a doctor to set him straight.
Xiao Guanli keeps trying to haggle with Liu Sanhu. But Liu Sanhu ain't got the patience for it. He just stands there, watching this pack of hated souls slink off. Xiao Guancheng digs out the leftover firecrackers from when they built the house.
You dirt poor mud-legged peasants. Just you wait. You just wait. Once I strike it rich, I'll come swaggering back home in style. And then I'll pelt you all to death with copper coins.
Dad, hold off on the cursing for a sec. Let's hurry up and find somewhere to hole up first.
This is ghost eyesores. You'd better leave now. I can't treat it here. You folks with your utterly heartless ghost eyesores.
The town doctor said this. Xiao Guanli and Xiao Jinbao didn't even dare refute it. They slunk away in defeat. Xiao Guanli returned to the ruined temple empty-handed.
Dad, where is the doctor you called?
The doctor said, I've got ghost eyesores, and refused to treat me. The doctors in town are all quacks. Blind as bats. How about we go to Yonga, Prefecture? The doctors there are way better than the ones here.
Dad, watch over young Master Xiao for me. I'll go look for medicine.
Now Xiao Solan's only hope is the merciless monk. But last time, the merciless monk said he is heading to the capital. Who knows if he is already gone by now? Night had already fallen. Xiao Solan drove the ox cart toward Lanrou Temple. The merciless monk never does things by the book. Everyone else travels by day, but he insists on setting out at night.
Master, please wait!
The merciless monk jumped in fright. He loves traveling at night, but he doesn't like running into someone whose face he can't make out, especially a woman who knows his name.
Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?
Master, it is me, Xiao Solan!
Your face.
Master, save me! I don't know what happened, but my whole family suddenly came down with these awful sores. The person I'm trying to save is on the brink of death now. Please, Master, save us!
Before, Xiao Sulang's tears seemed so beautiful and delicate in the merciless monk's eyes. Now, with her crying like this, the merciless monk felt a chill run down his spine.
You'd better get out of here. There is no cure for ghost eye sores at first sight.
Master, I swear to heaven, this absolutely isn't ghost eye sores.
Who'd you manage to offend? These festering sores must have come from a deadly poison. But all I can tell for sure is it is poisoning. Whoever dosed you is a real pro. I can't crack their poison.
Master, please, you've got to save me. Whatever it takes, I'm in.
I've heard tell of one truly vicious ritual, but I've never tried it. Can't say if it'll even work.
Master, just tell me. If it saves my life, I'll do whatever it takes.
I'll give you a pill. Head home and dissolve it in water. Then, drip the sacrifice's blood into the bowl. As long as you can drink the water, it'll draw out the poison using the sacrifice's life.
Life, Master. How many years of life does this pill demand?
3 years per hit. For all that poison eating at you. Trading 3 years should cover it nicely.
Master, so what do I trade you for this pill?
If the sacrifice dies, all their merits from past lives, and this one flows straight to me.
So please, Master, hand over the pill.
Wu Qing the monk casually draws a red pill from his medicine pouch. He cradles it in his palm and murmurs an incantation. The pill suddenly shimmers with golden light. As the glow fades, Wu Qing passes the pill to Xiao Sulang. Wu Qing rides through the pitch-black night. All around dead silence. Chilly white moonlight spills over him. Suddenly, golden light erupts around Wu Qing. He quirks a lip in faint surprise. Sure enough, Xiao Sulang's as ruthless as they come. She straight up sacrificed her own flesh and blood. As dawn starts to break, the family, partially eased, rides the ox cart toward the county town. The sores on Xiao Sulang's body have vanished completely, while everyone else's still linger on their skin. They're just not quite as vicious as before. And on the ox cart, Grandpa Xiao is the only one gone. With Xiao Guanli's family gone from Nanfeng village, Su Wanshu feels the air's a touch fresher now.
Big brother, can we keep up our buffalo milk steamed bun business? I've been asking around in town, and white flour prices have settled back to normal.
We can whip up small batches, but this year's weather's acting strange. No rain for over a month in the rainy season. It is downright unsettling.
Dad, how about we quietly stockpile some grain? Xiaoyan and I can head into town every few days to grab some wheat and rice. They won't go bad if we keep them stored at home.
Little Uncle spot on. All the grain's shipping in from elsewhere now. If disaster strikes and supplies dry up, we'll be staring down another famine right here.
We can't just sit on our hands, right?
Third uncle, we've got that hillside of ours. Right now it is just a few fruit trees. The terraces hold some sweet potatoes and potatoes, but there is a massive stretch still lying idle. If you've got nothing pressing, come lend a hand planting. Goji berries and wild briar. I'll pay you 1 tael of silver a month.
Little tree. What do you plan on planting? Just give me a shout, that is all. What need is there for silver between family?
Third uncle, this ain't just a patch of something small. I've got it all figured out already. Once the goji berries and wild briar are set, I'll carve out more terraces. When autumn plowing rolls around, we'll sow some grain crops.
Little uncle. That barren hillside soil is mighty poor. You reckon you can really grow all that?
Even on the rockiest ground, I've got ways to coax grain out of it.
Xiao Guancheng raises both hands in full support of Su Wanshu's idea. In just one morning's hard labor, Xiao Guancheng has rounded up 10 sturdy young laborers for Su Wanshu. Su Wanshu is paying them 1 tael of silver a month in wages.
Novel. You're set on ringing the hilltop with wild briars. What is the point of that? It is nothing but thorns, out to touch, and you can't even eat it.
That is precisely why it is so useful, the thorns. All the treasures up on my hill one day. What if thieves come snooping around? That is why we'll plant extra wild briars, to fend off any lowlifes.
So Su Wanshu and the crew laid out spots for planting the goji berries. Then she set off for town with Xiao Muyan. The moment they got to town, she caught sight of refugees huddled in small groups at the gate. Once they were inside the town, beggars had started crowding the streets too. Right as Su Wanshu was glancing about, a pair of soldiers in full armor strode by on the street.
Granny, since when do we have soldiers patrolling our town? I've never spotted them before.
Young lady, it has been ages since you last came to town, right? Just 5 days ago, that is when the soldiers rolled into our town here. A good number of them. At the start, everyone was downright spooked by the sight. But that was days ago now. And the soldiers haven't laid a hand on any townsfolk, so folks have just gotten used to it. Young sir, care for a velvet flower. It is a family heirloom craft, passed down through generations, across all of Sui Town. You won't find hands finer than mine.
Wife, this one's sure to look lovely on you.
The old woman hawking velvet flowers overhears Xiao Muyan call Su Wanshu wife. She purses her lips in a knowing smile.
Young lady, seeing as you're married now, you should wear your hair in a proper married woman style.
Su Wanshu bandages an awkward smile. She is still just an innocent, unmarried girl. After all,
What married style? Grab 2 more for Mom and Grandma too.
Attention! You've got to come up with something. In our family's fields, we'd only planted that tiny patch of potatoes. And wouldn't you know it? Those refugees came and dug every last one up. How is our little family of 3 supposed to get by now?
Xiang Yi, what is going on here? Did someone steal the Wu family's potatoes?
Little uncle, you just got back from the hills. Run into those refugees on the way. No telling where they came from. A whole swarm of refugees. They didn't make it into the village, but they've been lurking just outside. The Wus had planted a whole field of potatoes, waited forever to harvest them. Talk about bad luck. They spotted it right then. You should have seen them swooping in like a hive of bees on that potato patch. Worse than a plague of locusts. In the blink of an eye, every potato in the field was gone. Not a single one left. When old lady Wu heard about it, she rushed over in a panic to stop them. But what could an old woman like her do? 3 or 4 of those refugees just knocked her flat on the ground. In the end, she couldn't save the potatoes and took a beating for nothing.
Every household, send out a man. We gotta take matters into our own hands. The town's a mess too. No soldiers coming to watch over us. And all those melons, fruits, veggies still ripe in the fields. The river outside's bone dry. Leave them out there, and they'll just rot. So let's harvest them quick and eat them ourselves, before those refugees get their hands on them.
Hearing Liu Sanhu lay it out like that, folks in the village felt their hearts sink. Thank goodness we stocked up some grain with the Xiaos not long ago. Or, we'd be in real trouble right now. Many families are probably gonna go hungry now.
Little uncle, you're finally back. If you didn't hurry back, I'd have sent your dad up the mountain to drag you home.
Mom, we're all good. Look what I brought back.
Little uncle, where on earth did you get this watermelon?
Mom, you forgot. This is the one we grew ourselves up on the mountain. Grandma, you gotta take real good care of yourself now. What if little aunt comes looking for us one day? What would we do if you got all worn out?
Little uncle, you really think Grandma and little aunt will see each other again someday? She was sold off to human traffickers the moment she was born. This world's a vast ocean of people. How is she ever gonna know her own mom even exists?
Before, she had Xiao Guancheng and Xiao Muyan weighing on her heart. Now, they're both safe and sound. No need to worry about them anymore. Suddenly, her heart just feels so empty.
Grandma, you just don't get it. How do you know little aunt won't come back? Some folks' fates are written in the stars from the start. Right now, you just focus on keeping strong. Someday, you'll see little aunt again.
Grandma Xiao really took it to heart. She pulled out her embroidery threads. She wanted to stitch a pretty handkerchief for her little girl. One day, when she comes home, she'll give it to her.
Miss, my grandson and I, we haven't had a bite to eat in 2 days. Got any work around here I could do, just to trade for some food?
Su Wanshu saw the old woman's lips were cracked and bleeding. But all the way here, passing the vegetable patch, She hadn't swiped so much as a cucumber or a tomato. That alone earned the old woman Su Wangshu's respect.
Granny, you're up in years now. What sort of work could you handle?
Miss, don't let my age fool you. I know my way around a garden. And I can cook too. Just give me and my little grandson something to eat, and I'll work hard, no slacking, I promise.
All right then. Let's see what you know. If you can answer this, I'll have you tend the garden for me.
Go ahead, miss.
The watermelons in my patch. No matter how I tend them, they just don't yield much. Got any tricks to get more fruit per vine?
Easy enough. Before they flower, pick out a few strong main vines. Then pinch back the tips. Once the flowers open, hand-pollinate them. Do that, and each vine will set several good melons.
What about tomatoes and cucumbers?
Yeah. Fruit trees. 2 pollination boosts their fruit set rate.
What is your name, Granny?
You. Just call me Granny Yu. This is my little grandson, Shito.
All right, Granny Yu. You and Shitu can stay with me up on the hill. You'll tend the garden for me, and I'll see to 3 square meals a day for you both. Granny Yu, what did your family do back home?
Our village didn't just get hit by drought. War tore through it too. They conscripted my son as forced labor. I don't know if he is alive or dead. I poured every ounce of strength into it. Finally managed to bring my little grandson along with a bunch of refugees, to Broken Leaf Town. Luckily, the rebels haven't made it here yet. Otherwise, US too. We'd have starved to death by now.
Okay.
Brother, this is our family's heirloom sword technique. You can't just learn it.
The little brother is fated to connect with our family. If he picks up the sword from you, that'll be his stroke of luck.
Little Stone pouts, looking a bit miffed.
Little bro, would you like to learn our family's sword technique? Then, could you trade some food for it with Stone?
Little Stone, what do you want me to trade for it?
I spotted some watermelons in the field when I headed up the mountain earlier. So if you give me 1 watermelon, I'll teach you the flying swallow sword technique. Our family's flying swallow sword technique is renowned for its speed. If you master our family's sword technique, even those palace guards won't stand a chance against you.
Let's go. We're heading out to pick a watermelon right now. Any watermelon from the patch pick, whichever you like. Eat as many as you want.
Xiaoye, come here. Let's kowtow to the rain god, begging him to send plenty of rain to Sui Town.
Sure thing.
Rain god, it has been nearly 4 months without a drop of rain in Sui Town. If this drags on, the common folk will be driven to cannibalism. We beg you, Great One, show some mercy, send down some rain, so the people can get a decent meal.
With nothing to cushion themselves, they knelt on the hard stone floor and kowtowed 3 times to the rain god. The pair stepped out of the rain god temple, but they weren't rushing home. Instead, they pressed on, foraging for herbs in the valley.
Kid, hand over that purple cloud ginseng. Now, if you don't, I won't think twice about cutting every one of you down.
Our villagers found it fair and square, threatening us like this. What makes you any better than bandits?
Su Wanshu never imagined she'd run into a familiar face in these mountains again. From the voice alone, she knew the victim Gao Qiusheng.
Xiaoye, let's go check it out.
That big dirt pit must be from unearthing the purple cloud ginseng. And what is the deal with that pregnant woman? The surrounded Gao Qiusheng spotted Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan right away.
Miss So, run east quick. Your villagers are over there.
Nanfeng Village, that is.
Zhao Xiaowu, Nanfeng Village. Our numbers are Shitai Village by a mile. And your Zhao Zhao Village, you can't even compete. You'd better let us go. Right now.
Once I wipe you all out, who'll pin it on me?
With that, Zhao Xiaowu shot a glance at his men, signaling them to see Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan.
Xiao Yan, take lucky and prosper and fall back. Don't get blood splashed on you.
Su Wanshu pulls out her slingshot and pills.
Brothers, let's charge in together. Take down that wench and avenge our brothers.
Over a dozen villagers from Zhao Zhao Zhao. Su Wanshu sees them all charging at her, but she doesn't flinch. She casually grabs a black pill and loads it into the slingshot. The black pill explodes right at the villagers' feet. The white mist instantly claims the lives of 5 or 6 nearby.
You damn girl. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Then, come at me.
Zhang Xiaowu, have you forgotten? We've always been on bad terms with Shitai village. You think I care about their lives or death?
Little Missy, you think Zhao Xiao was that easy to fool? Shitai village has been selling plenty of bok choy lately. In our town, besides your Nanfeng village, no other spot can grow bok choy. You two are so tight, practically sharing pants. You wouldn't let Gao Chusheng meet his end.
Su Wanshu senses a black shadow flash past her side. Zhao Xiaowu, 5 or 6 meters away, doesn't even grunt before the whole man crumples to the ground. After Xiao Muyan slays Zhao Xiaowu, he doesn't hold back. The long sword in his hand dances through the air like it has eyes of its own. It all happens way too fast. In the time it takes Xiao Muyan to catch his breath, he wipes out every last Zhao Zhao Yao villager.
Who dares mess with my wife? They'll have to ask the sword in my hand if it'll allow it. Miso, young Master Xiao, thank you for saving my life just now. This purple cloud ginseng is my token of thanks.
All right, then I won't hold back.
We can't stay here long. She wanted to grab young Master Xiao and get out fast. Miss, could Auntie ask you for a favor?
How can you act like this? We don't even know you.
You expect us to go rescue your daughter from those bandits? Isn't that just sending us to our deaths?
Mr. Li, what is really going on here?
This woman fled here from Yongge Prefecture, her hometown's back, in Suoye Town, dragging her whole family over mountains and ridges to join relatives. 2 days back, they ran into a gang of bandits fleeing from Yongge Prefecture. The bandits spotted her pretty daughter and snatched her away.
Her man, out here in these wild, desolate hills, the bandits have already moved on. Where do you expect us to even look?
I overheard the bandits heading south. They're aiming to claim a peak over there and set up as kings of the hill.
Going south, that is straight toward Nanfeng village, isn't it? Damn it. These bandits aren't fixing to take over our backwater hills, are they?
Ma'am, what is your daughter's name?
Yang Bao'er.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Su Wanshu and young Master Xiao pressed south. They stuck to roots near water.
Sure enough,
after just half a day's march, they spotted signs of a big group camped by a stream.
Half a day on these damn trails, I'm wiped out. Gotta shake off this weariness first. I'll scarf down extra meat later.
Go easy, Will Ya. You've already wrecked all those soft, pretty girls. Brothers, there won't be any left for us.
Su Wanshu nearly gagged at the sound of it. If it weren't for the bad timing, he'd poisoned the whole lot of them silent.
Why aren't you screaming today? Back when I grabbed you before, weren't you hollering your head off? No matter, in a bit, this old man's gonna make you scream till your throat's raw.
Little Yan, come on, help me take down those thugs with these pills.
Amid faint popping sounds, the bandits lose it in a flash. Today, these bandits are living their lives right here with him.
You folks, better get out of here quick. Lately, plenty of folks have been heading into these mountains looking for the Rain God Temple. You might run into him anytime now.
Miss, he is begging you to show some mercy. Let us tag along with you down the mountain. I'm scared half to death. Can't trust anyone else we run into up here.
What is your name?
I'm Yang Bao'er, from Yangshu village in Yongge Prefecture.
Su Wanshu perks up. The girl before her is Yang Bao'er. She suddenly recalls that wealthy fellow from a couple days back, the one who begged her to track down his daughter.
Your mass name wouldn't be Xiao Zhilang, would it?
Miss, do you know my mother?
Yang Bao'er never dreamed she'd hear her mother's name again. She figured she'd never lay eyes on her ma again in this lifetime.
A couple days ago, I chanced upon your mother up in these hills. It was your ma who tipped me off about the bandits' hideout. and sent me to rescue you.
Yang Bao didn't shed a tear even facing down those bandits earlier. But hearing her mother's name, her eyes well up despite herself.
My mom's still carrying a child. No telling how she is holding up now. Huh. Hey, no crying now. When I ran into your ma, she was doing all right.
This whole trek, they've been through hell, teetering on the edge of death the whole way. But now, at last, there is a glimmer of hope. They break down and sob their hearts out. I just want to let all this pent-up grief come pouring out in tears.
You all come with me first. Let's get out of here. The stench of blood is so thick here. It'll draw wild beasts straight to us. Thank you, miss.
Night has fallen. Wang Kai and Zhao Kai have been romping wild outside all afternoon. Finally, they bounded back with 2 plump rabbits clamped in their jaws. Su Wanshu spotted a thin strip of cloth tied around Wang Kai's neck.
Yang Bao, take a look. Is this a scrap from your mother's clothes?
Missy, yeah. This is definitely from my mother's robe.
Looks like Wang Kai and Zhao Kai have already crossed paths with Gao Chusheng. Then I reckon you and your mom can reunite tomorrow.
Yang Bao nodded eagerly, his eyes shining. Wang Kai and Zhao Kai brought back 2 hefty wild hares. Su Wanshu wasn't about to wait till morning, so she just roasted them up and dug in. A faint chill rode the evening breeze through the mountain woods. Wore out from a full day scrambling over the hills, Su Wanshu soon drifted off.
Sounds like someone's coming.
Yang Bao clutched a sickle in his hand, staring tensely into the shadows ahead, the pitch-black woods.
Miss S.U., it is me.
Gao Chusheng's voice drifted in from the forest. Su Wanshu's heart lodged in her throat, dropped back into place. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Gao Chusheng appeared, raising a torch high. He led several others, stumbling out from the trees. And there, among them, was Yang Bao's mother, Shao Zhilang.
Elder Li, what brings you all rushing here in the dead of night?
It is Sister Xiao. She is suddenly seized up with terrible belly pain, and I'm scared the little one in her womb might be in real danger. That is why I hustled her straight here to you tonight.
Mom, what is going on with you?
Oh, Bella! Mom's finally got her eyes on you again.
You two can bawl your hearts out in a bit. First, let me feel Sister Xiao's pulse. Likely from all that trudging through the woods, it has exhausted her. She is showing signs of threatened miscarriage. Aunt Xiao, do you want to keep this baby?
Misu, please think of something for me. I want to keep this baby. This is what my husband risked his life to protect.
It turns out, when Xiao Zhilang's family fled the famine, they ran into bandits. Her husband was hacked to death trying to protect Xiao Zhilang and Yang Bao'er. Before he died, he made Xiao Zhilang promise to protect the child.
This is an ancient calming pill. Take it first. I'll check on you again tomorrow, in daylight. Are there any suitable herbs nearby? I'll prepare a fetal stabilizing decoction for you.
Thank you, Miss Su.
Though Xiao Zhilang didn't know the extent of Su Wanshu's medical skills, she inexplicably trusted her. Once the sun rises, Su Wanshu 也靠着包起高收生 class.
We're heading back to Shitai village too. We've been searching for the goddess temple. If you don't mind, travel with us.
Sure. But with all these people, our pace will surely slow down.
That is fine.
She gathered some herbs nearby while everyone rested, and brewed a fetal stabilizing decoction for Xiao Zhilang to drink. Then, on a small strip of cloth, she wrote a message to Yang Guahua, reporting that all was well.
Delayed return by a few days, don't worry. Little sparrow, take this cloth strip to Granny Yu.
The little sparrow chirped and circled twice over Su Wanshu's head, then swiftly flew off.
There are 2 paths down the mountain. The left path leads to town. The right one goes to our Nanfeng village. Where do you all want to go? Pick whichever one you like.
Missy, you saved our mother and daughter's lives. From now on, our lives are yours to command. If you're willing, Miss Su, we can sign a deed of servitude and spend our lives toiling like oxen and horses to repay your kindness.
Seeing Xiao Zhilang speak so earnestly, the crowd knelt as one before Su Wanshu.
Miss Su, we're willing to sign a deed of servitude too.
All right. I don't need you signing any deeds of servitude with me. A long-term labor contract will do just fine. I've got a patch of barren hillside, and right now, I could use the extra hands. Head over there and help me clear the land for farming.
Just as Su Wangshu and her group vanished around the bend of the winding mountain trail, two furtive figures poked their heads out from behind a cluster of bushes.
Big brother, what do we do now? That little witch has headed to the village. Snatching her back will be even tougher now.
They might flee like monks, but the temple stays put. We've got to get that tiger tally out of her hands. General Zhao's counting on it to muster his troops.
It is all because Zhao Feng's such a lecher. If only he'd kept his urges in check, she wouldn't have been the first one that witch took down.
At that moment, Su Wangshu had no idea the storm she'd stirred up. That day, as she rifled through the bandits' gold and silver, she unwittingly pocketed half a tiger tally, enough to command 200,000 elite flying dragon soldiers. This very tally had been stolen from the palace on orders from Zhao Jing, the Zhenan general of the realm. It was being escorted by 3 of the general's most trusted men. They disguised themselves as beggars and refugees the whole way, finally making it this far, with Yangge Prefecture's outpost almost in sight. Who would have thought it'd get snatched away by Su Wangshu up on that mountain? If we can't wrap this up properly, Zhao Qing and Wang Qing's whole families will likely get dragged down with us and wiped out.
So what do we do now?
Down the mountain. Let's head to town first and scope out the situation.
Granny Yu, I'm back. Miss, this is Granny Yi. These folks are all here to help you out. Take them back with you in a bit, and figure out where to put him up. I'll head home first. Been away from home all these days. Mom and Dad must be worried sick. Mom, we're home.
Little uncle, you're finally back.
Mom, let me give you a hug.
Oh, go on. Put that basket down first. You two, I don't even know what to say.
Told you to come back sooner, and you show up this late.
I've been worried to death.
Mom, you have no idea the mess we ran into up on that mountain. I'll fill you in on every bit later.
All right. I'll go whip up something good for you right now. You must have had it rough up there.
Oh, my little uncle.
Look at you.
You've slimmed down so much since the other day. Come on, let's head inside with Grandma. Grandma's baked up a ton of milk biscuits. Grab a couple to tide you over. In a bit, Grandma'll make you some tasty braised chicken.
While Xiaoyan and I were foraging for herbs in the valley, we glanced up and spotted it on the hillside. There was this run-down old temple. At first, we didn't think much of it. Little did we know, it was the Rain God Temple.
While we were talking, Su Wanshu pulls out the little stones from the Rain God Temple and shows them to everyone.
These are the real deal from the Rain God Temple. Feel how damp they are.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I saw the words Rain God Temple, clear as day. Yeah, tomorrow, we'll head to the county seat and trade them with the county magistrate for 1,000 caddies of grain.
Okay. We should get on this right away. If someone beats us to it, you'll have come all this way for nothing.
The next day, before the crack of dawn, the Xiao family hit the road with their ox cart.
Ox carts into the city, 5 coppers per cart, and 1 copper per person entry fee.
Xiao Guancheng hands it over without hesitation.
You country folk with your ox carts, keep 'em off the streets. Wouldn't want you bumping into any important folks. Once inside, park 'em at the livestock market west of town, where folks will watch 'em for you.
Thanks for the heads up, officer.
Xiao Guancheng keeps his head bowed low. They're far from home, all for a bit of peace and safety.
Master Wan, sir. I'm here to turn in a Rain God Temple stone. Would you kindly announce me?
Everyone claims they've got a Rain God Temple stone. This morning alone, I've put up that notice nearly 20 times. Kid, let me lay down the law up front. If this one's fake too, I'll break your legs myself.
Xiao Guancheng and his family follow the bailiff into the county office. They've just been led to the side hall. Suddenly, a Yamen runner burst out from the backyard in a total frenzy.
Zhang, quick ride like the wind and fetch Dr. Feng right away. The county magistrate's suddenly bleeding from all 7 orifices. He has collapsed.
Su Zhong, you blockhead, what were you thinking? The gatekeeper's horse. Young Master Q just rode it off a minute ago.
What are we gonna do now? What in the world are we gonna do?
Gentlemen, officers, this humble girl has a bit of medical knowledge. Might I take a look at the county magistrate?
Without a horse,
Who knows how long it'll take to bring back Dr. Feng? Better to have the young lady check him out first.
Master! Master! You've got to hang in there! Are you really just gonna leave like this? How am I, a little Feng, supposed to get by without you?
Make way. Clear the path.
As Yu Zhong bellows, shoving the crowd aside to clear a path, he leads Su Wanshu straight into the room.
Su Zhang, weren't you sent to fetch the doctor? Why'd you drag a girl back instead?
Little General Fen, it is downright peculiar every horse in the Yamen's vanished today. Even that old nag from the gatehouse got snatched up by the young master. No horse in sight. So this lowly one had to leg it to Dr. Feng's. And a round trip like that. At least half an hour. The master's in no shape to wait. This young lady says she knows her medicine. So I figured I'd better bring her to give him a once-over first.
This is madness. Keep blocking me, and I won't be able to treat the county magistrate. In a moment, it'll be too late for him. His breathing's already faint.
Oh, miss, please hurry and take a look at my master.
Su Wanshu nodded. She stepped forward without a word and grabbed a silver needle, inserting it right into the God Court acupoint on Magistrate Kuo's forehead.
Get me a sharp little knife.
Su Wanshu took the knife, making small incisions on Magistrate Kuo's chest, fingers, and toes. His blood had already turned from bright red to dark red. Even those present, who knew nothing of medicine, could see that Magistrate Kuo had been poisoned. Su Wanshu fetched a bowl and drained half a bowl of blood from Magistrate Kuo. The magistrate, who had been breathing faintly just moments ago, finally stirred awake.
Hand me a brush. I'll jot down a prescription first. Hurry and fetch the herbs. I've got an antidote pill right here. It'll hold the poison at bay for now.
After swallowing the antidote pill, Magistrate Kuo took several deep, heaving breaths, then finally exhaled a foul breath and slowly came around.
Damn it! Who the hell poisoned me?
The magistrate, who had nearly died just now, was suddenly full of vigor and cussing like a sailor. Everyone there let out a huge sigh of relief.
My lord, don't get all riled up just yet. We'll look into this nice and easy.
Miss Su, magistrate, a few doses of that medicine, and you'll be out of the woods.
Yes. Take the meds from my prescription for 2 days straight, and it'll flush every last bit of poison from your system.
Misa, you just saved my life. Of course I'm grateful. Whatever you need, just name it. As long as it is in my power, I won't let you down.
Su Wanshu didn't mince words with the magistrate. She got right to the point.
Never thought the Rain God Temple was real. I figured it was just some old tale. Misa, let me take a look at that stone quick.
Su Wanshu pulls it from the cloth pouch she carries with her and takes out a floral stone, handing it to Magistrate.
This is truly miraculous.
Magistrate Kuo passes the stone in his hand to Fan Haiqing, asking them to pass it around.
Since we've already got our hands on that Rain God Temple stone, we'll drop it into the incense burner the National Advisor sent right now.
Look at me. How could I forget something this huge? Someone, quick, fetch my official robes.
The county Yamen gates are packed, 3 deep crowds of folks buzzing to see the show.
Hey, Uncle Guan. So what is the deal with that stone they took in earlier?
Real or fake?
I'm just the gate guard. How should I know? Back off, all of you. Your lot itching to sneak a peek inside. See what the county jail looks like up close. Why is everyone shoving their way in?
Settle down. Everyone, today, Misa from Southern Village brought over this stone. Says it is from the Rain God Temple. I'll verify it right here in front of you all. No need to belabor the rules. This bronze censer came straight from the National Advisor. Drop in a real temple stone, and it'll start smoking on its own. Just like that. Fake one from anywhere else. Nothing happens.
Big brother, who'd have thought? That little witch actually paid a visit to the Rain God Temple.
Who cares if she did or didn't? Crowds thick here. You ignore whether that lousy censer smokes or not. Just stir up the folks and shout it is a fake. Say magistrate cooked it up to calm the masses. Get the townsfolk riled up in a frenzy. Then in the chaos, we snatch that little witch away. Once our guys show up, we'll have the tiger tally in our brother's hands for sure.
The county magistrate, Su, spouted a few lines of empty official jargon. Without wasting another moment, he instructed Su Wanshu to place the stone in the incense burner herself. Once Su Wanshu stepped back a few paces, the incense burner, which had shown no sign of life before, suddenly crackled with a burst of pops and snaps. Wafts of white smoke curled slowly upward from the burner's vents. The crowd of onlookers held their breath. This was the first time they'd seen the burner respond. And they all burst into wild, excited shouts.
Your Honor, we've scoured the land with search parties from every corner of Chengtai County for that rain god temple. 8,000 strong, if not 10. And all this time, we've had plenty deliver stones, but not one soul's brought down a drop of rain for us. Aren't you just scared stiff, with no real answer to give the people? So you whipped up this phony rock to pull the wool over our eyes.
Word has it the rain god temple's buried deep in those wild mountains. How is a wee lass like her ever gonna hike in there and bawl to the rain god?
Gotta hand it to that brother, he's onto something. What if the magistrate cooked up this fake just to string us along?
No rain for ages now, and Chengtai County is on pins and needles, with refugees flooding in from beyond the walls. Yet the magistrate's not lifting a finger to sort it out. No, he has got time for these smoke and mirrors games.
It cuts deep for us plain folk, I tell you.
Give one person the nerve to speak up, and you'll always find a crowd itching to chime in, anytime, anywhere. Some are driven by nothing but sheer envy, and spite Suwanshu's on the verge of claiming that 1,000 catties of rice and 500 taels of silver. If they can't snag it themselves, they sure as hell don't want her to.
The one who just said I'm too young to brave the deep woods and track down the rain god that. Uncle over there. You know why the stories say only the chosen ones can approach the rain god and beg for rain? It is folks like you, cut off from fate entirely. No one without the fate for it will ever lay eyes on the rain god temple. That day, I was up in the mountains gathering herbs. I wasn't even thinking of praying to the rain god. But just like that, I looked up and there it was. The 3 big words Rain God Temple. The Rain God Temple clings to a sheer cliff face. Unless you're the one with the fate for it, you couldn't climb up there at all. But I was small and nimble, so I managed to scramble on up. Once I stepped inside the Rain God Temple, the ground was scattered with stones just like this one.
Little miss, stop spinning tall tales with a straight face. These fake little stones of yours, any old antique peddler could whip up in a heartbeat. It is only fooling the clueless folks.
Uncle, if you don't believe me, why don't you come up and test it yourself? See if it is the real deal. You'll know the moment you touch it.
Just you wait, you little witch. Once I get my hands on that tiger tally, I'll show you what for.
As Wang Qing pushed her way out of the crowd, she'd just passed a massive locust tree that took one man to wrap his arms around. Suddenly, the clear sky erupted in a blaze of golden light. After months of drought, Chengtai County finally received the rain god's blessing.
Excellent. Quick! Help this official back. I'm about to drown out here.
The Xiao family's not going anywhere today. Go tell the magistrate to have the servants prepare a courtyard for the Xiao family to stay in. He hands 500 taels of silver to Suwanshu first. As for those 1,000 catties of rice, we'll wait till the rain lets up tomorrow. Then he'll have the rice packed up. Get some yamen runners to escort it all home.
Dad. This time, we've escorted 500 taels of silver. On the way home, we should pick up some extra cloth. Xiao, they're all gonna need to get some bedding clothes and the like.
All right. Let's see when this rain eases up. If it stops this afternoon, we can head out and stock up on more stuff.
Miss Suko, all the fabric's right here. I'll have the waiter deliver it straight to your estate.
No rush. Shopkeeper, Gi, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Do you take red law brocade here? Dyed from real silk or plain brocade? Not the kind I dyed from this cotton I'm wearing.
How much for a bolt of red law brocade, dyed from plain brocade? Can you make the color a touch redder? Dye that festive red for a bride.
For a wedding gown though, bright red cloud brocade suits better. Red law brocade looks lovely, but it is not grand enough for a wedding dress.
Shopkeeper Ga gave a wry smile. How could he not know? But there is this young miss who couldn't care less about that. She insists on that vibrant red luo brocade dyed from plain silk for her gown.
800 taels, a bolt, red luo brocade from plain brocade. 5 days later, I can bring it to you then.
Deal! Then I'll be waiting for Miss Su to deliver the red law brocade.
Shopkeeper Ga was over the moon, practically floating on air. Who would have thought for one bolt of red law brocade? He'd nearly worried himself bald.
Miss Su, you're back. I'm back. Granny, you. Was the rain heavy up on our hill yesterday? That's spring. By the reservoir. It is turned into a real waterfall now. Let's head inside and chat. I've brought back some good stuff for everyone.
All right, let's go in. The buffalo milk steamed buns will be ready in a bit, just in time for you to try my cooking.
Granny Yu, this batch of indigo and camels for you, and this boat of bamboo green for Little Stone. The weather's getting chilly. You can stitch up a few warm pieces.
Miss Su,
No, you mustn't.
an old lady like me, why would we need such fine cloth? A simple hemp shirt will do just fine for me.
Granny, if I tell you to take it, then take it. Hemp clothes won't keep you warm in winter. I've brought plenty of cotton back with me this time too. So go ahead and use it without a second thought. Make sure those winter clothes are nice and toasty.
Thank you, Miss Su.
Aunt Xiao, here are 12 finished garments and 8 bolts of fine cloth. You all divide up the garments yourselves. As for this fine cloth, give it to the kids to make them some outfits. Use the leftover fabric to make quilts.
Miss Su, we're just servants. We don't need such fine quilts. These 2 quilts we have are plenty for the house right now.
Aunt Xiao, just 2 quilts for a big family like yours. 2 quilts might do for a night or 2, but over time they definitely won't be enough. Hurry and take them inside. We'll cut and sew them this afternoon. Make as many as we can. Little aunt, make sure you don't go wandering about these next few days. Your due date is any day now.
Okay. I have a feeling it is coming any day now too. I just don't know when this little one will decide to arrive.
Big brother, we can't screw this up again. If we don't get that tiger talisman to the Grand General soon, he'll send his spies sniffing around for us.
Got it. I figure Su Wanshu's bound to head to Changtai County again this time. We'll lay an ambush on her way back. With extra men this round, I refuse to believe a sneak attack on that little witch. Won't let her take out a dozen guys in a blink. The moment she slips even half a beat, I'll land her myself.
Su Wanshu had no clue Zhao Qing was gunning for her once more. Chatting and chuckling with Shang Miyan the whole way, she breezed into Changtai County.
Shopkeeper Ji-Yu, long time no see.
Oh, my precious little auntie. You're right on the dot. I've been on pins and needles.
Dyeing a bolt of red brocade ain't no small feat, you know. It just held me up a tad.
With that, Su Wanshu reached into Xiao Muyan the back basket and pulled out a bolt of red brocade wrapped in rough cloth, setting it down on the table. Shopkeeper Giyu hurriedly unwrapped the rough cloth. A stunning bolt of red brocade burst into view. The other patrons in the shop were laying eyes on red brocade for the first time. They all surged forward, peppering her with questions about where it came from.
This batch of red brocade's already reserved. If you're keen, folks, swing by later and we can hash it out.
Shopkeeper Goose every inch, the savvy trader, always got a trick up his sleeve. He is just scared we'll catch wind of his selling price.
Shopkeeper Ji-Yu, this is my latest dye job. What'll you pay me per bolt?
The moment those bolts hit the table, the wealthy customers who'd struck out on the red brocade earlier all perked up. It spooked Shopkeeper Goose so bad he didn't even negotiate with Su Wanshu. He just whisked that batch of red brocade out of sight.
How much for this red cloud brocade?
Shopkeeper Gu wiped the sweat from his brow. He had no clue what price to throw out.
Miss Lu, I'll give you a square deal. 3 taels of silver per bolt of red brocade. At this rate, you won't find a better offer anywhere in Changtai County.
Sure.
The young lady flashed a smile at Su Wanshu. She had her maid grab the red brocade and off they went. Su Wanshu caught on right away. The young lady had baited Shopkeeper Gi into naming his price on purpose. He knew full well Shopkeeper Gi was a crafty old hustler. Once Miss Lu put him on the spot like that, Shopkeeper Gu figured he'd cut the crap. He snapped up Su Wanshu as 20 bolts of fabric at 1 tael apiece. No fuss.
Shopkeeper Gi-Yu, you're a man who gets down to business. Next batch, I dye up. I'll bring it right here to you.
Dear, Miss Su, dye up as much red brocade as you like. Just haul it all my way. I'll buy every inch you bring.
You think I'm some wide-eyed pushover? After I've turned that prime silk into perfection, and you lowball me at 800 taels, keep dreaming. I'd sooner wear it myself. I have no idea which jerk came up with these spicy rabbit heads. They're just way too delicious. Xiaoyan, Mom loves spicy rabbit heads too. Let's grab one for Mom on our way home.
As Su Wangshu chatted, she strolled into the herbal market.
Honey, you gotta stop talking about it. Now you've got me craving it again.
That is all the willpower you have.
The couple wandered through the bustling stalls. Suddenly, from behind a herbal shop, Su Wangshu caught the sound of a woman sobbing softly. She quickened her pace and circled around to the back of the shop. There she saw 4 masked thugs dragging a young girl toward a rundown firewood shed.
Scram if you don't want to die.
Hey, boss, don't shoo the little lady away. What if we want to have some fun too? She is a tad dark-skinned, but hey, she has got a nice look to her.
True to her style, Su Wanshu struck without a word. There was a sharp crack. A bloody hole bloomed right between the thug's eyes. The girl they'd been hauling collapsed to the ground in sheer terror, too shaken even to sob. As Su Wanshu stepped closer, she realized the girl she'd just saved was Miss Lu, the one from the cloth shop earlier.
Miss, are you okay?
Miss Lu shook like a leaf.
Missy, could you give me a hand? I can't get up on my own.
Su Wanshu knew they had to move fast. She reached down and took Miss Lu's hand, hauling her straight out of there.
Thank you. Miss Su, there is an inn not far from the herbal market. Would you mind taking me there?
Sure. Didn't you have a little maid with you? Where'd she go?
I'm afraid she is dead.
Su Wanshu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected things to turn so dire in mere moments. So many things have happened to Miss Lu. After Miss Lu settled into the inn, she asked Su Wanshu to help send word to the Lu residents and fetch a woman named Song Mama. Only then did Su Wanshu learn the full story. Miss Lu is named Lu Xiyun, the illegitimate daughter of the Yongge Prefecture governor. She'd come to Chengtai County on her way home to visit relatives.
Miss Xu, please, keep what happened today under wraps for me.
Miss Lu, rest easy. I won't breathe a word.
Lu Xiyun offered her 100 taels in silver notes, but Su Wanshu turned it down. It was just a small favor, nothing more. She was too embarrassed to take 100 taels from her.
Miss Xu, if you ever run into trouble down the line, come find me. No questions asked. Whatever I can do to lend a hand, I'll be there for you.
With those words, Lu Xiyun untied a sachet from her waist and handed it to Su Wanshu.
All right. Then I'll accept it.
Lu Xiyun didn't linger at the inn. After changing into fresh clothes, she hurried off with Song Mama. Su Wanshu didn't stick around either and kept browsing the herbal market. In the end, Su Wanshu loaded up half a cart with food and headed home on the ox cart with Xiao Miyan. Zhao Qing and Wang Qing had already set up an ambush along the road. From afar, they spotted the couple's ox cart rolling in. He quickly signaled to the men lurking in the bushes.
Little demoness, I refuse to believe I can't take you down.
Su Wanshu was chatting with Xiao Miyan in the ox cart. She faintly caught a whiff of that foul catalpa stench in the air.
Xiao Yan, someone's out to get us. Take this antidote pill. Looks like we're in for a fight. Get the iron kokoba ready.
Zhao Qing gripped a long saber. Leading over a dozen black-clad thugs, he charged right at them.
You're that survivor from the bandit slaughter the other day.
Since you know my background, I'll cut straight to the point. Hand over the loot you scraped up on the mountain, and I'll let you walk. If not, don't blame me for getting rough.
Bring it on. Don't hold back. Forgot how your buddies bit the dust. I'd be happy to refresh your memory.
He felt the world spin around him. He crashed to the ground with a thud. The other black-clad men hadn't expected this pretty girl before them to strike so viciously. They'd only taken a few taels from Zhao Qing, but had no intention of losing their lives over it.
A bunch of good-for-nothings, and to think they can play at being bandits, without even checking if they've got the guts.
Just as Su Wanshu thought the fight was wrapping up, a sudden rumble of hoofbeats echoed from nearby. In mere moments, the riders encountered the black-clad men fleeing from Su Wanshu's side. The newcomers wielded long staffs. Those fleeing thugs didn't even have time to react. What the hell? Before their heads rolled from their bodies. As Su Wanshu realized it right away, these men in black are after his life. They're charging straight at him from our side.
Xiao Yan, let's head for the woods.
In that split second, Xiao Muyan gripped his iron sword Without a second thought, he stepped in front of Su Wangshu.
Is that all you've got?
Not even enough to pick my teeth with.
Standing behind Xiao Muyan, Su Wangshu was completely stunned. Right now, Xiao Muyan showed no trace of his usual foolishness.
Weren't you trying to kill me? So why'd you suddenly stop?
The black-clad men said nothing. They exchanged hand signals. Then they charged at Xiao Muyan all at once. The over 6 foot Xiao Muyan moved like a swallow in flight, swiftly reaping lives amid the black-clad foes. His technique was none other than the flying swallow swordplay.
General, we've got him here.
Quick, dislocate their jaws. These guys always hide poison in their mouths.
Su Wanshu turned at the sound. Never thought we'd run into General Fan here.
General, these are all northern barbarians. They got hit with iron celandine poison. That is why they dropped.
Good. These northern barbarians are trying to exploit the famine in Yonga Prefecture by stabbing us in the back. Lock 'em up in the county jail first, and post heavy guards.
Understood, sir.
Fancy running into you two, Miss Susyu and young Master Xiao. If young Master Xiao hadn't held off those northern barbarians single-handedly just now, they'd have bolted by now, vanished into thin air. They were after my wife. I won't let them get away with it. Young Master, I just saw you cleave a horse clean in two with one swing of your sword. That brute strength of yours, is it something you were born with?
Yeah, I've always packed a punch.
Fan Haiqing was itching to probe a bit deeper, but his gaze snagged on the sachet, dangling from Su Wangshu's waist.
Miss, mind if I take a peek at that sachet of yours?
Sure.
Su Wanshu handed it over, without missing a beat, the moment Fan Haiqing spotted the cloud embroidered on it.
You know Miss Lu Qi.
You mean Lu Xun?
That is right.
You know her too.
I've crossed paths with her a couple times.
Really? Yeah, Miss Lu gave me this sachet herself. As for why she handed it over, that is staying under wraps. Since you know Miss Lu, why not go straight to the source?
Your part in this is over. Time for you to hit the road. Much obliged, General Fan.
What did you just say? The thugs you sent out, they never fail a job.
General, we found a few men in black. They're not northern barbarians. Some were hacked to death by northern barbarian sabers, while others had their skulls and hearts pierced clean through by iron pellets.
Fan Haiqing listens intently to his subordinate's report, then turns to gaze toward the end of the official road. To shatter a skull with a single iron pellet. That takes more than raw brute force. Looks like I underestimated Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan.
We'll only take the northern barbarians, bury the rest in a pit.
General, so after this county office or straight to the old madam's?
Shen Xiaoyu, your sense of timing's getting worse by the day. Can't you see I'm swamped with official duties?
General, the old madam was very clear. Now that we're back, you have to stop by. If you keep dodging her, she'll have you tied up and dragged to marry Lu Jizhou's legitimate daughter on the spot.
Grandmother's lost her marbles. That brainless Lu Xingye, she's got no business being the matriarch of the Fan family.
You're right. General, no matter how perfect Miss Lu the eldest is, she couldn't hold a candle to even Miss Lu the seventh's pinky.
Beat it. Get this place cleaned up, now. I'm heading out first.
With that, Fan Haiqing swings onto his horse and gallops straight for Changtai County.
Don't forget to drop by the old madam's or tomorrow. You'll be the groom whether you like it or not.
In Changtai County, at the Lu residence, Lu Xinye, as Lu Zhizhou's eldest legitimate daughter, has been pampered and spoiled since childhood. Whatever she sets her sights on, she always gets. She believes her noble birth entitles her to a lifetime of effortless luxury. Little does she know, her choice of husband has gone terribly awry. Lu Zhizhou wanted to curry favor with General Fan Conglu of Zhanxi. So, when Fan Conglu's legitimate eldest son, Fan Haiqing, arrived to garrison Yonga Prefecture, he planned to marry off his own legitimate daughter to Fan Haiqing. To that end, he specially invited Fan Haiqing to a banquet at his residence. He even staged a chance encounter. In Lu Zhizhou's eyes, his legitimate daughter Lu Xinye was exceptionally striking in appearance. As long as Fan Haiqing wasn't blind, he'd surely fall for his legitimate daughter. But fate twisted things. Fan Haiqing didn't take to Lu Xinye at all. Instead, he took a liking to the Lu family's concubine, born daughter, Lu Xiyun. This left Lu Zhezhou caught in a real bind. His legitimate daughter could enter the Fan family as the principal wife, but a concubine-born girl, like her, would only end up as a secondary wife. Naturally, he'd prefer the former. Lately, the two families have stirred up no small amount of trouble over this.
As Yula, you think this'll really work? Those ruffians won't screw it up, right? I sure as hell don't want that little wretch Lu Xiyun sleeping back here in one piece.
Miss, the ruffians I hired are all from Qingshui County. Every one of them's got blood on their hands, actual lives taken. Desperados like that won't fail. No doubt about it.
It had better be.
I hear general fans due in Changtai County any day now. I can't afford any more slip-ups.
No sooner had Lu Xinye finished speaking than an old servant woman hurried over from the Moon Gate.
Miss, Lu Xiyun's back回了妈妈桑. Word from the others is Lu Xing got separated from her personal maid. They're sending people out to search for her now.
Upon hearing this from the old servant, Lu Xinye smacked Xiao Solan's cheek with a fan in her hand.
What exactly did you just say? You said the ruffians you sent never missed their mark. So, what about today? Lu Xingyun is just a delicate woman of the inner chambers. Too frail to even trust a chicken. How could she possibly take on 4 bandits?
Miss Su, hurry! My mother's in labor!
Isn't there a midwife? Why come running to me?
We called the midwife last night, but she still hasn't given birth. Miss Su, please save my mother!
Hurry, come back with me to check on her.
Miss Suk, the midwife says the baby's position is off. It is transverse, lying sideways in the belly.
Not a big problem. Little Shilan, don't push too hard just yet. Shilan, save your strength. On to you. Slice the purple cloud ginseng. Nice and thin, right under the stove there. Tuck it under Shilan's tongue. Slice half a root and decoct it into a tonic.
Zhelan's been in agony all night with her belly pains. Right now, her face is ashen white, her whole body drenched in sweat like she was just pulled from the river.
Little aunt, hang in there just a bit longer. The baby'll be here safe and sound any moment now.
Yang Guihua and Grandma Xiao heard about Zhilan's difficult labor and hurried up the mountain with Yang Bao'er to help. The three arrived just as Su Wanshu was turning Zhilan's baby. Those piercing screams made their hearts clench.
Little aunt, hang in there.
Su Wanshu soothed Zhilan as she worked to reposition the baby, forcing that little one to shift inside her. What ordinary soul could bear that kind of torment? Grandma Xiao, who'd birthed several children herself, knew all too well the agony Zhilan was enduring.
Zhilan, dear, save your strength. Even if it hurts now, you gotta grit through it when it is time to push. Give it everything you've got and bring that baby out. No more suffering after that.
Seeing Zhilan soaked in sweat, Grandma Xiao called for hot water. She soaked the handkerchief in hot water to wipe the sweat from Xiao Zhilan's face and neck. Grandma Xiao's handkerchief accidentally brushed past Xiao Zhilan's ear. She spotted a teardrop-shaped mole right behind Xiao Zhilan's ear. Grandma Xiao's fingers trembled as waves of shock crashed through her heart. That little daughter she had to sell away, her ear had the exact same birthmark behind it. This was the critical moment in Xiao Zhilan's labor. Grandma Xiao could only suppress the surge of emotions in her heart. Her heart twisted in agony, right along with Xiao Zhilan's cries.
Little auntie, in a moment, when I call for you to push, put every last bit of strength you've got into it. We're running out of time.
1, 2, 3. Push!
Once more. 1, 2, 3, push!
Su Wangshu had helped Xiao Zhilan push several times, but the baby still showed no sign of coming out.
Little uncle, I can't. I have no strength left.
Those words seemed to drain the last of Xiao Zhilan's strength.
Little auntie, we have to try one more time.
Su Wanshu was already prepared. If the baby didn't come soon, she was ready to force it out.
Zhilan, you have to hold on.
Do you know the truth about your origins?
Xiao Zhilan nodded. I was a child bride, bought by my adoptive mother.
My poor Zhilan. I am your real mother. You have to bring this baby into the world safely. Your good days are just beginning.
In that instant, Xiao Zhilan was completely stunned. She even forgot the waves of pain in her belly.
Auntie. No, wait. It should be Auntie. Let's give it one final try. I know you can bring this child into the world safely.
Xiao Zhilan's eyes welled up as she nodded faintly. He has to pull through. His own mother is right there before him, with so much left unsaid between them. Amid Xiao Zhilan's agonized, gut-wrenching cries, the tiny babe who'd endured torment all night finally let out a lusty wail as he entered the world.
Auntie.
It is a boy! A boy, what a blessing! A boy! Jilla, just stay here and rest easy during your confinement period. I'll go let your two brothers know later. Once you're done with confinement, we'll throw a proper feast right here in the village to spread the word to all the folks, young and old, that you're back home. Speaking of feasts, in just a few days, little uncle and Xiaoyan are throwing one too. And now with your big news on top of that, our family's got double blessings headed our way.
Right now, Su Wangshu's heart is brimming with joy as she spends time with Xiao Muyan. Over all this time, she has been healed by his pure, kind soul. She knows that once they tie the knot, their days ahead will be full of harmony and ease.
Following young Guihua's instructions, Su Wanshu tosses strings of small copper coins to the kids chasing after the ox cart. Starting from the village entrance, the crackling firecrackers haven't let up for a second. Nanfeng village hasn't buzzed with this kind of energy in over half a year. Each burst of firecrackers seems set to chase away the gloom that has lingered over the village, exploding fiercely across the sky. The Xiao family has been waiting eagerly at the door for quite a while. Before Su Wanshu steps off the ox cart, she scatters all the remaining copper coins from the basket. Only then does Xiao Muyan carry her into the Xiao family courtyard. Village weddings come with all the traditions, LD by Xiao Muyan. Su Wanshu feels totally spun around in the days. In the end, the only part she remembers is the bow to heaven and earth, the bow to the elders, and the couples bow to each other. She even bonks heads with Xiao Muyan because she can't see a thing under the veil. After all that fumbling around for what seems like ages, finally, Xiao Muyan lifts the red veil from her head. Su Wanshu lets out a huge sigh of relief.
Oh my gosh, that really wore me out.
Wife, take it slow. Let me help you.
Xiao Muyan was so thoughtful, stepping up to gently remove the hair ornaments from Su Wanshu's head.
Oh, young master, take it easy. You two haven't shared the nuptial wine yet. Hold off till you've had the nuptial wine. Then it is not too late to take off the headdress.
I remember that custom. My bride.
Once we share that nuptial wine today, you'll truly be my wife.
Su Wanshu gazed at Xiao Muyan Han's endearingly goofy look. She couldn't help bursting with laughter inside. Xiao Muyan's such a lovable goof. He probably has no clue what makes a real wife.
Wife, help me up. My head's spinning so bad.
Still dizzy. I just gave you some sobering up soup. It should be kicking in by now.
Not sure if it was Su Wanshu who slipped first, or Xiao Muyan. Out of nowhere, Xiao Muyan suddenly kissed Su Wanshu on the lips. Just as Xiao Muyan thought he was about to get away with it, Su Wanshu suddenly sobered up.
Xiaoyan, it is you again! You bastard!
Su Wangshu, Xiao Muyan and Xiao Yan are the same person. Okay. What are you doing? Don't split us apart. The era when we met was my second life. My first life was as the silly boy from Nanfeng village.
Xiaomiya, so how did you get here?
I told you. I got struck by lightning and came here.
You believe me?
With all the rotten things you've done, heaven wouldn't smite you in a heartbeat.
Recalling all the messy history between them, Su Wanshu just wanted to strangle the Xiaoyan right in front of her.
Wife,
Don't give me that look, or I'll get the wrong idea. You want me to kiss you?
What about Xiaoyan? Where'd he go?
Aren't I right here?
Speak like a normal person. Or I'll send you back right now.
Turns out, the first time Xiaoyan killed, he'd already shown up in Xiao Moyan's mind. The two of them were one and the same all along. Xiao Moyan was born missing a soul and a spirit. That is why he is such a fool.
So you're the tonic after all.
Wife, that is just too harsh. Whether it is Xiao Muyan or Xiao Yan, it is all me. We've got some serious fate to lifetime's worth. And you've been my wife both times.
You're just a damn tonic, you know that. Are you even human?
When Su Wanshu's hand lunged straight for his neck, Xiaoyan shamelessly tugged at his undergarment. It took less than 2 rounds before Su Wanshu surrendered, pinned down onto the bridal quilt by Xiaoyan.
That dimwit Xiao Muyan. How would he ever know the magic of our wedding night? Guess I'll have to show him myself.
In your dreams.
Xiao Moyan loomed over Su Wanshu. A sly grin tugged at his lips. He was crazy about Su Wanshu, down to his very core. Of course, he'd never force her. But he had a few tricks up his sleeve.
Hey girl, why so worked up? I'm no tiger. I don't bite. On such a perfect wedding night, you wouldn't seriously waste it with that fool. Just huddling under the covers to sleep, would you?
Without a word, she swung her leg and kicked right at Xiaoyan's groin.
Wifey, you trying to kick me into a eunuch or what? Careful, you'll kick your own happiness goodbye. What about the rest of your life then? How you gonna get by?
Shut up!
Su Wanshu 照着小眼乙, a fierce glare. She turned back to the bed. Right where Su Wanshu had just been lying, a small stain had appeared. Su Wanshu stepped forward, touched it, and wailed inwardly. Her period had crashed her wedding night. What fresh hell is this?
Little uncle. You've got your period.
Xiaoyan's face twisted in utter disappointment. His big wedding night. Poof down the drain.
Like hell. Go grab fresh sheets and change them. I'm gonna change clothes.
I'll be right back after changing. While Xiaoyan fixed the bed, Su Wanshu sneaked up and ambushed him.
You little soul tonic. Still thinking you can get fresh with me? Fair chance.
With every ounce of strength, Su Wanshu shoved Xiao Muyan deep into the bed to crash. She tossed and turned on the bed, but sleep just wouldn't come. Xiaoyan's always popping up out of nowhere. Who knows when he'll surface next? To avoid any more surprises tonight, she decided to give her first kiss to this little dimwit Xiao Muyan.
Thea, your first kiss is history. And so is mine. Now we're even.
Turning a perfect wedding night into this mess, Su Wanshu was wiped out too. She drifted off in a foggy haze. Su Wanshu remembered the matchmaker's instructions. She got up early the next morning. She pulled Xiao Muyan along to offer tea to Xiao Guancheng and Yang Guihua. From that moment on, Su Wanshu was truly the daughter-in-law of the Xiao family. Folks in the village aren't so fussy about formalities. After sipping the tea, Yang Guihua headed off to her chores. Meanwhile, Su Wanshu slipped quietly back into the house to fetch the sheets they'd soiled the night before and give them a wash. Yang Guihua's big brother and sister-in-law from back home arrived yesterday. They're bunking temporarily over at Xiao Guanlin's place. Yang Guihua's family home is quite a trek from Nangfeng village. To make better time on the road, they want to set off early today. Yang Guihua had steamed 3 baskets of buffalo milk buns first thing that morning. To pack some up for them to take home, she just dropped them off and come right back, stepping through the back gate. When Yang Guihua spotted the sheets hanging out to dry over at Xiao Muyan and Su Wanshu's spot, Yang Guihua had been through it all herself before. One glance at those sheets, and she got the whole picture. She couldn't keep the grin from spreading across her face. Who knows? Maybe next year their family will welcome a little bundle of joy.
Mom, we've got loads of dried fish at home. How about we stew some up for lunch?
Sure. These dried fish taste great, but they sure guzzle up the oil.
Hearing Xiao Muyan craving some, Yang Guihua didn't bat an eye at the oil cost, so she reached for the fishing rod in his hand. But the moment her hand brushed the rod, her stomach suddenly flipped upside down. Yang Guihua started retching.
What is the matter with you? Where is it hurting?
Yeah, it is nothing. Just keep that dried fish farther away. The fishy smell's too strong. It is turning my stomach.
Daughter-in-law, hurry over and check. Mom's not feeling right.
Su Wanshu, who was sorting through herbs in the house, perked up at the news that Yang Guihua felt off, dashed out in a flash. Yang Guihua was just starting to feel a bit better in her stomach. Xiao Muyan came back, carrying his fishing rod again.
Little Yan, quick, take the dried fish to the kitchen. We'll have your grandmas do it later.
At first, Su Wangshu figured Yang Guihua must have upset her stomach from all that feasting yesterday. But the moment she touched Yang Guihua's pulse,
she was completely stunned. Little uncle, what is going on with me? Don't just stand there quiet like that. You're scaring me.
Mom, easy now. It is good news. I just checked your pulse. It is a joyful pulse.
What? A joyful pulse?
Mom, you're pregnant. By the pulse, you're already 2 months along. Little Yan, quick, go fetch that.
Xiao Guancheng, busy weaving a bamboo basket, heard about Yang Guihua's dry heaving earlier and rushed right over to see.
Dad, Mom's pregnant, and it is twins.
Oh, heavens have finally smiled on us.
Sure, he had Xiao Miyan right there with him and always treated the boy like his own flesh and blood. But blood ties were missing after all. For him, this beat finding a golden nugget dropped straight from the sky.
Guihua, quick, head to bed and lie down.
It is only a couple months in. Why lie in bed already? My brother just stopped by asking to borrow some grain. I was gonna deliver it myself in a bit.
Guihua, I'll handle the delivery. No need for you to go. From today on, you're staying right here at home. No stepping out. You've got 2 little ones in there, so we gotta take good care.
Mom, Dad, no need to argue. Little Yan and I will take the grain over to Uncle.
Little uncle, hold on a minute. I haven't run this by your dad yet.
What is there to discuss about it? A few years back, our family was really struggling. If it weren't for my brother-in-law pitching in every few days to help us out, who knows what kind of shape we'd be in. Now it is their turn to hit rough patches. So naturally, we've gotta lend a hand.
Guihua, how much grain does my brother-in-law need over there? I'll go grab it from the storeroom right now.
Yang Guihua's family home lies on the vast plains. Every household tends large stretches of farmland. Even in a famine year, folks could hold out for a spell. Now that Uncle Yang's come begging for grain, things at home must be desperate. They truly can't make it anymore.
Xiaoyan, go fetch Uncle and Auntie over to the house. We'll get the full story out of them. What is really going on over at Uncle's place?
Zhang Muyan is quick on his feet. It wasn't long before he brought Uncle Yang and Auntie right over. This is Su Wanshu's first time meeting the two of them. With great courtesy, she stepped forward and bowed to them.
No need for that up you get. Up. Look, it is our first time meeting, and I didn't even bring a proper gift.
It was already such an honor that you came to my wedding with Xiaoyan. What gift could we possibly need?
Su Wanshu smiled warmly as she poured Auntie a cup of tea.
Which kind? Has the drought hit your parts too?
Come spring, with the rice still in the fields. We had relentless downpours for half a month straight, being on the flat plains. The rice in those fields was just swept clean away. Once the rains finally let up, we hurried to replant other crops. Who'd have thought a drought would strike right after? This year's yield has been downright disastrous. We've used up every last bit of grain at home. That is why I've had no choice but to come borrow a little grain to get us through.
Uncle, how much grain do you need?
Oh, whatever you can spare will do. I really wouldn't know what is fitting.
Sheng Weining saw Yang Daiyang still hovering there. All hesitant, he was starting to feel a bit anxious. Can a scrap of pride fill your stomach?
If it were Guihua, little uncle, or Xiaoyan, today, right here in front of you all, I'll drop any pretense. Let me lay it all out plain. Back during the flood, it wasn't just our fields that got inundated. Our house got swept away too. Then the drought stretched on for months, leaving the fields completely barren, not a grain in sight. We've been foraging for wild greens along the ditches every single day just to stay alive this long. When that letter from Guancheng reached us, we were so worn out, we could hardly lift our heads. We dragged ourselves north to seek shelter with you all. It was our second brother who said it straight if we hunkered down in the village. We'd just waste away from hunger. Better to head this way and see what shakes out.
Who knows? There might be a fighting chance waiting.
Su Wanshu never saw it coming. That the Yangs had sunk to such desperate straits.
Uncle, Aunt, those outfits you're wearing, they hardly scream famine refugees on the run.
These rags on us. The whole clan of over a dozen scraped together every last scrap they could spare to make us look halfway decent.
They crept in like shadows, hearts pounding, dreading the Shaos might scorn them outright. After all, Yang Guihua hadn't given the Shaos so much as one son or daughter to carry on the line. And here comes her birth family, hats in hand, begging for a bit of grain. They were terrified. It'd weigh her down, drag her into the mud with them.
Hold up, big sis. You mentioned the whole family's here. Over a dozen souls. Second brother and third brother too. All of them. Yeah. They're too ashamed to set foot in the village proper. They must have bedded down in the woods on the village edge last night.
Su Wanshu's mind reeled with disbelief. The chill's already setting deep. A night roughing it in the open like that, you could freeze solid before dawn. The Yangs, going to these extremes just to keep from burdening Yang Guihua. Folks like that, he has got no choice but to step up and help.
We'll hash out the details later. Xiaoyan, go hitch up the ox cart. Let's bring those uncles back home first.
Xiao Muyan and Xiao Guancheng urged the ox cart onward, burying Yang Daiyong, Yang Guihua, and Su Wangshu beyond the village bounds. Their ox cart trundled down the narrow path, skirting the village, pressing on toward Qingxi Mountain for a good 2 lao, the ground, before they finally reached the thicket where the Yangs lay hidden.
Second brother! Why put yourselves through all this suffering? Even if you're down on your luck, do you really think I'd refuse to share a simple meal with you here at home?
Yang Guihua sees her own kin reduced to such desperate straits. With a thud, she drops to her knees and bursts into sobs. Back then, she suffered a head injury. It left her mind a little foggy. Not as sharp as before, but not a single one of her brothers or sisters-in-law ever held it against her. When they were finding her a husband's family, they were awfully picky about it, all out of fear that she'd end up married off and mistreated.
Guihua, don't cry. We've all come seeking refuge with you like this. Aren't we just dragging you into a world of trouble? Brothers, seeing you living well is satisfaction enough for us.
Second brother, pack up your things and come back home with me. Though we've been hit by the disaster here too, we can still scrape by.
Wancha, second brother knows you're a good man, but in these hard times, no matter how much grain your family's got, it won't be enough with all these mouths to feed. We've already talked it over. Once we've seen you, we'll keep heading north. Once we're beyond Yonga Prefecture's borders, we'll surely find a way to get by.
Husband, tell everyone about it. Yesterday I threw a feast for our 2 little ones. Wasn't there pork on the table? And lamb, plus all those fancy dishes whipped up by the cooks we brought in from town. And didn't the rice on every table fill folks right up yesterday?
Yeah, Guancheng's right. Ernio, our little sister's family is doing way better than we figured. How about we settle here for a spell? If we can land some work, U.S. brothers have all the muscle in the world. We sure won't let the family go hungry, right?
The young folks had just heard Xiao Guancheng go on about all those mouth-watering dishes. It left them all starving for more. In the end, that hunger won out, and they decided to stay on for now. At least they could tuck into a proper belly-filling meal first.
We ain't got a heap of ready-made clothes at home, but there is plenty of fabric to go around. Once the sisters-in-law finish their meal, let's all pitch in and sew new outfits for the whole family.
Guihua, no need to fuss over it. These clothes of ours will hold us for now, uncle.
Second brother's here now in my house. You all do as I say. You folks find a spot to bunk down first. I'll pop into the kitchen and warm up those steamed buns.
She got half a pot of water boiling on the stove, with milk buns steaming over the hot water. Once the water was bubbling, Yang Guihua scooped a big bowl of cornmeal and dumped it right into the pot. She gave the corn mush a good stir. Then, quick as a wink, she chopped up some greens and tossed them in too. Just as it was about to come off the heat, she cracked a few more eggs and stirred them into egg flowers. Grandma Xiao heard about what was going on at the Yangs. She still remembered the kindness the Yang family showed back when they rescued Yang Guaha and Xiao Muyan. She hurried over to lend a hand.
Guihua, you carry it to the front yard. I'll dish it up here.
Thanks, Mom.
Yang Guihua's eyes welled up again. She must have been a great virtuous soul across 10 lifetimes in her past life. That is why she is surrounded by so many loving family members in this life. Yesterday, Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan tied the knot. The family still had half a pig and a leg of lamb tucked away. Su Wanshu hauled it all straight to the kitchen to whip it all up for lunch, so everyone could tuck into a proper hearty meal with real flavor and fat. Su Wanshu wasn't exactly a master in the kitchen. In the end, it was the Zhao family and Grandma Shao who stepped in to help. That is how they managed to turn out a massive pot of braised pork belly and clear braised lamb all at once. Potato stewed ribs and cabbage, stir-fried with pork. Every dish went into big serving basins. And the rice. They steamed up half a potful right there. By the time it was all done, Su Wanshu's little face was flushed rosy from the heat.
Wife, wipe that sweat off your brow. You sit right here and catch your breath. I'll carry the dishes out front.
Poor little Yan sure knows how to dote on his wife. It is enough to make anyone jealous. Tell me about it.
Master, I've slipped all the powder into Lu Xinyun's dim sum. Just one bite, and he won't last the day.
Excellent. The whole place feels brighter. Without that little wench around, even the flowers smell sweeter now.
Congratulations, miss. The young master's hosting General Fan tonight. You should do yourself up real nice.
Those words hit Lu Xinyue's ears. To her, that meant taking the lead and reeling in Fan Haiqing. Once it is done, Lu Xinyue won't skimp on rewarding Xiao Sulan.
Is that so? Sounds like a prime chance.
Miss, there is a saying, once the rice is cooked, you can't uncook it.
Xiao Sulan Yuda adds slyly. Lu Xinyue freezes for a beat. Her cheeks flush scarlet in a flash.
You little devil. You've barely been wed a few days, and you're already this brazen.
Lu Xinyue is due to practice her qin. That afternoon, no need for Xiao Sulan to attend her. She is about to head home. But near the rockery, young Master Lu blocks her path.
Sulan, I've missed you half to death.
Lu Mo glances around. No one's in sight. He drags Xiao Sulan into a hidden cave in the rockery.
Young Master Lu, in broad daylight, if anyone catches us, how will I ever show my face?
Who'd be peeking? We're in the Lu household. Who'll be fool enough to gossip? Word is, while I was away,
You up and married that sickly wretch.
Sulan,
Didn't you swear? You'd be my concubine.
so what made you back out?
Young Master Lu, I'm far too lowly to be your concubine. As for my husband, it is all parents' decree and matchmaker's word. I can't fight it.
Playing the damsel in distress is Xiao Sulan's signature move, and Lu Mo laps it up every time.
Hey, don't cry. I know you've been through the ringer. Has that sickly wretch of a husband ever laid a finger on you?
Young Master, I've given you my virtue body and soul. It goes to no one else naturally. My husband's been dosed up on tonics year-round. Can't rise to the occasion.
Your word alone won't cut it. I'll have to inspect it myself.
The tempest subsides. By the time Xiao Sulan trudged home, dusk had fallen. Liu Mo's never been one to skimp. This time around, he slipped her a solid gold bangle.
Where is father?
Sula, you couldn't have timed it better. This house is done for. We can't keep it together. Your father's pinched my silver again and slunk off to the pleasure quarters. This time, he even hauled your brother along to see the sights.
This is from young Master Wu.
Wang Feng let out a heavy sigh. Her eyes drifted to Xiao Jinger's room.
If only I'd kept you from that rushed marriage to young Master Lu. Once Miss Lu ties the knot, the whole Lu estate, won't it fall right into your lap? Have you forgotten Jingji's standing? He is the one we'll lean on from here on out. Heat me some bath water. I need to soak.
This lot's nothing but dead weight. No one spares him a headache. If he didn't still have use for the Shaoqin, he'd have whisked Ginger away ages ago.
Mom, I've brought over some more cloth and cotton. How about we make up the bedding later too?
Oh, my little uncle. Where'd you get this rouge red fabric? I've never seen such vibrant colors in town before.
Auntie, I dyed this fabric myself with my special herbal mix.
Su Wanshu pulls out the rouge red fabric and holds it up against Shang Wenying.
Oh, at my age, how could I pull off something this bright? I think it'll look perfect on your eldest sister-in-law. She is a few years older than you. Exactly right for this shade.
Su Wanshu's eldest cousin-in-law is named Song Hongxing, though she is in her 20s and already has 2 kids. Her skin still so soft and youthful, she'd look absolutely stunning in rouge red.
Little uncle, then I'll shamelessly take it.
What woman doesn't love looking pretty? Song Hongxing lights up at the sight of the rouge red fabric too. Later that evening, Su Wanshu heads to the kitchen to help with dinner, but Sheng Wenying stops her short. You just got married yesterday. Today you stay put and do nothing. Just to soak up a few days as the new bride. Leave the cooking to the women. They handle it just fine. Su Wanshu's 7 aunts are all hard-working pros. Real go-getters. Everyone pitches in with gusto. Before long, the whole family's dinner is ready. The family gathers around the table, and the chatter's lively as can be. In her past life, Su Wanshu had scarcely any family. She'd never felt the warmth of so many loved ones sharing a meal. The sensation fills her with wonder and deep emotion.
Guan Keo, look, we can't just eat and crash here for free. Got any work for us? Brothers over there. Any job'll do. Even the rough, back-breaking kind, we ain't afraid. Oh.
Dad.
I've got just the idea. Doesn't our family have that cloth dyeing business? Why don't we get a few uncles to join in? Strength in numbers, we'll haul the cloth to Changtai County together. Safer that way.
Sheng Wenying snapped to attention the moment Su Wanshu reminded her. Sending fabrics to Changtai County as usual. Each bolt nets us a few hundred wen in profit. This business is definitely worth pursuing. Plus, it'll give those uncles of hers a way to earn and support their families.
Sounds good.
We'll kick off the dyeing at our place tomorrow.
But the young folks were totally baffled. What is this about trading dyed cloth? Seeing everyone looking puzzled, Su Wanshu laid it all out for them. How she dyes the cloth and sells it for cash. She promised each one a bolt of cloth and chipped in 200 wen as their pay.
All right, little uncle. That is fair. Good. Even with kin, we keep accounts straight, lay it all out. So no one's left guessing. No room for grumbling.
Next morning, bright and early, the young uncles got to work under Xiao Guancheng's lead, building 2 big pots right in the front yard just for boiling water and dyeing the cloth. Su Wanshu pulled out all the herbs and supplies for the dyeing, one by one, and had everyone pitch in to grind it all into a fine powder.
Mom, let's go with indigo blue and rouge red today. These colors work great for padded jackets or quilts. Either way,
we'll dye in 4 big vats at once. That is 4 bolts at a time. Heading out the door. By midday, the front and backyards of the Shao place were draped with bolts, airing out in the sun.
Guancheng, you're being way too unfair. That day, you clearly said, dyeing cloth won't make much silver. So now, all of a sudden, you're dyeing cloth right at home. You scared we'll snatch your money-making secret.
My family's dyeing our own cloth. What is it to you? I'll dye it however I damn well please. And sell it however I like. Who the hell do you think you are? Coming to my house to yap like dogs.
Su Wanshu's fiery temper is well known around the village. It left Liu Wei's face flushing red, then pale.
I think my little uncle's got a point. Liu Wei, our family's dyeing recipe is our business. It is not up to you, Liu Wei, to tell us what to do. Besides, if you fancy the town's dye shop's recipe, you got the guts to go ask their boss for it.
Fine, Guancheng, you're something else. Your daughter-in-law's being so fierce, and you don't even care. Guancheng, haven't you just made a bit of silver at home? And now you're looking down on us poor folks.
Fine.
From now on, I won't set foot in your place. Our 2 families should cut ties. Guancheng, look what you've gone and done. Oh man. Even if you're not willing to share your dyeing recipe when your family needs to dye cloth, you could hire some of us village brothers to help out. Why bring in outsiders?
These are old brothers, not strangers.
Ha! So many old hands. Wancha, don't fool me.
Believe it or not, my daughter-in-law's got 7 brothers. Can't fake that.
Xiao Guancheng, you're asking for it, hiring all these folks. I'll be watching to see how much silver you really rake in. Don't end up busting your hump for nothing, with silver not even covering the workers' wages.
Sorry to embarrass everyone like that. Take heart. These are tough times, so don't fret over the little things. Let's grab a quick rest and get back to dyeing cloth this afternoon.
We'll sort it out after dinner tonight. Su Wanshu tallied up every bit of today's cloth sales money for the Yang family. And for the first time in ages, the Yangs felt the satisfying heft of all those copper coins in their hands. Every face around them broke into a wide, happy grin. They'd finally clawed their way out of those lean years.
Guan Keo, We can't just eat, sleep, and get our clothes here for nothing. These 2 taels of silver ought to cover our whole family's keep for the month.
Big brother, no way. We can't accept that. I've got plenty of silver back home to spare.
Xiao Guancheng was dead set against it, not a single coin. But Yang Dayong wouldn't back down. He was determined to hand it over. In the end, Su Wanshu had to chime in to smooth things over before Xiao Guancheng would take those 2 taels.
Guancheng, big brother, there is one more thing I need to run by you. With all of us piled in here, the yard's turning into a real eyesore. Think you could help us find a yard to rent in the village? Or even buy one outright? We'll keep dyeing and selling cloth right alongside you.
This time around, Xiao Guancheng didn't push back. He knew full well the Youngs cramming into his yard with a family wasn't any kind of long-term fix.
Sure thing.
Tomorrow, I'll head into the village and nose around for you.
Wencheng, since you're set on this house, it is yours. You face down the battlefield. Your spirit is tough as nails. You'll keep this old place steady, no doubt. Nobody else around here could manage it.
Uncle Xiao said it with a faint sigh. Something went wrong when his house was first put up. That is what threw his family's feng shui all out of whack. It forced a white-haired parent to bury their black-haired child and left his line without an heir. Village folks had eyed buying his place before, but he always turned them down. It is not that he doesn't want to sell it, but he is afraid the folks moving in won't be able to handle this place. If anyone else loses their life here, it'd weigh heavy on his soul. Uncle Xiao's house cost 26 taels of silver when it was first built. It has stood for years now, but Xiao Guancheng feels for Uncle Xiao's lifetime of hardship. So he handed over 26 taels of silver straight away, plus 60 caddies of corn. With all that, he could move in with his daughter in town, without her husband giving him the cold shoulder. Uncle Xiao didn't have much to pack anyway. Once the deed paperwork was all done, Xiao Guancheng personally escorted Uncle Xiao to his daughter's home.
Xiaoyan, get up quick. It is getting way too cold tonight. We can't sleep anymore.
Su Wanshu sprang up nimbly and slipped on the cotton jacket by her feet.
It is freezing.
Xiao Muyan woke up in a groggy haze. He could only feel his whole face stinging with cold. After Su Wanshu got out of bed, she first tapped on Grandma Xiao's door. Seeing Grandma Xiao was okay, she then went to wake Xiao Guancheng and Yang Guihua. In weather this brutal, if the can goes cold and folks aren't awake, they could freeze to death easy.
Yeah. The temperature outside feels like it is still dropping.
I'll head out and make sure to rouse the whole village.
Dad, let me go instead. I'm young, I can run fast.
I'm thrilled my Xiaoyan's all grown up now, but this is no ordinary night. We've got to handle it ourselves.
Yeah. You trust me on this, right?
Little uncle.
Xiaoyan and I'll go notify everyone in a bit. Dad. Mom's still pregnant, you know. You stay home and look after her. Oh, right. Our can ain't as warm as the heated room. Help Mom over to the warm room to hunker down.
With that, Su Wanshu ducked back inside and fetched 2 bowls of goji berry wine. She handed 1 bowl to Xiao Muyan, then downed the other in 1 gulp herself.
Xiaoyan, grab an iron basin and bang it hard on your way to Uncle's place. I'll head to Little Ant's.
Wake up, everybody. Freeze coming in. Wake up. Folks, freezing disasters here.
Xiaoyan, hurry and round everyone up in the main hall. Freezing disaster tonight. Keep someone on night watch. Don't step out unless it is urgent. Oh, yeah, stock up on extra firewood inside. No matter the heated keg or the flames in the brazier, they can't be allowed to die out.
Wife, I want to set off some firecrackers. That'll jolt the whole village awake.
That is a solid plan.
Su Wanshu tossed the string of firecrackers aside, then spun around and yanked Xiao Muyan toward the house. The firecrackers trailed behind, booming thunderously in the biting north wind. Su Wanshu figured anyone with ears worth a darn could hear those blasts, no problem.
Little Yan, you grab extra feed and stash it in the warm shed. I'll tow some hay to the livestock out back.
Okay.
Without a second thought, Su Wanshu whisked all the livestock into her space.
So cold.
Su Wanshu rubbed her hands, numb from the biting chill.
Little uncle, come sit over here by Mom. How is it looking out there?
It is brutal out there. If Xiaoyan and I hadn't knocked back some goji wine each earlier, we'd both be frozen solid, like popsicles by now. Good thing Xiao Yan was sharp and quick on her feet just now. He snagged a string of firecrackers from Uncle's place and lit them up. By now, everyone in the village must have been scared awake by those bangs.
So that is you two, who set off those firecrackers.
Hearing it was Xiao Muyan's idea, Xiao Guancheng felt a swell of pride in his chest. He reckoned Xiao Muyan had finally come into his own after tying the knot.
Wonder about those animals out back. If they can tough out weather this harsh.
Don't fret, Grandma. I packed the shed full of licorice root for 'em. Plus, they've got their thick hides. They'll make it through, no doubt.
They swapped a few words, and nestled on the toasty kang, started drifting off. Little did they know, a fierce goose feather blizzard was raging right outside the door. A cold wave crept in from beyond the mountain, slowly bearing down on Nanfeng Village at almost a visible pace. Nanfeng Village was soon blanketed in a frozen world of ice and snow.
From the novel. How are the cattle and sheep holding up?
They're all fine. As expected, they're tougher against the cold than we are.
The recent frost disaster has hit Suai County pretty hard. Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan are making their way toward Changtai County. Along the road, they spot scattered scraps of paper money as they pass by a desolate mass grave. They even see bodies crudely wrapped in straw mats and dumped right there in the pit. A chill runs through Su Wanshu's heart. This frost has probably claimed countless lives. Suddenly, an inexplicable unease stirs in Su Wanshu's chest. The landscape stretches out vast and empty all around. Snow still blankets the hills and fields, refusing to melt. Though nothing seems out of place, Su Wanshu just can't shake the feeling of dread. She releases the little red sparrow from her spatial realm, sending it to scout the area.
From the novel.
Strip this blanket over your lap.
We'll share it to keep warm.
After they'd traveled a bit further, the little red sparrow flutters back. Through the bird's senses, Su Wanshu faintly picks up soldiers ahead, checking travelers. Su Wanshu 翻极大. Weren't these checks always done at the city gates before? Why start inspecting way out here, miles from Changtai County? Could northern barbarians have slipped through?
Travel permit.
Su Wanshu hands her travel permit to the officer. The officer glances at the permit, then eyes Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan. By rights, the officer ought to wave them through now.
Pull your ox cart over here.
Officer, is there something wrong with my travel permit?
What are you asking all these questions for? Get that ox cart over here, now.
Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan exchange a wary glance. Following the officer's orders, they steer the ox cart to an open patch beside the official road. The officer clutches Su Wanshu's travel permit and heads toward the makeshift tent by the roadside.
Monkey.
We just stopped 2 more folks back there. It matches what Wang Gudan described pretty closely. That young lady had clear, bright features with a medicine pouch slung from her waist.
It is true.
Okay.
I took a close look, no doubt about it. We've been staking out here for over 10 days, eyeing cart after cart, so many young girls passing by. But only this one had a medicine pouch on her. I was several paces away, and I still caught that faint whiff of herbs.
Ah, good, good. Quick, go nab them. If we don't catch them soon, General Zhao toss us all beyond the pass to feed the wolves.
Su Wanshu, standing by the ox cart, perked up at the name General Zhao and pieced it all together in a flash. This has got to be about the tiger tally.
Did you catch what that officer said once he ducked into the tent?
Yeah, I heard. They're coming for us.
Little Swallow, I know you're fast on your feet. Whatever goes down in a moment, don't get tangled up in it. Just bolt straight for Changtai County town. We'll link up later at that market, where we stashed the ox cart before.
Wife.
No matter what happens,
I'm not running off.
I've got to stay by your side.
Even if it means dying.
Xiao Muyan was long past being that clueless fool she'd first met. Now, he could keep her safe.
Little Yan, follow my lead when I say.
No sooner had she spoken than 4 men stepped out from the nearby tent.
Hop on the cart, go!
The water buffalo bucked in sudden pain along its back and charged off wildly. Perched in the cart, Su Wanshu chambered pellet after pellet of deadly shot, firing them back at the officers giving chase.
Miss Su, what are you doing here? Miss Lu,
Lu Xiyun stepped forward and took Su Wanshu's hand, leading her into the alley by the roadside.
The streets are crawling with bailiffs hunting for you. Why'd you come into the county?
Miss Su, let me get you out of the city. Those are General Zhao's men. If they catch you, you might not make it out alive. Miss Lu, do you know something about all this?
Lu Xiyun nodded slightly, but said no more. Instead, she disguised Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan as delivery boys and snuck them back to the Lu residence.
Miss Lu, thank you for saving me today.
You're too kind, Miss Su.
If it weren't for you saving my life last time, I'd probably be nothing but a pile of dry bones by now.
Lu Xiyun prepared a table of lunch for them. Delicate little dishes were served one by one. Lu Xiyun, who had been chatting with Su Wanshu moments ago, suddenly furrowed her brow, looking quite unwell.
Miss Lu, are you feeling unwell?
I've had no appetite lately. Just looking at these oily dishes makes my stomach turn terribly.
Su Wanshu was a physician and instinctively took Lu Xiyun's pulse. As soon as Su Wanshu's hand touched Lu Xiyun's wrist, she froze in shock. Lu Xiyun 还没出趴的, even been married yet, but her pulse is clearly the joyful pulse of pregnancy. Su Wanshu hesitated only a second before blurting it out. A long moment passed. Lu Xiyun's rigid body went limp. She slumped into the chair, burying her face in her hands and sobbing.
Miss Lu, steady yourself. Don't give in to grief just yet. You need to pull yourself together and face this now.
Miss, we can't keep this child. Otherwise, you won't have a chance of surviving.
Sister Seal, I'm keeping this baby. I'm giving birth to it. Even if it costs me my life, I'm still giving birth to this child.
Miss, why put yourself through all this? Madam's already talking it over with old Madam Fan about the wedding date for Miss Crescent Moon and young General Fan. And even if you can keep it hidden for now, what about 3 months from now? Once your belly starts showing, there is no hiding it. If the madam finds out the baby's young General Fans, you won't have a prayer.
Aunt Se, please stop trying to talk me out of it. Tomorrow, I'll beg my aunt to let us move together to the countryside estate. Once we're out of the Lu residence, I figure the madam won't go so far as to hunt us down.
Miss, you're still underestimating the madam. That baby's young General Fans. Why would she let you two live? Even the countryside estate answers to her completely. She just has to give the word. And in a few months, you and your aunt will vanish without a trace. How could you ever safely bring this child into the world?
Miss Lu, if you trust me, you can tell me what is really going on. Maybe I can help.
That day coming back from the clinic, I was scared out of my wits. I holed up in my room, didn't even touch dinner. But who could have seen that night going so wrong? In the dead of night, Hai Qing snuck into my room. He'd been slipped some cheap aphrodisiac. With no other choice, I helped him work it out. As that Hai Qing left, he said he'd come propose to my family the very next day, but he never showed. It was only later I found out the northern barbarians had invaded the border, and a Qing had been rushed there on urgent orders. Just 2 days ago, word came from the general's mansion that he is marrying my legitimate sister. The families are already picking the date, Miss Lu.
Why don't I head over to the general's mansion for you? If little General Fans truly turned his back on you, you don't have to waste yourself on a heartless scoundrel and throw away the rest of your life.
How could I let that happen? It is crawling with hunters out there. Too dangerous for you to go near the general's mansion.
No worries. You and we're bound by fate, after all. So I'll make the trip for you.
Su Wanshu's got a fierce, unyielding spirit. Lu Xiyun's pure-hearted and gently endearing. Their personalities couldn't be more opposite. Yet, they've pulled each other from the brink of death more than once. Fate's a truly wondrous thing, you have to admit.
Miss Yu, if you wouldn't mind me, why don't we swear sisterhood today? Become sworn sisters bound by oath.
Lu Xiyun was born to a concubine. She has always been confined to this tiny world of the inner courtyard. She yearns for the carefree life beyond these walls. Su Wanshu's bold, easygoing ways draw Lu Xiyun in like a moth to flame. In her, Lu Xiyun glimpses the warmth of true life.
Sure. I've lived all these years without ever knowing what sisterly bonds or real family warmth feels like.
Past life, or this one. Su Wanshu's always wandered alone. This is the first time she is letting herself truly embrace a sister's love. The general's mansion isn't hard to find. Following Lu Xiyun's instructions, Su Wangshu and Xiao Moyan arrived at the east corner gate of the general's mansion in no time. Just the time to drink 2 cups of tea. But he has been knocking on this side door forever, and no one's coming to open it.
Wife, I'll carry you.
With a whoosh, the two of them leaped into the air.
Wife, which way should we head?
Let's drop down and grab a young maid to ask for directions. If you tell me where young General Fan's quarters are, I'll let you live. If you try any tricks on me, I'll snap your neck in an instant.
Go straight through that moon gate up ahead and keep walking forward, and you'll reach young General Fan's quarters.
There were 6 guards standing outside the courtyard, and the patrols were constantly circling the perimeter.
Xiao Yan, let's take to the rooftops.
With skills like yours, you've got the nerve to claim years of experience treating soldiers.
My grandson's just suffered some sword wounds,
and you can't even treat that.
Madam, young General Fan has internal injuries. We truly have no way to save him.
All of you, get out! Please, madam, don't get upset. We should hasten the marriage to the Lu girl, bring her in for the joyous union, to ward off the misfortune. It might just turn things around. This is what is important. Go tell Madame Lu. I've checked the almanac. 5 days from now is an auspicious day. Yes. This servant will go see Madame Lu right away.
Old Madame Fan glanced inside at Fan Haiqing, who then left, supported by 2 maids. Su Wanshu saw only 2 older mammies left in the room. She quietly took a pinch of knockout powder from her medicine pouch and blew it through a small hole into the room. In just a few breaths' time, these 2 matrons drifted off to sleep in a hazy stupor. Su Wanshu and Shao Muyan slipped past, while the patrols looked away. They quietly vaulted through the back window into the room.
Wifey, men and women shouldn't touch.
I'm a doctor. Treating patients doesn't care about gender.
No. You're my wife. You can't treat any other man.
The old Shao Muyan never had these hang-ups. Su Wanshu 一下儿得 felt of Xiao Yan. Xiao Moyan, you've gone and absorbed some of Xiao Yan's old fixations.
Xiao Yan. The young General Fan is none other than him. Besides, he likes Miss Lu.
Fine then. Just this once. From now on, wifey, you can only touch my robes. No touching any other stinky man's robes.
In the heat of the moment, Su Wangshu had no time to clean Fan Haiqing's wounds. She could only feed him a heat-clearing detox pill first, along with a bit of diluted spiritual spring water. Then, she rebandaged Fan Haiqing's wounds. Su Wanshu then rejoined Lu Xiyun with Xiao Miyan.
Uncle, you're back! Did you see General Fan Shao? Yes, I saw General Fan Shao. His condition isn't good.
The moment Lu Xiyun heard Fan Haiqing was gravely wounded, her eyes welled up with tears.
I knew General Fan Shao wouldn't let me down.
Uncle!
What am I supposed to do now? General Fan Shao's injured. He has no clue the bride he is set to marry is my legitimate elder sister.
Sister Xuyuan, don't panic just yet. We'll figure this out step by step. Nanny Song, Madame Lu probably hasn't heard about General Fan Shao's severe injuries yet, right?
Probably not. Madame Wu's family still carries some weight. Even if they're eager to ally with the Fan family, they wouldn't marry off their legitimate daughter to a man on death's door.
Then, that is our in. I've been thinking about old Madame Fan. She must want Lu Xingyue to wed General Fan Xiao in a joy-bringing marriage.
Uncle, how bad are General Fan Xiao's injuries?
General Fan Xiao's wounds are pretty serious. Yeah, but I've already treated him with medicine. He can hold on for at least 10 days. No sweat. Sister Xiyuan, I've got an idea. Not sure if it'll fly though.
Uncle, what is your plan? Spill it. I'll do anything to save General Fan Xiao, whatever it takes.
In a bit, have Nanny Song head to the streets and round up a few gossipy women. Spread the word that General Fan Xiao's badly hurt, hanging by a thread, and they want Lu Xingyue for a joy-bringing marriage. Once Lu Xingyue throws a fit and storms over to Madame Lu, you pull Madame Lu aside privately. Tell her you're willing to step in for Lu Xinye's joy-bringing marriage. But with one condition, she has to formally adopt you under her name first, so you can go as her second legitimate daughter, to bring him good fortune.
Uncle, I'm all in whatever you say. As long as I can marry General Fan Shao in a joy-bringing wedding, I'm not afraid at all.
Su Wanshu shared a few more details with Lu Xiyun before heading off with Xiao Muyan. They agreed. He'd return to Changtai County in 5 days.
Wife, I've got quick feet. I'll carry you home.
But I don't have an ox cart. Let's go. Just a bit further up ahead. I stashed the ox cart.
Our family ox cart. Didn't you say the big buffalo could head into town on its own? So why hide it outside again?
You must have misheard me. How could a big buffalo just stroll into town by itself? What? You think it could pay the entry toll with its own coins? Right now, that big buffalo's probably just grazing out there on its own. We'll look around.
The mountain path's rough going, but to Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan, it was no big deal.
Xiao Yan, wait here for me a sec. I need to handle something.
What is up?
Nature calls.
After a good while, Su Wanshu emerged from the woods, leading their big buffalo. This time, Xiao Muyan didn't press for details. The two drove the ox cart straight back to Nanfeng village. Lying back in the ox cart, Su Wanshu felt utterly exhausted. Should she tell Xiao Muyan about the space? After all, Xiao Muyan would eventually absorb Xiao Yan's remnant soul, and with it, all those memories. The space wouldn't stay hidden for long then. After Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan returned home, they didn't tell the family about what happened in Changtai County.
The freezing disaster didn't hit Changtai County too hard. I saw plenty of grain shops still open for business in the county, though there were far fewer vendors hawking cabbage and radishes.
I wonder if we could even sell these mushrooms in Changtai County.
Yeah. Why don't you spread the word to the villagers? If any family wants to grow mushrooms, I can personally show them how to set up a worm house. I'll give everyone free mushroom spawn. If anyone's got questions, they can come ask me anytime.
Okay. I'll head over to the village head right now and sort this out.
After dinner, a bunch of villagers showed up at the Shao Guangcheng place to pick Su Wanshu's brain on building warm houses. It is already freezing out there. Building a full warm house with a heated can like Su Wanshu's, no way we'd finish in time now. Su Wanshu came up with a clever workaround for the villagers. Just repurpose a room in your house that already has a heated can. Seal up the windows with straw mats and mud plaster. Then keep the place toasty by firing the can and setting out some braziers. As long as it is warm enough inside, you can grow mushrooms, no problem. Hearing Su Wanshu lay it out like that, everyone suddenly realized their firewood stockpiles at home were looking a bit skimpy. So the next day, plenty of folks grabbed their axes and headed back up the mountain.
Neil, you've got to stand up for me. You can't shove your daughter into the fire pit like this. What if I marry him and he is gone in just 2 days? Young General Fan just up and dies on me. How am I supposed to get through the rest of my life?
You were the one who fell head over heels for young General Fan back then, begging to marry into the Fan family no matter what. Now that disaster struck, you're flipping and saying you won't go through with it. You think this is some kid's game?
I don't care. Let whoever wants to shout, just shout. I'd sooner hang myself right here at home than marry some man who might not even see tomorrow.
Mrs. Lu was utterly exasperated by Lu Xinye's outburst. It took her ages of coaxing to finally calm Lu Xinye down and send her away.
Madam, 7th young lady says she needs to speak with you.
The already headache. Ridden, Mrs. Lu rubbed her temples wearily. She was utterly baffled. Why on earth would Lu Xinyun come seeking her out right now?
Let her in.
Mrs. Lu, please grant my request.
My reputation's already in tatters.
Marrying into the Fan family, even if it means widowhood, is still a way out for me.
Mrs. Lu's brows furrowed slightly. She stared at Lu Xiyun for what felt like ages. She just couldn't spot any hidden agenda in this.
Very well. Then today, I'll formally take you under my wing. In 3 days, you'll marry into the Fan family in Xinyue's place.
That fool, Lu Xiyun, actually stepping up to marry General Fan in my stead. She can't seriously believe General Fan's going to pull through, can she?
Miss, about this auspicious marriage, Rush, could it all be a ruse? General Fan's only suffered a minor injury.
How could it possibly be fake? My mother's already sent folks to look into it. General Fan was carried back to the Fan residence, and the town's top physicians. They've all examined him. I'm afraid it is grim, more ill omens than good.
Then, let's hand this splendid match over to that illegitimate girl.
Splendid match? What splendid match? Didn't Lu Xingyun just beg to marry into the Fan family for me? Then, perfect. I'll just sit back and watch her turn widow days after tying the knot.
Wifey, quick. Look. I caught a rabbit.
小妍真厉害, you're amazing. Let's wander around the valley a bit. See if we can back some other game.
Not only did they snag some wild rabbits, but they also found 2 nests of young ones.
小妍, look closely now.
He waves his hand. Suddenly, the little rabbits in the basket vanish into thin air. Xiao Moyan peers into the basket, his face full of shock. He picks up the basket and sees it is empty. No rabbits. Then he pats down Su Wangshu's clothes.
All those little rabbits. How could I hide them all on me?
Wifey, where'd you stash those little rabbits?
In a bit. I'll show you a place. But we have a deal, okay? No matter what you see, you can't tell a soul besides us two. If you ever spill my secret.
Wifey, I swear to the heavens, I'll keep it forever. Our little secret, you and me.
Suddenly, a flash of light surrounds them, and they step into the space.
Wifey, this is my space farm.
Su Wanshu thinks, and a big red apple appears in his hand.
Xiaoyan, try this apple from my space. Is it sweet?
Xiao Moyan doesn't stand on ceremony with Su Wanshu. He takes a big crunching bite into the apple. Sweet juice floods his mouth in an instant.
Is this from those apple saplings we bought in town together?
Yes. I've planted one of each fruit in the space. Peaches and pears too.
Wifey, later, let's grab some fruit for Mom.
I'd love to, but with the weather like this, if I suddenly pull out apples this fresh, Mom and Dad will ask where they came from. How am I supposed to explain that?
Next time we're heading to Changtai County, we can load some up in a basket and bring them home. If Mom and Dad ask where they came from, just say I picked them up at the market.
All right, we'll go with your plan. You've gotten so sharp lately. All thanks to my spiritual spring. Just one little sip, and even a silly goose like you turns clever.
So that rash you had on your face back then, that was from the spiritual spring water too. Yeah, and Dad's bad leg spiritual spring water. Fix that right up.
Yeah, this spiritual spring water is something else. I've been slipping it into our family water jar. A bit diluted, you know. Haven't you noticed how everyone's hale and hearty around the house these days? When Uncle's family first showed up, they were all skin and bones, starved half to death, and it has only been a few months here. Now they're all filling out nicely.
This spiritual spring water is pure magic. There's the little wild rabbit hiding out.
Little Yan, once we've had a good look around, let's head on out. I've still got to track down those wild goats and fire foxes.
Shao Muyan seems absolutely taken with Su Wanshu space farm. One minute he is eyeing the herbs in the fields. The next he is watching the little critters scamper about. You should have seen how over the moon he was.
Your Lu family sure knows how to pick 'em. Sending over a concubine's daughter, like you. And now look what has happened. My grandson's wounds keep flaring up. It is all because of you, you Jinx. You're nothing but a wretched soul. You don't even deserve to bring him joy to ward off this curse.
Xi Yun is my rightful wife. Scolding her like that is no different from insulting me.
You're dead set on shielding this little bastard's girl. Her fate is far too frail. If you keep protecting her, you are signing your own death warrant. Grandmother, you're all I have left. I can't let anything happen to you. I've made up my mind. Come tomorrow. I'll bring in an equal consort for you. I've already found the perfect match. Her horoscope aligns perfectly with yours. Once that equal consort steps through the door, your condition is bound to turn around.
Madam, Please, just one more day. This morning, I lit incense at the temple and drew a lot for the general. It is the best omen possible. He'll definitely pull through.
With a lowly fate like yours. What good could your talisman possibly do?
Madam, I beg you, one day. That is all I ask. I swear by tonight's end, most of the general's wounds will have healed.
Grandmother, are you really so eager to drive me to my grave? Can't you wait just one day?
Haichi, that little vixen has you completely bewitched. You're throwing your own life away for her.
Hi.
Very well. Then I'll grant you one more day. But if Haiching's condition shows no improvement by tomorrow, I'll bring in that equal consort by afternoon.
Old Madam Fan left those words hanging in the air, then swept out with her maids and servants in tow. Su Wanshu waited until the room cleared. Only then did she step inside with Xiao Muyan.
Uncle, I knew you'd show up.
I overheard every word between you and old Madam Fan just now. Qi Yin, aren't you worried I might not come?
I trust your word.
Qi Yin, you're still a fresh bride, you know. Crying like that'll ruin your pretty face.
I won't cry. Little uncle, quick check the general's wound. Ever since I married in, the general's wounds have been up and down. He even ran a fever last night.
Young General Fan, I can treat your injuries, but it'll sting a bit. Not sure if you can tough it out.
As long as Miss Su can get me on the mat. Whatever the pain, I can take it. No matter how bitter the medicine, I'll choke it down.
All right, then let's get to it.
He first gives Fan Haiqing a strong numbing pill. Once Fan Haiqing is fully numbed and can't feel a thing, Su Wanshu draws a dagger. She starts debriding the dead flesh from Fan Haiqing's wounds.
Qi Yin, if it is too much for you, don't look. It is pretty gruesome.
I'm not scared. Just tell me what you need. I'm here to help.
The whole procedure takes no more than the time to brew 2 pots of tea. He cleans both wounds for Fan Haiqing and stitches them up neatly.
Young General Fan, I've brought some medicine for you. Take 1 pill each day. It'll keep your wound from getting inflamed or infected, and stop any fever from setting in. Brew the herbs once in the morning, and once at night. This'll speed up the healing of your wound.
Miss Su, you saved my life. I'll never forget it. Not for as long as I live.
Then, Fan Haiqing had Lu Xiyun bring over a stack of silver notes.
This is just a small token of my thanks. Please, Miss Su, don't turn it down.
General Fan, I can't take these silver notes. I've gone and crossed General Zhao's men lately, so please, help me get out of this bind.
Su Wanshu explained how she'd run into those mountain bandits up on the peak and snatched the tiger talisman right from Zhao Qing. She laid the whole story out for Fan Haiqing.
Young General Fan, even now, here in Changtai County, they've still got wanted posters up for the 2 of us. The general would uncover it all with just a quick look.
With that, Su Wanshu drew out the tiger talisman and passed it straight to Fan Haiqing. By then, Fan Haiqing was already reeling from the words tiger talisman. His mind turned to complete mush, thoughts grinding to a halt. What the hell is a tiger talisman? It is the kind of token that can summon armies by the thousands, especially now with the court facing threats from within and without. For a general like him, the one who claims the tiger talisman could make a real play for the throne.
Qi Yun, fetch it from the hidden drawer in the doorbell cabinet for me. The book with the white cover.
Moments later, Lu Xiyun returned with the white-covered book and handed it to Fan Haiqing. Fan Haiqing asked Lu Xiyun to help him search through the pages. It didn't take long before they found the rubbing of the tiger talisman.
This is the real tiger talisman. Miss Su, I'll take care of this. In a bit, I'll send someone to spread the word.
Say that I've obtained the tiger talisman.
All right, then I'll have to trouble you, General Fan. Take good care of those wounds. They'll heal in no time. It is nothing. I won't disturb your recovery, General.
Little uncle, you saved the general's life. You can't just leave empty-handed. Is there anything you want?
Seeing that Lu Xiyun truly wanted to give her something, she simply asked him for 2 horses. Fan Haiqing saw that Su Wanshu wanted horses. He had his men deliver 2 war horses to her, 1 red, 1 white.
Cherish this bond. Walk me out. I have something to tell you.
Su Wanshu asked Lu Xiyun about some things concerning Xiao Sulan. Lu Xingyun told Su Wenshu everything she knew, including Xiao Sulan's affair with Lu Mo, and how Lu Mo's been throwing banquets at home every day to entertain the scholars, all in hopes of scouting a bride. She spilled it all.
Xiao Sulan sure is a real flirt.
In her mind, the customs in Kanji Kingdom are still downright feudal. Any wife caught fooling around on the side would get drowned in a pig cage. But Xiao Sulan doesn't seem the least bit scared. Openly carrying on with a playboy like Lu Mo, doesn't she care about her reputation at all?
Xiaoyan, in a bit, head to the tavern and wait for me. I've got some business to take care of outside.
Wifey, what are you up to?
Just picking up a few things. Be good and wait for me to get back.
Miss, Lu Xiyun's been wed into the general's mansion for days now, and no bad rumors have slipped out yet. Could young General Fan's illness really be cured?
That little slut Lu Xingyun really lucked out.
Miss, how could we let that little bastard Lu Xingyun get off easy? Once General Fan's wounds heal up a bit more, we'll do away with that little bastard. To the world, we'll say she was just a concubine sent to bring good fortune to young General Fan. Then you can waltz into the Fan family as the official wife. Problem solved.
Lu Xinye's face lit up the moment she heard Xiao Sulang lay it out.
You think it'll fly?
What if the Fan family balks?
Miss, you think the Fan family wants a proper legitimate daughter as their daughter-in-law, or some lowly illegitimate girl?
Perfect. Soon enough, you'll get your moment in the spotlight.
A wisp of white smoke seeped through the window paper into the room. The two who had been chatting away so eagerly just moments before suddenly saw black and lost consciousness. Su Wanshu struts boldly through the front gate. She slips a hallucinogen pill and an aphrodisiac pill down Lu Xinyue's throat. Over on Xiao Sulan's side, she gives her 2 aphrodisiac pills. Lucky for her, Su Wanshu's got some serious strength, one in each hand. She hauls them both out of the room. Su Wanshu casually dumps Lu Xinye under the moon gate at the courtyard entrance. Then she drags Xiao Sulan off to that empty little courtyard.
Xiaoko, why'd you drag me out to this secluded courtyard all by ourselves? Don't tell me you've got spring fever.
Lu Mo doesn't even have time to process what is happening. Before he passes out cold, she and the little maid lay Lu Mo and Xiao Sulan out on the floor inside the room. And just like that, she feeds Lu Mo 2 aphrodisiac pills too. Those 2 aphrodisiac pills ought to stir up a real storm for them. Su Wanshu vaults onto the rooftop. She picks the perfect vantage point to enjoy the show.
Wife, you said you were just popping out to grab a few things. That means scaling the Lu family roof.
Xiao Muyan materializes out of thin air, right beside Su Wanshu, startling Su Wanshu so bad she nearly tumbles right off the roof.
Little Yan, how'd you end up here?
I came along with you, duh.
Hold on. When you climbed up just now, I didn't hear a peep from you.
'Cause my lightness skill's better than yours.
You're not listening to me. I told you to wait for me at the tea house, but you told me anyway.
But you lied too, wife. You said you were shopping. Is this what you call shopping? Fine, we're even.
Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the courtyard where the scholars were drinking, sending many scholars who'd been drinking inside the rooms. Rushing out to the courtyard, Lu Xinye, who had been dressed in a padded jacket, was now stripped down to just a doo-doo and a pair of drawers, singing and dancing wildly in the courtyard. As she danced, she kept tugging at it now and then, her doo-doo, as if the flimsy thing was getting in her way. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lu swept in with a grand entourage of maids and servants, trailing behind her. The little maid whispered to Mrs. Lu, "Miss Xiao Sulan's come looking for young Master Lu Mo again." Mrs. Lu knew full well what that again really meant. In the past, she'd turned a blind eye, pretending not to know a thing about it. Lu Mo was just chasing that thrill of novelty. Once the novelty wore off, he'd naturally cut all ties with Xiao Sulan. But now, things were different. Lu Mo was right in the thick of courtship, talks with the Liu family girl. At a moment like this, if anything went wrong, she'd tear Xiao Sulan limb from limb. As Mrs. Lu entered the courtyard, she caught the sounds coming from the room, nearly passing out from sheer fury.
Go drag that wretched spawn of mine out here! Strip that harlot Xiao Sulan naked, stuff her in a sack, and dump her right at her family's doorstep. From now on, she is banned from ever setting foot in the Lu residence.
Just you wait soon. You won't be so smug.
The sturdy servants, obeying Mrs. Lu's command, kicked the door open and charged in to seize them. Su Wanshu caught sight of a blur of bare flesh. She quickly clapped a hand over Xiao Muyan's eyes to shield him from the sight. Xiao Solan and Lu Mo were locked in a passionate tangle, impossible to pull apart. The servants hadn't even managed to drag them out yet, when a piercing scream suddenly rang out from Lu Xinyue's direction. Mrs. Lu could no longer spare a thought for Lu Mo and Xiao Sulan. Hiking up her skirts, she dashed straight over. When she beheld her own legitimate daughter tugging at her judo in full view of everyone, she nearly staggered on her feet. Mrs. Lu was utterly beside herself, beyond caring about anything else. He shrugged off his outer robe and stumbled right over, draping his own clothes over Lu Xinyue.
Xinyue! Have you completely lost your mind?
In an instant, the whole Lu mansion erupted into total chaos. Mrs. Lu, propping up Lu Xinyue, barely managed a few steps before finally collapsing in a dead faint. Well, isn't this just perfect? The Lu mansion's in an even bigger uproar now. Su Wanshu saw the excitement was dying down, so she grabbed Xiao Muyan and slipped out of the Lu mansion amid the frantic crowd.
Xiaoyan, on our way back today, we can ride those war horses. How about we wander around the city first and pick up a few things to take home? The New Year's just around the corner. We should snag some fresh trinkets for the house too.
Sure. Xiaoyan, you know how to ride, right? No worries.
Granny, have you heard about the Lu family drama?
Sure, I have.
Word is, the Lu family's eldest daughter stripped right in front of those scholars. Shed her padded jacket and all. They say she had on a puny embroidered belly band.
Oh my. So that is the scandal I hadn't heard yet.
No wonder the Lus are saying, the eldest Miss Lu's lost her mind.
No decent girl would ever pull something like that.
What a scandal. Utterly shameless.
Who'd dare marry the likes of Miss Lu now? If you ask me.
The Lus might as well lock her up at home for good.
But that is nothing compared to the juiciest bit.
I hear young Master Lu went and seduced one of the young Mrs. Married ladies in waiting. And Mrs. Lu caught them red-handed.
Just like Su Wanshu had heard, Mrs. Lu stripped Xiao Sulan bare and dumped her at the Xiao family gate. Mrs. Lu was seething with rage. She even lashed her with 10 strokes for good measure. They say when they dragged Xiao Sulan back, her head was a bloody mess.
Granny, you come out here to sunbathe a lot.
I live right down that alley. Once winter hits, I've got nothing much to do. So I catch the midday sun here just about every day.
I feel like we've got a real connection. I'll swing by to chat with you often. Then.
With that, Su Wanshu pulled out 10 copper coins and handed them to Granny for some tea. Granny was sharp as a tack. She could tell right away Su Wanshu had a nose for the dirty secrets of high society households. Beaming, she pocketed the 10 coins from Su Wanshu and promised the world. They hadn't been out the city gates long when Su Wanshu summoned the 2 war horses. But this chestnut war horse right in front of her, the moment Su Wanshu grabbed its reins, let out an irritated snort and tossed its head. Su Wanshu's brow furrowed slightly, gripping the reins in one hand, tugging at the saddle with the other, hoping to mount the war horse in one bold leap. But the war horse turned out to be way too tall. For someone with Su Wanshu's petite build, it was no easy task at all. She struggled for several tries, her face flushed beet red from the strain. Only then did she finally clamber onto the horse's back. Su Wanshu figured that was the hard part over. Little did she know, the real awkwardness was just beginning. Perched in the saddle, Su Wanshu found her feet couldn't even reach the stirrups. She was so frustrated, she felt ready to burst right there on the spot. This war horse must have a real grudge against her. Why'd you have to grow so darn tall?
In the story, let's just tuck Xiaobai into the space. We'll share a single horse, just the 2 of us. And my feet can actually reach the stirrups.
Su Wanshu settled in the saddle, hated to admit her legs were too short. But with the proof right in front of her, she had no choice but to face it. Su Wanshu flicked her hand, and just like that, the white war horse vanished into her space. The horse bolted off at full speed. Su Wanshu felt the icy north wind blasting right in her face, nearly twisting her face right off. Instinctively, She snuggled closer into Xiao Muyan's embrace. Xiao Muyan wrapped one arm around Su Wanshu's slim waist, raised firm in his other hand. Every so often, he'd glance down at Su Wanshu, practically melting into his chest. A gentle smile tugged at the corners of his lips.
Yeah. We ain't short on food back home. We can grow some mushrooms to keep for ourselves. No need to trek all the way to Changtai County. Things are still too dicey out there. The snow sealed the mountains shut, and grain setching over 100 yen a pound. Who knows how many'll starve before winter's out. If you cross paths with those folks driven mad by hunger, you're liable to end up in another brutal scrap.
Fair enough. But over at your uncle's, they'll likely plant a good heap of mushrooms. When it is time to haul them to Changtai County for sale, we'll probably borrow a neighbor's ox cart.
That'll be easy enough. Uncle won't hesitate to let me tag along.
That evening, Zhao and Grandma Xiao fixed dinner. Zhao's a wizard in the kitchen. She whipped up roast lamb chops and egg mushroom soup, along with steaming buffalo milk buns. Zhao laid the chops over the coals and grilled them slow and steady, the time it takes to sip 2 cups of tea. The whole rack was crackling with that irresistible smoky scent. Just one whiff and your mouth starts watering.
Little auntie, your cooking skills are out of this world. Once the harvests turn around, you oughta set up shop with a tavern in Changtai County. It'd be jammed wall to wall every single day.
It won't be half as grand as you're making it sound. If you ask me, these chops are so tasty thanks to that goat you nabbed. A real wild one from the hills, grazing on the sweetest mountain grass day in, day out, guzzling the freshest spring water. How could it not be delicious?
After supper, Su Wanshu hadn't even gotten a sip of her hot tea when the villagers started filing into the Xiao place one by one.
Guan Chang, your house is so cozy and warm. These lean times have us all hanging on by a thread, fighting for survival. If we skip selling mushrooms in Changtai County and stick to just this little spot in Swaya Town, with so many mushrooms grown right here in the village, I'm afraid we won't sell them all. How about this instead? Every time we head to Changtai County to sell mushrooms, we'll have at least 10 folks from the village going together. All strong young men, trudging along the road. Even those with shady intentions will think twice, too scared to try anything funny.
Li Zheng's got a point. As long as everyone in the village pulls together, grow plenty of mushrooms, and we'll make it through the winter, no doubt.
I've got loads of spawn back home. Anybody looking to grow some, just swing by my place and grab some. But let me lay this out plain and simple up front. When you're planting those mushrooms, don't overdo it. Stick to what you can handle. This year's weather's all over the place. Who knows when a freeze might hit out of nowhere? What if you burn through all your firewood, just keeping those beds warm, and then the freeze rolls in? You'll be left toughing it out with just your own skin and bones to get you through.
You think a freeze like the one we had before could strike again? Heaven wouldn't let folks live through that twice, would it?
Truth is, you never can tell with a freeze like that. I'm just here to give everyone a heads up.
On this, Su Wanshu's right no amount of talk changes it. It all comes down to what each family decides. The next day, Su Wanshu hears from Xiao Guancheng that Liu Sanhu's rounded up villagers to chop wood up in the mountains. Even with the biting cold, to stay alive, plenty still head out.
Folks in our village sure are hardworking.
All your uncles went too, and this afternoon, your little uncle and I'll head up there again to haul back more better stock up at home. Can't hurt.
This time, Su Wanshu headed straight into Changtai County without stopping anywhere else. She made a beeline for the back alley of the Lu residence to get the scoop from that old lady. From a good distance away, Su Wanshu spotted the old woman chatting with a few other elderly ladies. They were soaking up the sun while mending clothes together. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Su Wanshu approaching. She whisked Su Wanshu off to a quiet spot away from prying ears.
I've done some digging. Where is Miss Lu, becoming anyone's proper wife? She is just stepping in as a concubine for some old geezer. The word is that old man's got a cushy post in the capital. He is no small fry, lending a spot as concubine to a bigwig like that. Miss Lu's hit the jackpot.
And what about Mrs. Xiao? After the way Mrs. Lu humiliated her that day, she didn't just die of shame and rage.
Oh, young lady, you've got no idea how tough the Xiao clan is. You have no clue. Mrs. Xiao's one tough cookie. After pulling off something so shameless with young Master Lu, she even dosed herself with that stuff. When Mrs. Lu tossed her out, the effects hadn't worn off yet. She didn't even mind the welts from the whipping. or that her husband's constitution was frail. She dragged him off anyway to relieve the effects. Oh, you should have seen it. Word is, not long after supper, the Xiao household called in a doctor. That young Master Xiao, he nearly didn't make it.
Su Wanshu could hardly believe there was even juicier drama to follow.
So, what is the latest?
The best part is yet to come. Young Master Xiao fell gravely ill, hanging on by a thread. But the Xiao family was flat broke, couldn't scrape together a dime for his care. Turns out Mrs. Xiao's dad and brother got hooked on gambling. They swiped every last coin from the house and gambled it all away, not even treating young Master Xiao's illness. That little lady's father sold Mrs. Xiao off to the red light district in just a few days.
Wow, surely Mrs. Xiao isn't still taking clients in those Flower Street brothels. Is she?
Miss, you're seriously underestimating that little lady. She is got some real tricks up her sleeve. No sooner had her father sold her off to the red light district than right away she hooked up with a young gentleman who bought her freedom. And this Mrs. Xiao Xiao, she is the real deal, tough as nails. The way she wraps men around her finger beats even the top courtesans in the pleasure houses. Word is, that patron even gave Mrs. Xiao some silver so she could get treatment for her husband.
Su Wanshu's view of Xiao Sulan was shattered once more. For her to still be alive, unscathed by imprisonment, execution, or drowning, it is nothing short of a miracle.
Little Yan, let's go check out what Xiao Sulan's up to.
Little Yan, why are you so fixated on Xiao Sulan? She is a bad woman. Wouldn't it be better if we just kept our distance?
I just have this feeling Xiao Sulan's hiding something big from us. She tried to kill you out of nowhere before. I don't think it was just jealousy. There's more to it. We need to get to the bottom of this, so she doesn't cook up any more schemes against our family down the line.
Sulan knows you're a man of real talent.
Sticking close to young Master Yi these days, you're sure to line your pockets nicely.
Could you spare a few taels for your old man?
New Year's right around the corner. You could slip out and grab some holiday supplies.
So, we can ring in a truly bountiful year.
Dad, young Master Yi's not exactly swimming in silver himself. I'll head over to him in a bit, see if I can scrounge up a tael or two.
Fine, off you go. Quick as you can.
Xiao Sulan navigates here like it is her own backyard, not even pausing to knock. She just shoves the door open and strides right in. It is plain to see she is on intimate terms with the place.
Auntie, this courtyard looks nothing like the others around here. Hard to say who is holed up inside.
That is the Yi residence. They say young Master Yi inside is a big-time merchant fresh from Yonge Prefecture. He rolled in this past summer, and he has been under the weather ever since. I've been minding my stall here for ages, catching whiffs of medicinal brews, day in, day out. It has only been the last couple weeks that young Master Yi started mending. These men laid low for so damn long, and the second they're on their feet, they can't rein themselves in. Off to the brothels every other day. Word is he even redeemed a stunning courtesan just the other day.
Su Wanshu listens in, touching softly to herself. Xiao Sulan's got guts. I'll give her that. Zeroing in on men who are still sickly. Doesn't bat an eye if one drops dead right there in her bed. On that enormous canopy bed, two silhouettes writhe beneath the sheets. But moments later, all goes quiet inside. Su Wanshu pursed her lips. Young Master Yi is not up to snuff, is he? How is this gonna help Xiao Sulan purge her poison? He has swallowed 2 doses of it. Remember,
young Master Yi, this Qingfeng Taoist, is he truly that extraordinary?
Don't worry about that. Taoist Qingfeng skills are truly formidable. When he first examined me, he spotted it right away.
That I'd been cursed with a Buddhist talisman.
I shelled out 200 taels of silver to have Taoist Qingfeng lift it for me. Once it was gone, I was back on my feet in just 5 or 6 days.
And ever since then,
my luck's turned around completely. No more bleeding money on every single deal, like before.
Young Master, I don't have 200 taels to pay Taoist Qingfeng right now.
That is no problem at all.
You're mine now, after all. What is mine is yours. Naturally, just hand over the birth chart of the one whose life you're seizing, and I'll take care of everything else. By paying a visit to Taoist Qingfeng,
Young master,
You've been so kind to me. How on earth can I repay you?
Come here. It is you I care about, the real you. I've never once thought about asking anything in return. Solan, whose birth chart is this? Once the Taoist finishes drawing the talisman, you'll have to drip that person's blood onto it and burn it up. Then, give the infused water to the one who needs their life extended. That is what makes the talisman effective.
It is my father's.
A talisman like this for borrowing life isn't something to mess around with. Your father could end up dead.
Young master, if you hadn't saved me that day, I might not even be breathing right now. Since my father doesn't give a damn whether I live or die, why should I care about him?
I'll follow your lead on everything. I'll get this sorted for you in no time.
Su Wanshu's entire worldview was crumbling to pieces. What kind of messed up stuff is this? He was having a hard time believing it. That something as twisted as borrowing life could actually exist in this world. If there really are masters like Taoist Jingfang out there, wouldn't they all be immortal by now? Back at the gates of the Shao residence, Su Wanshu faintly hears wails echoing from inside the house.
they really went and killed Xiao Guangli, didn't they?
Shao Sulan, having personally done in her own father Xiao Guangli, naturally wouldn't keep the body at home, let alone pick some auspicious day for a proper burial. She just forked over some silver to call in folks from the charity morgue, wrapped him in a straw mat, and chucked him straight into the mass grave. Xiao Guangli had been headstrong his whole life, and in the end, he couldn't even scrape together a decent burial. Doomed to fill the bellies of wild beasts instead. Back at home, whether it was Wang Feng or Xiao Zhenbao, not a soul raised a peep against Xiao Solan. How utterly heartbreaking. Su Wanshu watches as the gates of the Xiao residence swing shut once more, her heart churning with a bitter mix of emotions. Xiao Solan sacrificed her own father just to save Xiao Zhengzhi. She simply couldn't make sense of it. What staggering payoff could possibly drive Xiao Sulan to go that far? No matter how much Su Wanshu puzzled over it, she drew a blank. For now, she'd have to let the matter lie and wait to see what Xiao Sulan does next.
Authentic Northland lamb. 1 tael of silver per pound. Hey, if you want it, grab it now. Once you pass this village, no more shops.
Wife, it smells amazing. Even our mutton back home doesn't smell half this good when we cook it.
Let's go check it out.
Freshly boiled mutton soup, just 150 wen a bowl.
Uncle, you selling those little lambs of yours?
Of course. These are the little lambs I hauled back from the Northland through hell and high water. 20 tiles of silver apiece.
That is way too steep. Mutton prices have always tracked the grain. Even if it is pricey, I want tea go over 100 wen. At the very most, I'll call your little lamb 15 jin, even with the skin. That is only about 7 taels.
Hey, miss. You sure know your stuff, but I want to let these little lambs go for less than 20 taels each. No way. You have no idea. Things are getting real chaotic around Huining Pass these days. Just to drag this cart of sheep back, I nearly lost my neck.
Zhang the Butcher's spot on. I hear the northern barbarians got hammered by that snow disaster.
They might not scrape through this winter.
Lately, they've been hitting villages and towns near Huining Pass non-stop. I heard one village got stripped clean by the northern barbarians. Over here, the city guards have ramped up patrols these past couple days. Oh, wouldn't it be great if those northern barbarians swung by our way too?
General Song holding down Huining Pass. He just gonna ignore these northern barbarians.
How is he supposed to handle it all? The northern barbarians took a brutal hit from this blizzard. Tons of tribes are out of food. So to stay alive, they're slipping out in small bands for these raids. General Song wants to wipe them out, but that is no easy task.
Su Wanshu chatted away here for ages. So she just ordered 2 bowls of mutton soup and took a seat as she slowly listens to Butcher Zhang and the others discussing the northern barbarians' raids at Huining Pass. The waiter brings over 2 large bowls right in front of Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan. He piles half a bowl of sheep offal into each, then ladles in generous scoops of steaming lamb broth, topped with a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions. 2 steaming bowls of aromatic mutton soup set before them. On a bone-chilling day like this, nothing beats the pure bliss of a hot bowl of mutton soup.
Uncle, are we border folk just gonna sit back and let those northern barbarians raid us senseless?
It is only those tiny hamlets that cower from the northern barbarians. The bigger villages near Huining Pass, the villagers there, every household's got blades at the ready. When the northern barbarians come calling, hundreds strong, they don't flinch a bit.
If the folks in those Huining Pass villages can arm themselves with knives, then Nanfeng Village's villagers can too. It is just that ironware's locked down tight these days. Even if Su Wanshu hit up the blacksmith, she couldn't score dozens of blades. After savoring the mutton soup, Su Wanshu haggles a little longer with Butcher Zhang. They finally settle at 18 taels per lamb, snagging a total of 20 adorable BD lambs.
Little Yan, let's head to the general's residence together. We'll track down young General Fan and trade for some swords.
Wifey, all that grain you've stashed in your space, you're really trading it all for swords?
Yeah. Once the space's grain is gone, I can just grow more. It is no big deal. Someday, come into the space with me. I'll show you how I plant it.
Uncle, you've arrived.
Sister Xiyuan, it has been ages. Xiyunji, I'm here to see you today. There is something I need your help with.
Su Wanshu didn't beat around the bush with Lu Xiyun. She laid out her intentions straight away.
Got it. Hang on a sec. I'll send for the general right now.
Xiyuan, how is General Fan's wound healing? He barely recovered before heading out to drill the troops again. Can his body even handle that?
The general's wounds have healed up fine. He is moving sharp as ever, just that he breaks a cold sweat easily during training. I kept telling him to rest up properly at home first, then go drill the troops, but he wouldn't hear of it. Your timing's perfect this time. Take a look at the general for me in a bit. See if his wounds have fully mended.
Has old Mrs. Fan been giving you a hard time lately?
I handle all the morning and evening greetings without fail. She can't fault me there. Even if she wants to snap at me, she has got no grounds. And with no other women in the general's household, 2 of us manage just fine. It is just... sigh. Old Mrs. Fan claims my background's too lowly, that I'm shortchanging the general. She is dead set on bringing in a co-wife. But the general won't have it, and they're still at an impasse.
A co-wife? What girl could possibly match General Fan?
It is my stepmother's niece from her family.
Su Wanshu doubly speechless. Mrs. Lu, she is stirring up trouble again.
This one's called the antidote pill. It works against any common poison. Even if it doesn't fully neutralize it, it'll buy you some time. This is Crane's top red, seals the throat on contact with blood. This is Liuli powder. Swallow it, and it melts the body into a puddle of rainbow-colored sludge. This one's called Phantom Blue. Anyone who takes it turns into a mindless puppet. They'll obey no one but you, but the effect wears off pretty quick. It is just for short-term gigs.
Lu Xiyun figured he might need these someday. He didn't stand on ceremony with Su Wanshu and took the lot.
Uncle, you and Xiaoyan haven't shared a bed yet, have you?
Why would you even say that?
You haven't put your hair up in the married style yet. I've got just the thing for you. Take this home and read it alone, on the sly. Don't let anyone else get their hands on it.
Su Wanshu couldn't help but wonder. Lu Xiyun, you're handing him a martial arts manual.
Miss Yu, how do you want to make the trade?
At market rate. A knife these days runs about 2 taels of silver. I'll swap it for 10 pounds of wheat. The general won't come out on the short end.
Miss Soto, that abacus of yours sure adds up nicely.
Young General Fan, our wheat special keeps hunger at bay. You eat it and you're still raring to go.
Deal. How many blades do you need?
200.
Then where do we hand them over? You figuring on ox carts to haul the grain here?
No need for the hassle. I've got the grain parked right outside the south gate. We can swap with the general right this minute.
Fan Haiqing just assumed Su Wanshu had come locked and loaded, so he didn't overthink it, and he agreed on the spot. No questions asked.
Miss Song, you need an instructor out your way. With just your handful of villagers and their amateur moves, even armed to the teeth, you ain't matching the northern barbarians.
Su Wanshu never figured that for the swords. Fan Haiqing would toss in 2 instructors gratis. If there are any, they can head back and teach the villagers some basic fist and footwork. That way, next time the northern barbarians come raiding for food, they'll be able to hold them off a bit.
Thanks, young General Fan. Alright then, I'll take them on.
Okay. Within 3 days, I'll send 2 instructors to meet you in Nanfeng Village.
Mother, we're home.
It is freezing out there, right? You didn't catch a chill, did you?
I'm fine. This fox fur cloak you made me keeps me so warm. Mom.
Uncle Zhu, Xiaoyan just said. These swords came from you trading grain with young General Fan.
We're pretty far from Huining Pass. Sure, but if those northern barbarians get desperate for food, eyes bloodshot with hunger just to survive, they'll rampage, burning and looting everywhere. Back then, the villagers around Huining Pass grabbed their weapons to fight off the northern barbarians. If they can't scavenge food there, they'll push deeper inside the pass for sure. That is when things'll get real dangerous for us.
Shao Guancheng's seen real battle. He knows just how brutal those northern barbarians can be.
I'll head to village Headley right now, lay out how grave this is, and let him make the call.
Amitabha, when in the world will those northern barbarians finally leave us in peace? A few years back, the war hit. 9 out of 10 villages left deserted.
It was just starting to feel like we could catch our breath.
A few years of hard-won peace, and now famine strikes again.
Life here is tough enough as it is, with northern barbarians coming to raid on top of that. It is like the heavens themselves have turned against us.
Recalling the days when the northern barbarians warred with the Kenchi kingdom, Shao Nan's face clouded with worry.
Grandma, as long as we all stand together, even if the northern barbarians show up, we can hold our own against them, and protect the ones we love.
You're still so young, little uncle. It makes Grandma happy.
Of course, it is good if we all unite. But those northern barbarians, each one's more devilish than the last, terrifying beyond words. How could we ever stand a chance against them?
Su Wanshu thought to herself. Grandma Shao's just like this, terrified of the northern barbarians. The folks back in the village are probably no better off. I wonder if the whole village banding together for training will really stand a chance against the northern barbarians. Back in the day, whenever something came up in the village, they'd all gather after supper to hash it out. But today, it is not even supper time yet, and already the gong's ringing out from the ancestral hall. That is Liu Sanhu calling the whole village to a meeting about weapons. The hall's divided into 2 camps. One side's pushing to follow Su Wanshu's plan, arm ourselves and defend our homes. The other side figures the northern barbarians are just too brutal. Even if we grab our weapons, we can't take him down. Better not to throw our lives away for nothing. Then bolt straight for the hills and hide out.
Uncle Liu Wu, have you ever laid eyes on the northern barbarians? They come charging in on horseback to raid our villages. If they hit us with a night raid from the northern barbarians, the men might outrun. A few might even make it out alive. But what about the women, kids, and elders? How are they supposed to outpace those barbarian horses?
What would a little slip of a girl like you know about it? Have you ever witnessed the northern barbarians' savagery? If they really come charging in, we won't stand a chance in a fight. We'd just be throwing our lives away for nothing.
Liu Wu chimes in. Even a young girl like me is ready to fight the northern barbarians to the death. I figure any real man with a drop of blood in his veins. He wouldn't just stand by while the northern barbarians steal our grain. And he sure as hell wouldn't watch him butcher our village in cold blood. Watching his own wife, kids, and folks get cut down by the northern barbarians' blades. Village head lies. If the village can't get on the same page, if the northern barbarians really launch a sneak attack, none of us will come out of it unscathed. Village head Li, please make the decision.
Folks, we've been hashing it out one word here, one there, for about the time it takes to brew a pot of tea. And in the end, village chief Liu Sanhu calls for a show of hands.
If you trust Su Wanshu, then raise your hand. In a bit, I'll pass out the knives and swords. In a few days, once the instructors from Changtai County arrive, we'll all train in martial arts together to fend off those northern barbarians.
Shao Guancheng, of course, backs Su Wanshu. He is the first to throw up his hand. A bunch of the young lads follow suit, raising their hands one after another. Then the slightly older folks from the Shao family join in. Then the whole Liu clan piles on. Liu Zhongshen glances left and right. Everyone's raised their hands. He grits his teeth under his breath. Even if he doesn't want to, he has got no choice but to raise it. He can't be the only one coming off like a coward, can he?
All right, since we're all in agreement, it is settled. Su Wanshu footed the bill herself, buying 200 knives and swords from Changtai County. These are a gift for all of you. Take good care of them when you use them, 'cause these blades don't come cheap, you know.
Folks figured village chief Liu had dipped into the village funds for these weapons. Little did they know, it was Su Wanshu paying out of her own pocket. Those who were griping about Su Wanshu just moments ago suddenly dropped their petty doubts.
Yeah, this This sword of yours ain't no ordinary blade.
I snagged this as a trophy from a brutal clash with the northern barbarians. Word is, it belonged to a general. If those two instructors don't show up tomorrow, I'll get the villagers drilling for a couple days myself. My sword skills are pretty darn good too.
The flying swallow sword technique that little stone passed down to me. It has got real power, thanks to the fundamentals my dad drilled into me.
You little punk, always wanting more. Dad was teaching you the fundamentals. If your basics aren't solid, no sword style's gonna take root later on. Plus, that short sword of yours, you'll want to switch to a long sword eventually. A short sword just doesn't pair with your flying swallow sword technique. You can't really unleash the flying swallow with a short sword.
I think it is just fine. Long swords are way too bulky. The short one's what brings out the flying swallow's agility.
You little punk, still not convinced? Come on, let's spar a couple rounds.
Fan Haiqing said the two instructors would reach Nanfeng village in 3 days. Come the morning of the 3rd day, sure enough, 2 grizzled old-timers trudged into Nanfeng village on foot. Word spread through the village that their martial arts instructors had arrived. Folks poured out to gawk at the excitement. When they laid eyes on Guji's stern, stone-faced glare, nerves started to fray. Training under that grim reaper, we'd be shedding a layer of skin for sure.
Your wife's kicking things off tomorrow. So, does that mean I get to train with the 2 instructors too?
Probably. I noticed their weapons aren't the same. You'll likely study swordplay under Instructor Mew. Oh, right, that flying swallow sword technique. Don't go showing it off around him. It is Xiaoshi's family heirloom, after all. No need to flaunt it.
I know. Xiaoshi's drilled it into me 100 times over. Save the flying swallow for when it really counts.
Xiaoyan, aren't you the one who wanted to plant crops with me? We had an early dinner today. Wanna head into the space with me?
Sure. That space of yours is really something else. In a bit, I'm gonna plant some green radishes myself and eat them fresh.
The space was buzzing with more life than usual right now. The 2 warhorses munching on grass spotted them and let out a loud snort. Su Wanshu spotted this adorable little lamb, couldn't resist stepping up and giving its little head a rub. This fluffy little cutie feels amazing to the touch.
Aren't you supposed to be planting radishes? Here are the seeds.
Xiao Muyan pinched out a few seeds. He was just about to dig a hole when suddenly a few seeds dropped into the field on their own. In the blink of an eye, those tiny seeds took root and sprouted leaves. Xiao Muyan watched in amazement, grabbing more seeds to plant green radishes non-stop. Su Wanshu saw how into it he was and didn't interrupt. Instead, she kept tidying up the space. While sorting through things, Su Wanshu spotted the little cloth pouch from that day, the one Lu Xiyun had given her. At first, she thought it was just some romance novel or something girls like to read.
Whoa. What the heck is this divine book? This is way too steamy. Hope it doesn't throw out my back. This pose is intense. Who could handle that?
Su Wanshu stared in wide-eyed wonder, like Grandma Liu entering the Grandview garden, flipping through the album in her hands, completely dumbfounded.
Wife, turns out you like looking at these kinds of albums, huh?
This is for grown-ups only. Kids aren't allowed.
Wife, I'm older than you.
Doesn't matter.
In the meantime, Su Wanshu hurriedly stuffed the album back into the cloth pouch. Getting caught red-handed by Xiao Muyan while peeking at that album, he was so mortified he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes.
Right. No need to hide it anymore. I've seen every move in there. And I've come across some way steamier ones too.
You just called it explosive.
That word explosive doesn't sound like it belongs in this world at all. Could Xiao Muyan's and Xiao Yan's memories really be merging?
Things have been so weird lately. All these bizarre words keep popping into my head. And the images I've never laid eyes on before.
So spill it. What kind of weird stuff exactly?
Xiao Muyan paused for a moment. Some of it is just too out there. It is all fuzzy in his mind right now. He can't even put it into words. But parts of it are crystal clear.
Lately, I keep dreaming I drowned trying to save someone by the river, then turned into a wandering spirit, drifting aimlessly. I saw Xiao Sulam marry into some big merchant family. Saw her poison the guy. Later, she headed to the capital. Even though I didn't go with her, by the time she came back to Nanfeng village for the ancestral rites, she was a proper lady. The whole ritual was a spectacle. Silk ribbons draping trees for a full mile. I even dreamed the Nanfeng village got trampled flat by the northern barbarians. Not a single soul left behind. The whole place razed to the ground in a massive blaze. I know Kangxi Kingdom fell to the northern barbarians too. Their king claimed the throne in the capital and renamed it Beiling.
Su Wanshu listened as Xiao Muyan recounted the events from his dream. Her brows furrowed slightly without her even realizing it. I never would have imagined Xiao Sulan's actually that formidable in her past life. Starting as a simple village girl in a talent show, she actually climbed her way up by stepping on men's shoulders, and ended up marrying the prime minister's son. That is some real cunning. It is no small feat. Su Wanshu mused to herself. Once they get through this winter, she'll still need to head out and scout around. She can't just hole up in Nanfeng village forever. If Kangxi Kingdom falls, their southern villages won't be able to stay out of it.
This woman's way too ugly. Not half as pretty as my wife. Why's that? My wife doesn't look anything like those painted ladies. So thirsty. What is going on here? Does it get this hot in the space too?
Xiao Muyan glanced around. His eyes immediately spotted the sealed jar of goji berry wine that Su Wanshu had stored away. Xiao Muyan took a side smacking his lips. It was a bit sweet and surprisingly tasty.
Oh man!
Su Wanshu thought to herself. Oh no, this is bad. That blockhead, Xiao Muyan going overboard on the goji wine.
Wife. Why does it feel like your space is moving? You're swaying back and forth non-stop.
You dope. You know damn well you can't hold your liquor. And you still dare to down that goji wine.
I was just thirsty, that is all. I only had a little sip.
As Xiao Muyan spoke, his cheeks started to flush a light pink, and his heartbeat quickened. This feeling, it is vaguely familiar somehow. Su Wanshu caught Xiao Muyan's gaze on her. It just wasn't right. Alarm bells blared in her mind. With one swift chop to the neck, she knocked Xiao Muyan out cold. The two emerged from the space. Su Wanshu drifted off into a hazy sleep. In her dream, it felt like a massive blazing furnace was pressed right up against her side. It is just that this big furnace doesn't seem too obedient, always fidgeting around like this. Suddenly, Su Wanshu opens her eyes in the darkness. With a quick flip, she pins down Xiao Muyan's hands.
Xiao Yan, you're taking advantage of Xiao Yan being drunk to pop out and stir up trouble again.
Ouch. Wife, could you go a little easier on me? I wasn't stirring up trouble. I just wanted to do some yoga with you.
You're nothing but a tonic. Why do you keep showing up out of nowhere? I really ought to just finish you off. Those filthy thoughts swirling in your head, they're already rubbing off on my poor Xiao Yan.
What nonsense, son. You're such a drama queen. Xiao Muyan and I are clearly the same person. So why do you like Xiao Muyan but hate me? Haven't I been good to you?
Because your personality is just rotten. Don't think I've forgotten. In your past life, you secretly built that rose garden just to lock me away inside it. You think something like that is normal.
So you knew about it. No wonder. How'd I ever fool you into it? You never even showed up at the rose garden. I built you this massive glass house with a big red bed smack in the middle. But you never came. What a shame.
I think you're just begging for a beating.
Su Wanshu grates her little white teeth nearly to bits. And with that, she knocks Xiao Yan out cold. From now on, she'll make damn sure Xiao Muyan never touches booze again to keep this lunatic Xiao Yan from ever breaking loose. It is the 27th of the 12th lunar month. Folks in the village stopped trekking to Changtai County to sell mushrooms. Instead, they're hustling to stock up for the new year, hoping to make it a proper celebration. Xiao Guancheng's place has a bunch more folks this year. He is out there early, butchering pigs and sheep for a real feast on New Year's Eve. Come New Year's Eve, the Yangs, the Xiaos, Granny Yu, and little Shito, plus those girls and kids Su Wanshu pulled from the hills. They all pile into the front hall. Everyone settles in for the New Year's Eve dinner together.
Sure, we're not all blood, but in these rough times, Getting to share this night. That is what counts as fate. Here, a toast to all of us. Wishing peace and joy to every one of us.
Yeah. The room's alive with chatter and cheer. Sometime in the night, fat snowflakes start tumbling from the inky sky. By the time the meal wraps up inside, a good 4 fingers of snow's piled up out front. Yang Guihua, Grandma Shao, and Zhao Jia snack some treats and slip off to the back hall. It is their way staying up through the eve, dumplings to ring in the new year, so no one's bolting for bed right after supper. They light those fat candles in the hall and keep watch till dawn.
Now, they're squabbling for scraps.
Su Wanshou carves off 2 hefty slabs of mutton for Wang Kai and Zhao Cai, then a thumb-sized chunk for the weasel.
Dig in, quick. It is the dead of night stuff yourselves, and scamper off to sleep.
Little uncle, you and Xiaoyan tied the knot ages ago. Any news on a little one yet? But feeling off anywhere.
And hey, I'm still young. It is not too late to start a family in a few years.
Have a little one soon, and I'll help raise it right alongside you. You'll have one less thing to worry about.
Raising 2 kids or 3, it is all the same to me. Yang Guihua knew she was still fit as a fiddle. Once I've got them all raised up in one go, Su Wanshu can breathe a little easier. Su Wanshu quickly steered the conversation elsewhere. She brought up plans for clearing wasteland and buying land to plant crops, come spring.
Who knows what the weather will bring once spring arrives? If it is as changeable as this year again, those days would be real tough to endure. It won't be like that. This year is bound to be a good one. Folks always say, a heavy snow promises a bumper harvest. Around here, the snow started falling with winter and hasn't let up since.
The group passed the time chatting back and forth until around midnight. Grandma Shao and the Zhao family headed off to boil the dumplings. After they'd eaten the dumplings and set off the firecrackers, Su Wanshu yawned and trudged back to her room for some shatai. Nanfeng village gradually settled into silence. But they had no idea that danger was creeping ever closer to the village. A squad of northern barbarian cavalry appeared on a hillside far from Nanfeng village.
Leader, let's hit that village first. These ones here have all been hit hard by the freeze too, but they've still got more loot worth grabbing than those border spots. And 9 out of 10 folks in these villages ain't even armed. Their grain, we just take whatever we want.
Even if a few have weapons, what of it? When it comes to tangling with us northern barbarians, the Kangxi Kingdom's people, I can drop 2 of them with one swing.
Before rolling into Sui Town, they'd already raised 2 decent-sized villages and hauled in a fat load.
Send 20 men to the big village over here. 10 more head east. Those 2 little ones, we'll strip them bare in no time. Once the grain's all loaded on the carts, then we swing back for this big prize. A village this size. The haul from here should fill at least 3 or 5 carts easy.
All as you say, leader.
Kang Ying got the nod. He spurred those 20 riders straight toward Shitai village. Meanwhile, Nunu himself led 20 riders charging for Nanfeng village. Bai Chuangchuan, dozing on the Shao family rooftop against the biting north wind, suddenly snapped his eyes open. With a whoosh, he leaped down from the roof.
Bai Chuangchuan, what has got you spooked?
Bai Chuangchuan bounded to the foot of the bed, chittering like mad. 2 words blazed in Su Wanshu's mind.
North Gate.
Dad, Xiaoyan, the northern barbarians are coming.
That is hoofbeats.
And a whole bunch of them.
Grab your weapons. I'll rally the village. Or the raiders inbound. Arm up, everyone. Elders and kids, get under cover.
One after another, the gongs boomed across the heavens. Nunu, still a ways off from Nanfeng village, faintly picked up the gong alarms.
Didn't peg this village as being so quick on the draw. Too bad you ran into me. Even running won't save you. You can't outrun my war horses anyway. Leave no survivors in the village. Slaughter every last one.
Meanwhile, those 200 armed villagers hurried to assemble beneath the ancient locust tree at the village heart. Just as the group was gathering, Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan came jogging up the path. They'd rolled massive logs across both roads leading into the village. Shao Guanzhang的野瑞塞长height was razor sharp. The moment the northern barbarian riders entered his range, an arrow sliced through the air. A rider right behind Nunu toppled from his saddle. That iron kangar arrow hit like a thunderbolt. Today, Nunu had led just a squad of 20 riders. He'd figured Nanfang village would fall like ripe fruit easy pickings. Who could have guessed they'd lose 6 men before even breaching the gates?
Everyone, take cover. Folks in this village know how to fight back.
Xiao Guancheng and his 2 companions vaulted down from the rooftops, grabbing Su Wangshu and Xiao Mowei, and as they bolted for the locust tree at the village center, they made as much noise as possible to lure the northern barbarians. Sure enough, Nunu caught sight of figures fleeing into the village and knew these had to be the ones who'd struck down his men. He snapped an order and spurred his horse in pursuit. We've only got about a dozen cavalry left in total. If just these few scatter into the village, they won't even know how they died. No sooner had Kanjing arrived with his men than he sensed something off about Nanfeng village. Normally, by now, the slaves would have already torched the village. Why is it so eerily quiet now?
You two, head into the village and check if the leader's still there.
The 2 cavalrymen dismounted, torches in hand, and cautiously advanced into the village. When they spotted the bloodstains all over the ground, terror struck their hearts. Suddenly, 2 iron caltrop darts struck their foreheads without warning. Before they could even react to what was happening, they toppled straight over, dead on the ground. Kanjing sat astride his horse at the village gate, but the 2 scouts he sent didn't return. He grew puzzled. What the hell was going on? Suddenly, 4 burly men hoisted a massive log big enough for 2 to carry and charged straight at him.
Such a bunch of ignorant peasants. You think this little stunt will scare us off?
With that, Kanjing raised his curved blade, and he and his men charged at Xiao Muyan. Just then, Su Wanshu burst from the shadows on her pony. Little Red. She didn't rein in her horse. Instead, she gripped her slingshot. A stone shot straight for Kanjing's face. The villagers surged forward right behind her. They weren't about to clash blades with the riders up front, but hamstringing the horses that they could do. Once the horses went down, so would their riders. When the fight was over, the villagers collapsed onto the snow, utterly spent. Meanwhile, Xiao Muyan and Su Wanshu patrolled the village perimeter on horseback.
Li Zheng, did the northern barbarians raid your village too?
Our village. It has been burned to the ground.
And tonight was supposed to be New Year's Eve. It is the most joyful festival of the year. Yet it strikes on this night of all nights. Shitai village is no more.
Li Zheng, did anyone from your village flee up into the mountains?
There must be some. In that pitch-black night, I have no clue where they headed.
We'll have to send people up the mountain to search soon. It is still snowing outside right now. Once the snow stops, the temperature will plunge for sure. If we don't track down those who escaped with their lives, they might not last until the sun rises again.
Young sir, I was wondering if your clinic buys medicinal herbs.
Tang Yu took a glance, and there before him was a girl with slightly tanned skin. She had eyes that sparkled like stars. When she smiled, you could just make out 2 faint little dimples. Tang Yu thought to himself, a girl with such a pure smile shouldn't look so swarthy and plain. It was all subconscious. Tang Yu quietly glanced at Su Wanshu's hands. The moment he spotted Su Wangshu's soft, pale little hands, it all clicked for him. So this girl had pulled a trick on her own face. This girl's quite the character.
Oh, here to sell herbs. Come on in, miss.
He couldn't quite pin down Xiao Muyan's background. Just looking at the girl before him, her hair was done up in the double dangling buns of a young maiden. She didn't seem like a married woman. But the young lord trailing right behind her was sticking awfully close. Tang Yu, Su Wanshu, and Xiao Muyan to the flower hole in the back courtyard. After pouring them tea, he finally got around to asking about the herbs.
I'm a female physician from Sui Town. I know a bit of medicine. This is a herbal pack I blended myself for wind-cold syndrome. And here is the formula.
Tang Yu, full of surprise, picked up the formula first. He truly hadn't seen this coming. That the girl right there was a female physician. Su Wanshu had penned it in elegant Sanhua Shaokai script. This only made Tang Yu admire her all the more.
May I ask if you penned this formula yourself, miss?
Yes, I wrote the formula myself, so my master passed the recipe down to me. It is for wind cold, and it works wonders. Our village once had a nasty outbreak of wind cold, and everyone who brewed it up got better. These herbs are all dug up by us from the nearby mountains. They are of very good quality.
Tang Yu is Tang Zhang's eldest legitimate son. He has been studying medicine and identifying herbs under Tang Zhang since he was a boy. He slips a pinch of the chopped herb into his mouth and chews it. And just like that, he can tell its quality.
This pack of herbs looks solid. I wonder if the lady can assure me that the rest are up to the same standard as these. All right.
Young Master Tang, this time, IV brought a total of 100 packs of herbs for treating wind, cold syndrome. Feel free to randomly inspect a few packs out of these 100. If even one pack falls short, I'll make it up to you with the whole batch.
Deal. So, miss, how much silver per pack are you looking for?
Why don't you name the price, young Master Tang? This is my first time in Shuilian City. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the going rates here.
I see. The wind cold remedies in our shop are pretty affordable, and the packs for everyday folks run just a few hundred coppers. Even premium stuff like yours wouldn't fetch more than 3 taels of silver a pack.
Su Wanshu perks up at how cheap the herbs go for. She thinks to herself, as expected. Baoren Hall shows more heart than the other clinics, but the low price doesn't put Su Wanshu off at all. Quite the opposite. In fact, the exact opposite. She desperately hopes young Master Tang will take her herbs. Because they sell them so cheaply here, the sheer volume they must move every day has to be staggering. If he starts buying in bulk, the villagers back home will have steady work.
Even though we're only asking 3 taels of silver per pack, but at Barentang we sell hundreds of packs a day. So over a month, that adds up to a massive quantity. Miss, with small profits and high volume, you won't miss out on your earnings.
Well, then I guess that is how it'll have to be. Our village was struck by disaster. No food left in our homes. I hope these herbs can help our villagers pull through this hardship.
The two exchanged a few polite words. Su Wanshu then brought out the chilblain cream again. Tang Yu uncorked the bamboo tube and took just one whiff. He knew right away. This was genuine chilblain ointment. And of excellent quality too. This time without even asking questions. Tang Yu quoted a price straight to Su Wanshu. 1 tael of silver per box of chilblain cream.
Young Master Tang is a straightforward man. Then I'll fetch the herbs and chilblain cream right away. Little Yang, why do I get the feeling you're not too happy today?
I just can't stand that young Master Tang from earlier. The way he was looking at you, that wasn't right.
Little Yan, look at this face of mine, so dark and plain. Who'd have to be blind to notice someone like me?
Well, I don't care. You're not coming this afternoon. I'll be talking herbs with young Master Tang. And the chilblain ointment too.
Fine. Then I'll just wait outside for you.
If that Tang Yu thinks he can make a move on my wife, he is dreaming big. She's mine, and mine alone. No one's snatching her away. Shuiling City's got treasures galore way, more than your average spot. Mahogany, mini can heaters, exquisite embroidered screens, straight from the south, and those stunning satin bedding sets. Su Wanshu wished she could cram all of Shuiling City into her storage space.
Shopkeeper, how much for one of these silk quilts?
Oh, miss, please don't touch it with your hands. This light blue satin silk quilt is awfully delicate 50 taels a bed, and it'd be a real shame if it got scratched.
She'll have to figure something out later. Turn those silkworm cocoons in her storage space into silk quilts. She might not have tasted pork, but she has sure seen a pig trot. Su Wanshu been wandering Shuiling City for a day, and already she spotted opportunities around every corner. Dusk was slowly settling in. Su Wanshu was chatting with Xiao Meyan about where to head next, when suddenly, cries of alarm rang out from the street.
Everyone, clear the way! The horse is spooked!
The evening streets buzzed with foot traffic, but some couldn't dodge fast enough, slamming into each other and hitting the ground. In moments, the whole street erupted into pandemonium. Countless vendors' stalls along the way got knocked over in the scramble. Xiao Muyan spotted the carriage charging straight at him, still 3 or 4 meters off. He leaped onto a vendor's wheelbarrow in a flash and soared into the air, landing squarely on the carriage. Right at that moment, Su Wanshu, standing by the roadside, spotted a young woman around 30 who was swept into the middle of the street by the surging crowd. Without a second thought, Su Wanshu dashed forward in an instant. Lying sprawled in the middle of the street, the young woman's mother finally snapped to her senses, sobbing hysterically as she rushed over and clutched the girl tight. Su Wanshu gently ruffled the girl's hair and murmured a few soothing words. The young woman's mother was ever so gracious.
Please, get up. It was nothing at all. Just a small kindness. So, sir, how are you feeling? Did you take a bad tumble?
Su Wanshu said over. She stepped right up and took the old man's pulse. One feel of his pulse changed everything. The old man had been poisoned by 3 different toxins, no less. Su Wanshu thought to herself. This old man in front of her was no ordinary soul.
Darling, how is the older sir doing? Any injuries?
With people bustling to and fro on the street, Su Wanshu made no mention of Su Tingyu's poisoning.
No broken bones. Just a sprained ankle.
Young master, I owe you big time for jumping in like that. Otherwise, this old bag of bones would have been trampled, or worse.
Older sir, let me carry you to the clinic for a proper look.
Su Tingyi glanced at the horse, now lifeless. He didn't turn down Xiao Muyan's kind offer, but he wouldn't let Xiao Muyan carry him all the way to the clinic. Instead, he asked Xiao Muyan to hail a carriage for him. What a coincidence. The clinic they were headed to turned out to be Baron Hall. Su Wanshu watched Xiao Muyan helping Su Tingyi so eagerly, and her heart swelled with quiet joy. Sure enough, she hadn't misjudged him. Xiao Muyan, even though he was no longer simple-minded, that pure and kind heart of his had never changed. Once they arrived at Baron Hall, Su Tingyi immediately asked to see Dr. Tang Zhang. Of course, it wasn't that simple. Tang Yu came over, planning to suggest they join the queue, but then he spotted Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan. And the Su Wanshu had horse blood all over her clothes, which sent Tang Yu rushing forward in alarm to check on her.
The one who is hurt is the old gentleman, not my wife.
Xiao Muyan's words stirred a whirlwind of joy and sorrow in Tang Yu's heart. He was thrilled that Su Wanshu was unharmed, but crushed to realize she was already married. This was the first time in his life Tang Yu had ever fallen for a girl. Yet that tender spark of affection was snuffed out by reality before it could even bloom.
Young Master Tang, if you just show this jade pendant to Dr. Tang, he'll be sure to see me right away.
He took the jade pendant with both hands, his expression complicated, as he glanced at Su Wanshu without a moment's delay. He hurried to the inner room to fetch Dr. Tang Zhang. As he walked inside, Tang Yu felt his legs wobble unsteadily beneath him. The clamor of the busy clinic seemed to fade into sudden silence. All he could hear was the frantic thudding of his own heart. Meanwhile, Su Wanshu, standing at the clinic's entrance, watched Tang Yu's retreating figure and mused to herself. This young Master Tang, is his life just a little too eventful? Why does he seem a bit unsteady on his feet when he walks? Tang Zhang, mid-consultation with a patient, caught sight of the jade pendant in Tang Yu's hand and shot up from his chair in an instant. His sudden lunge banged his arm against the table's edge, but he brushed off the throbbing pain. He hurried to the clinic's entrance to greet his old friend Su Tingyi.
Brother Su, how'd you wind up in such a state?
It is a long story. Let's step inside, and I'll fill you in properly. You two, my deepest thanks for bringing me here. Should you ever face any hardship, just show this jade pendant at Baron Hall and seek out Dr. Tang. He'll lend a hand without question.
So Tingyi took the very jade pendant he just revealed to Tang Zhang and passed it right over to Xiao Muyan. He even slipped them a silver note besides, insisting it was for Su Wanshu to pick up some fresh clothes. Xiao Muyan took it all in a befuddled daze, utterly clueless about the weight that pendant carried. But clever Su Wanshu, she was certain their paths would cross again. So she urged Xiao Muyan to tuck the pendant away. A few courteous words exchanged, and they slipped away after yesterday's heartbreaking loss. When Tang Yu saw Su Wanshu arrive again, he'd already steadied his heart. The woman I love Now that she is wed, I'll wish her well.
Madam Xiao, young Master Xiao, please come in.
Tang Yu got straight to the point with Su Wangshu. He placed an order right away. 2,000 packs of herbs and 1,000 jars of Chilblain salve.
My father examined your herbs yesterday, Madam Xiao, and praised their superior quality. That means we can charge more for them here at the clinic, so I'll pay you 3 taels of silver per pack, Madam Xiao.
All right. When would you like the next batch of herbs?
If it is convenient, Miss deliver 500 packs in 10 days. Once these are all in, I'll place the next order with you.
Nanfeng Village is bursting with hens right now. 2,000 packs. That is nothing. She could even muster 20,000 packs for him.
Young Master Tang, how is Grandpa Su doing?
Uncle Su's just in his 40s, but he doesn't look it one bit.
Su Wanshu's heart skipped a beat when Tang Yu mentioned Su Tingyi's age. His hair's all silver, yet he doesn't seem anywhere near 40-something. Could the poison coursing through him have ravaged his looks? He is always been the type to experiment with all sorts of toxins. Now, seeing Su Tingyi laced with 3 exotic poisons, truth be told, his curiosity was burning.
When I brought Uncle Su here yesterday, I happened to brush his wrist. Something felt off about his health, like poison might be at work. You left in such a rush yesterday. I couldn't give Uncle Su a proper pulse reading. It has weighed on me ever since I returned home. I can't stop wondering if Uncle Su's truly poisoned.
Madam Xiao, can you tell what poison Uncle Su is afflicted with?
Su Wanshu shook her head. Yesterday, he only hastily took Su Tingyi's pulse and didn't examine it carefully.
Mrs. Xiao, please wait a moment. I'll be right back.
In the medical hall's backyard, Tang Zheng is administering silver needles to Su Tingyi. 36 silver needles are inserted into Su Tingyi's back. All the silver needles turned pitch black in an instant, visible to the naked eye.
Brother Suck, the one who poisoned you, has a truly malicious heart. So much toxin has built up in your body, leaving you desperate to live, yet unable to seek death. It has been tormenting you endlessly.
Whether within the Imperial Court or beyond its reach, countless souls wish me dead. I never dreamed the one who'd seal my fate would be kin so close to me.
Recalling those old wounds, Su Tingyi's heart twisted like it was being devoured by 1,000 ants. Pure agony, for the poisoner was his once most cherished concubine.
Dad, Uncle Su, how about we ask Mrs. Xiao to come take a look? She might just pinpoint exactly what those 3 poisons are. Once we know the poisons, we can hit them with the right antidote.
Never figured Miss Su had skills like that. Looks like fate's drawn us together. Tang Yu, go invite them over.
Brother Su, didn't you say your poisoning had to stay under wraps?
Oh, no worries. We're miles from the capital. No one's wise to my troubles. Miss Cecil, can you tell what poison I've got?
For now, I can only detect one. It is Tianluo ghost grass. The other 2, I'll need to confirm them further.
As Su Wanshu confirmed the Tianluo ghost grass poison in Su Tingyi's body, she was filled with shock. Su Tingyi had been poisoned with the same toxin as the original host. When did Tianluo ghost grass become so easy to obtain? Tang Zheng, standing nearby, froze upon hearing Tianluo ghost grass. Without a word, he dashed out and returned with a live centipede. After the centipede ingested Su Tingyi's blood, it dropped dead instantly. However, after death, the centipede's body gradually turned an eerie blue.
It is definitely Tianluo ghost grass poison.
Miss Cecil, I know. Do you have a way to antidote it?
I do have a method to detoxify it.
But, Miss, whatever it is, just say it straight.
This antidote wasn't easy to obtain, and it is quite pricey.
Upon hearing this, Su Tingyi and Tang Zheng realized Su Wanshu was concerned about the cost. Both let out a relieved sigh.
Miss Sasu, name your price. I'm a rough fellow, but the Soul family still has some silver to spare.
Miss Su, here is 1,000 tiles of gold.
Could she say she only wants 1,000 taels of silver? So, should she take the gold or not?
Wife, give Uncle Su the medicine.
Since Xiao Muyan said so, Su Wanshu stopped hesitating She accepted the gold ingots without further ado.
Uncle Steve, drink this.
Su Tingyi didn't hesitate for a second. He picked up the porcelain bowl and downed the medicine in one gulp.
Miss, how is it gonna work?
The detoxification has already begun. My antidote packs quite a punch. You might feel a pretty intense reaction in a bit. Everyone, no need to panic.
Once Su Tingyi had freshened up, he reappeared in the warm pavilion. An hour later.
Miss Su, thank you for saving my life. I stand by what I said. If you ever need a favor, just show Dr. Tang this jade pendant, and he'll take care of it for you.
Uncle Tho, you've given me all that gold. We're square now.
Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan stepped out of the clinic. Night had fallen completely. They'd turned down Su Tingyi's invite to eat together, and now their stomachs were rumbling.
Wife, where should we eat? Still settling for beef soup.
Such modest ambitions. We've raked in all this gold. Of course, we're hitting the biggest restaurant in Shuiling City for a real feast.
How could that be? It is just a silver note, not hard cash. How could we not swing it?
Uncle Su, the silver shop manager said, the SU family shop's been bleeding money for 6 years straight. If it weren't for headquarters constantly pumping in funds to cover the shortfalls, the Shuiling City branch would have shut down ages ago. Where'd the silver even come from?
Su Tingyi's face fell in an instant. Over the years, he knew exactly how much he'd built up himself. Looks like he has been plotting his own escape plan for years.
Tang Chang, I'll set off for the capital at dawn tomorrow.
Brother Sao, you've only just shaken off that poison. Now a long haul back to the capital. Won't that wear you out?
I'm brimming with vigor right now. Even lads in their 20s might not keep up with me.
Early the next morning, almost at the same time, Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan left the city through the west gate, as Su Tingyi left through the east gate. Though they were heading in opposite directions, but they'd meet up again soon enough. So the two of them hurried along for a day and a half, finally making it back to Nanfeng village just before lunch. They hadn't even reached the village yet when folks crowded around the carriage. The villagers chattered away, asking Su Wanshu all about Shuiling City. When they heard how Shuiling City was bustling and thriving, with no major disasters to speak of, everyone let out a huge sigh of relief. Shuiling City's doing just fine. From now on, instead of trekking to Changtai County, they could head to Shuiling City to sell their mushrooms.
Zhao, here is the ledger from trading mushrooms for grain. I noticed rabbit meat's a lot cheaper over in Shuiling City. Figured it has been ages since everyone's seen Huixing, so I went ahead and bought some on my own. Everyone, take a look. If you don't want it, I'll just haul all the rabbit meat home and eat it myself.
Uncle Wan, Xiaoyan, you've worked so hard. Leave this to me. You two head home and get some rest.
Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan each shouldered a full basket of goods, hustling all the way back home.
Mom, I'm back.
Yang Guihua was 6 months along. Her belly looked a whole lot bigger than most at this stage. She heard Su Wanshu's voice and came rushing out of the main room, beaming with joy.
Sure, you're back. Mom was worried sick about you.
Mom, Xiaoyan and I both know Kung Fu. We'll be just fine. I brought you some good stuff. Come on, let's head inside and check it out.
Your dad and uncle went up the mountain to hunt. It is already spring, but there is still no sign of the snow melting up there. Everyone in the village is scared. Looks like this year's wheat crop is a total bust. The whole village is hustling to make some silver and swap it for grain. Aren't there refugees stirring up trouble over in Changtai County? But our village couldn't worry about that. We had to go sell those mushrooms. Yesterday, the village rounded up about 30 strapping young lads, headed off to Changtai County to sell the mushrooms together. And even then, they ran into robbers.
Yeah, lucky for us. The men in our village, they've all been training in martial arts with these two instructors. Otherwise, some of them might not have made it back.
Grandma, those northern barbarians haven't come back.
Oh, they've come all right. But they've gotten smarter about it. Our moat took out a few of their war horses, so they didn't dare charge right in. It was just those poor families at the front of the village who got the worst of it. Those northern barbarians couldn't get into the village,
So they dipped their arrows in oil and lit 'em up, fired 'em straight into the village. We didn't have enough houses to go around as it was. And the northern barbarians torched over a dozen courtyards on top of that.
Grandma, what about our courtyard up on the mountain?
The northern barbarians only raided the village proper.
The back mountains all desolate up there.
Besides, they couldn't even get their horses up that way.
It is still standing fine.
Su Wanshu nodded slightly. Being safe now doesn't mean we will be later. Can't take chances. I'll head back up the mountain and lay down some poison. Anyone who dares touch my house, I'll take their life. As everyone was having lunch, Su Wanshu gave her family the gist of her plan to sell medicinal herbs in Shuiling City, sharing the basics with them. But she didn't mention the 1,000 taels of gold. She wasn't trying to hide the gold on purpose. She was just worried that if word slipped out by mistake, it'd bring even more headaches. Just past noon, Liu Sanhu had already finished distributing the grain. He'd set aside portions of food and rabbit meat for the Shao family, and brought them over himself.
Li Zheng, this trip to Shuiling City, I also lined up a gig selling medicinal herbs. I've got the herbs on my end. Folks from the village can help process them, then package them up. I'll pay the village wages for the labor. Just need to figure out how to set those wages, hoping Li Zheng can weigh in on that.
Su Wan figured that is airtight couldn't have phrased it better. Sure, she had a bit of a name for herself in the village, but Liu Sanhu had been running things here for years. His standing in the village was rock solid. Plus, she was still the newcomer. Yeah, she wasn't all that clued in on local wage rates for hired hands. Having Liu Sanhu suggest a fair price was the safest bet. But Liu Sanhu didn't rush to answer Su Wanshu's question. Instead, he asked about her journey, if she'd run into any dangers on the way to Shuiling City.
Dangers? Plenty. Fleeing from the south, there were way more refugees heading to Shuiling City than to Changtai County. Xiaoyan and I, the whole way there, we'd spot folks frozen or starved stiff by the roadside every few days. Some were even swapping kids to eat. If our cart hadn't been flying along, who knows how many refugee mobs would have swarmed us on that road. And entering Shuiling City costs a fortune too. 2 taels of silver per person, and the 3 taels for the carriage.
You and Xiaoyan will be delivering herbs to Shuiling City down the line. And it is riddled with dangers. Not easy by any means. So, figure out how many folks you need on your end, just to base it on 500 wen a month per worker.
Li Zheng, isn't that wage a bit too low?
Nah, it is not low at all. In good harvest years, a sturdy laborer working in town might pull in just 1 or 2 taels a month, but in a lean year like this, forget about 500 wen, even 200 wen, and you have refugees lining up on every corner to take the job.
Li Zheng, let's bump up the wages to 1 tael of silver a month, and I'll cover lunch every day. I need 500 packs of herbs processed right away. I've got plenty of hands at home to pitch in too. So let's start by pulling 10 young men from the village. Once production ramps up, we can bring on more hands bit by bit.
She'll forge a lasting partnership with Balo Rentang. Beyond cold remedies, Su Wanshu will dream up other everyday formulas too. It won't be long before her trade keeps a whole village fed.
Uncle Wan, at these rates, you won't turn much profit yourself.
Li Zheng, it is settled then. Tomorrow, just to send them right over to my place. I'll clear out the courtyard now, so everyone can get started.
Seeing Su Wanshu's resolve, Liu Sanhu gave in and agreed. He left the Shao household and made his way back home, mentally sifting through every soul in the village. He picked 10 young men from the hardest hit families to go help Su Wanshu. With Su Wanshu handling midday meals, it would lighten the load on those families' daily bread.
Honey, it has been 2 days already. Hey, Chuan Chuan, why hasn't he come back yet?
No rush. He is probably just having too much fun and forgot to come back to us.
Moments later, a small white shadow darted across the red-tiled roof. There, Bai Tuan spat something out of his mouth.
Bai Tuan, where'd you get this golden leaf from?
Su Wanshu vaguely made it out from Bai Tuan's mouth that he'd found a place stashed full of gold leaves.
Bai Tuan, lead the way ahead.
In the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea, the carriage pulled up behind an unassuming courtyard. Bai Chuan perched on the stone step, meowing at the couple, then darting down with a swish. This was a hidden tunnel carved into the rockery.
Bai Chuan, there is a stone door blocking the way. How'd you get in?
Bai Chuan haughtily flicked his big snow white tail, leapt up with a whoosh, and kicked both hind paws against an unremarkable stone brick. And just like that, the stone door, solid as a rock moments ago, slowly creaked open. Chests of silver ingots lay scattered haphazardly all around. One entire wall was even bricked with silver. Su Wanshu stepped forward for a closer look. That wall's at least 4 handspans thick. The silver in that one wall must be worth hundreds of thousands of taels, at least.
Honey, these silver ingots have no official stamps. They're privately minted.
No idea whose vault this is. To hoard this much silver. Let's take a closer look around. There might be more to find.
Honey, look over here. There is a ledger.
Su Wanshu flipped open the ledger, and her blood ran cold. She'd always wondered who this courtyard and all these jewels and gold belonged to. After poring over the ledger, he finally understood it all. This courtyard and all these gold and silver treasures belonged to General Zhenan, Zhao Jing. His own city, he knew it like the back of his hand. All the silver he'd plundered over years of raids across the land, he melted it down completely. He recast it all himself into these gold and silver ingots. From the latest ledger entries, plenty of towns down south were ravaged by the snowstorm, those so-called refugee riots, all masterminded by him, just to give his looting a righteous cover. Su Wanshu saw that every time the covert guards showed up, they'd deliver tens of thousands of taels of silver straight to Shuiling City. Su Wanshu was so furious, her fingers trembled with rage. How much refugee blood stains all this silver? The ledger didn't just log the silver the covert guards had scraped together from everywhere. It also tracked Zhao Jing's purchases of ironware and payments for his private army, a general snapping up massive quantities of iron. His intentions couldn't be clearer. Zhao Jing's already gearing up for rebellion.
Darling, we shouldn't linger here. How about you take these back and look them over?
Take everything, every last bit.
Su Wanshu swept his arm wide, and they cleared out every single thing from the hidden chamber, spotless. Not even a wooden stool left behind. For Zhao Jing.
Darling, how do you plan to handle all these gold and silver bricks?
We can't seriously just dump them in the space to pave a road, right?
Of course not. All this wealth was squeezed from the common folk by Zhao Jing, so naturally, it all goes back to them. As for the how, I'll need to give that some thought.
2 days later, word finally reached Zhao Jing. His treasury had been robbed clean, but by then, sealing the city was out of the question. He didn't even know when the gold, silver, and jewels had vanished. Even if we tried digging into this, we'd have nowhere to start. Zhao Jing was counting on this silver to fuel his rebellion. Now that is sorted, the cash is gone. He can't launch that uprising even if he tried.
General Fan, I've got something for you.
Su Wanshu wasted no time. She hands the ledger straight to Fan Haiqing.
Miss Sif, where on earth did you get this ledger?
General Fan, don't ask about where it came from. You just need to know this. Zhao Jing's got a twisted mind. He dares to steal the Tiger Talisman, dares to cut deals with the northern barbarians. He is harbor thoughts he never should have.
So, this is a grave matter. You mustn't breathe a word of it.
I understand. General Fan, I'll be guarding Muning Pass alongside Zhao Jing. So please, General, stay on your guard.
We were set to head out for Muning Pass today, but the moment Su Wanshu arrived, Fan Haiqing gave the order. The vanguard troops, already on the march, halt and await his word. Fan Haiqing has to consult his father first.
Sister Shi Yuanjie, you don't think Zhao Jing let the northern barbarians through Muning Pass himself, do you?
That can't be right.
Or maybe he is just desperate and lashing out. Zhao Jing dealing with the northern barbarians, that is like bargaining with a tiger, pure folly. One wrong word between them, and the northern barbarians will do anything. No, Sister Xian, I've been thinking General Fen, heading to Muning Pass. Zhao Jing's surely up to no good. Muning Pass is far too perilous. I need to give you more of my poisons. Oh, right, if that Zhao Jing so much as plots against you, find an opening and poison him dead. Traitors like him are just wasting breath for every extra day they draw.
Got it. Keep all these poisons on me. Little uncle, I've heard the south is in total chaos places everywhere. Now, droves of refugees are fleeing north. Who knows what this year's harvest will bring? If you run into trouble, come find me at Muning Pass.
Okay. If anything comes up on your end, you can come to me too. Who knows? I might even be able to help out.
Lu Xiyun knew Su Wanshu had been keeping a close eye on Xiao Sulang's every move before Su Wanshu ever set foot in Changtai County. Lu Xiyun had quietly set someone to tell Xiao Sulan. Now that Su Wanshu was here, he could fill her in on everything about Xiao Sulan.
Speaking of which, Xiao Sulan does have a few tricks up her sleeve. That Ye Jianqing, I have no clue what bewitching potion Xiao Sulan fed him, but he forked over silver to whisk her whole family north to the capital.
When did they leave?
This was one thing Su Wanshu hadn't seen coming. Xiao Sulan is like an indestructible cockroach. No matter the dire straits she is in, she always finds a way to scrape by and survive.
Just 2 days ago, I was all set to send men to intercept them, but Xiao Sulan is nothing but cunning schemes from top to bottom. She pulled off a diversion so slick that by the time my guys caught on, their carriage had already rolled out the north gate, hours earlier.
Let her go then. Just let her leave. Sooner or later she'll have to face me down.
No matter what, she wouldn't let the nightmare Xiao Sulan dreamed up come true. As for Xiao Sulan marrying the Prime Minister's son, Su Wanshu was curious to see how that would play out. Xiao Sulan already, a wilted flower and broken willow. What kind of magic trick could she pull to make the Prime Minister's son wed her?
One more thing. Doesn't Xiao Sulan have a younger sister? No idea what Xiao Sulan did to her, but rumor has it her face got ruined all the way north. Xiao Yun's face was wrapped in white bandages. It looks absolutely terrifying.
A question mark hung in Su Wanshu's mind. Xiao Sulan never stirs without a prophet in sight. She is hiding Xiao Yun for a reason. There must be more to it. But right now, she has bigger fish to fry. Xiao Sulan will have to wait for now.
Uncle, isn't Bodhi Temple over 1,000 miles from here? How are you and Xiao Yan supposed to make it there?
Grandma says it is not that far. I've asked around. Bodhi Temple is over 800 li from us here. If all goes smoothly, a round trip will take about 10 days.
Grandma Xiao fell silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. He too feared the sole clue to Su Wanshu's origins might slip away.
Uncle, when do you plan to head out? Grandma'll pack you some extra provisions for the road.
I'll rush and wrap up those medicines over the next few days, then take them to Shuilin City for delivery first. And from Shuilin City to Bodhi Temple. This trip out, the road might hold us up a bit. So by then, I'll need Father and Grandma to keep an eye on things at home.
Don't worry, Grandma's got this side covered. You hurry there and back too. Your wife's belly's swelling up more every day.
Grandma hopes you'll be right there when your wife gives birth. Grandma, rest easy. I'll get there quick and come straight back.
After 2 days of preparations, Su Wanshu set off with Xiao Muyan. The two rode swift horses to Shuilin City to make the delivery, then south from Shuilin City to Bodhi Temple. They pressed on toward Bodhi Temple, with at least 2 more days' ride ahead. But once they eased the horses' pace, refugees kept swarming up to beg. In thick crowds, they couldn't risk stopping and had to veer away. But with thinner groups around, Su Wanshu, moved by their desperation, would share some food. And so they journeyed on for 2 days, when suddenly, a crude wooden barricade loomed across the official road. 7 or 8 burly men loitered in front of the wooden barricade. Some gripped swords in their hands, looking like nothing but trouble. As Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan rode into view on the official road, several of the thugs all turned their eyes on them at once.
Hey bro, big fish just swam in.
You catch that? That little miss on horseback, freckles aside. She's clean and comely enough. Don't any of you snatch her from me later. Haven't savored a sweet young thing like her in ages.
Boss,
Take it easy on her. We brothers are backed up something fierce ourselves.
Sure thing. Sure thing.
What about the wife? Right now. I'll go wipe out those roadhogs. What do you say? These bastards have rivers of blood on their hands. I'll cut them down. Call it doing heaven's justice.
We'll be gentlemen first, scoundrels after. If they're begging for death, we sure won't hold them back.
Kid, where you headed from? Want to pass through our stretch? That is gonna cost you the toll.
We're coming from Water Spirit City. Beats me. How much for the toll?
Cough up 100 taels of silver up front. For the boys' fun.
Ain't got no silver, but I've got my neck. If you've got the stones, come claim it.
Hey, kid, you've got some guts. Today, this young master teach you a real lesson.
With that, the short guy gripped his knife and charged straight at Xiao Muyan. In no time, a heap of them lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. As for that so-called boss everyone was yapping about, once he caught sight of Xiao Muyan's fierce fighting prowess, he tossed out a couple of empty threats and bolted like a scared rabbit.
Xiao Yan, wipe your hands.
Wife, let's go.
Su Wanshu figured the view beyond the wooden bridge would be pretty much the same as here. But as she rounded the screen wall, she froze at the horrifying scene unfolding before her. There, dozens of refugees were bound with ropes under a massive tree. Turns out, these refugees were just ordinary folks passing through. They'd been tied up to be hauled off to Luling City as forced laborers, building the moat.
This moat's been under construction for 3 years now. The first 2 years, they at least paid in food and silver, so folks were willing to show up. But this year, with the famine hitting hard, General Zhao declared the city had no food or silver left, so we had to work for free. We can barely feed ourselves. We're starving to death. Who'd volunteer to dig that moat? We were just heading north to beg for scraps. Anything to survive. But who could have guessed we'd get snatched up by these bandits halfway there? That is when we realized General Zhao couldn't round up enough free laborers for the moat. So he started buying up refugees like us to do the work. 1 refugee for just 100 copper coins. Those heartless bandits sold us out for a pittance, shoving us straight into the flames. My whole family, 9 of us, old and young, set out together. Once those bandits got hold of us, they slaughtered my parents and the kids. All that is left is me and my brother. My wife, begging the whole way, caught a nasty chill. They said she couldn't handle the heavy labor, so they just slit her throat on the spot.
How should I address you, brother?
My family name's Meng given name. Dorong.
Wifey, can we give these refugees a place to stay? Look at the state they're in. Even if they beg the whole way to Shuiling City, they probably won't make it.
All right. I'll send the little sparrow back home with the word right now. Have Li Zheng get them settled in for the time being.
Then Su Wanshu explained the exact location of Nanfeng village to the refugees.
Our village is right up against the big mountains. At least they can scrounge up some food there. But our village doesn't tolerate lazybones. If anyone's got ideas about freeloading off us, better drop that notion right away.
Thank you, Miss Su, for saving our lives. From here on out, my life is yours, Miss Su. Meng Dorong swears it.
Little Yan, aren't you worried all these refugees we just saved might turn out to be lazy freeloaders? What if they get to the village and won't lift a finger, just waiting around for us to hand out charity, what then?
If they're lazy freeloaders, we'll boot them out. Our grains earned with the sweat off our backs. Why feed them for nothing?
But with so many of them, how are you gonna tell who is pulling their weight and who is slacking? You can't keep an eye on them every day, right?
Wifey, you're the brains here. So, how do you figure we should settle these folks?
It is actually pretty straightforward. We'll give them a small ration of grain to tide them over for a bit. In that time, they can head up the mountain to forage for wild greens, or pick up some odd jobs in the village. As long as they're diligent enough, they won't go hungry for sure. At most half a month, the lazy gluttons will show their true colors soon enough. When their food runs out, you can bet the lazy ones will come knocking at the village door. By then, It'll be plain as day who is hardworking and who is just a lazy slacker.
Where are you from? And where are you headed?
Sir,
We hail from Suyue Town. We're bound for Bodhi Temple to burn incense.
The city guard scrutinized their travel permits, brow furrowing slightly.
In these chaotic times, you came all this way just to burn incense at Bodhi Temple.
My husband's grandfather is stricken with an incurable illness. That is why we're here to pray at Bodhi Temple, hoping the Buddha will watch over him to help him weather this storm.
Gu Chengzhen saw Su Wangshu, her eyes brimming with tears. He bought her tale, more or less.
IT, Alar costs 10 tiles of silver per person to enter Luling City.
Su Wanshu clicked her tongue under her breath. 10 taels apiece just to pass the gates. Might as well turn bandit at that rate. Still, no sense stirring up trouble. Su Wanshu handed over 20 taels to the city guard without a fuss. For both Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan, it was their first time in Luling City.
Make way! Clear the path.
Su Wanshu 趁着腾着的上 and spotted a line of over a dozen wagons heaped with grain, rumbling past.
Mama, what is all this grain for? Don't tell me it is for the refugees.
General Zhao, a man of such clout, why would he lift a finger for refugees? It is all provisions for the troops.
I see. So Luling must be crawling with city guards, huh?
You bet there are.
Hearing the shopkeeper call it military grain, Su Wanshu let it drop. Any garrison needs its stores well stocked. After all, before long, Su Wanshu found a grain shop. She poked her head in to ask around and got the shock of it. Grain prices in Luling were through the roof. Even a pound of corn costs a tael of silver, and a pound of rice is going for a tael and 500 wen. Prices here are sky high.
Miu Yan, let's find someone to ask around. I just can't shake this feeling that Luling City is hiding something sinister everywhere.
I can't figure it out either. Food here is so damn expensive. Why stay in this poverty? Why won't the folks just leave? They've got no choice but to scrape by here.
Street vendors like this are the best for getting the real scoop.
Old-timer, with prices this deep in the city, why not just pack up and go?
Oh, I want to more than anything. 2 years back, both my boys got dragged off to labor on the moat, and they've never come home. If I so much as tried to leave, they'd never let my boys come back.
I've seen folks still hanging on in villages outside the walls. Is it the same for them? Staying put because their kin's slaving on the moat.
Yeah. Not just the moat workers. Plenty got snatched up for conscription too. With family in the ranks, nobody dares slip away on their own. One wrong move, and your loved ones in the army, dead.
Su Wanshu seized inwardly, despising Zhao Jing. Ruling a city's people with such ruthless tactics. He is just digging his own grave. The common folk won't stand by him. When trouble hits, it'll cost him everything.
One more thing, old-timer. I've barely been in Luling City 2 hours. And already I've spotted wagon trains hauling in grain, one after another. If General Zhao can bring in all that food, why is the price still through the roof in here?
The old tea vendor glanced around warily. No one paying them any mind. Only then did he lean in, voice hushed, and spill the ugly truth to Su Wanshu.
I've heard whispers from outsiders. Say General Zhao, in the chaos, he has his soldiers dress up as bandits and loot all over the place. A big, wealthy household, about 400 miles from here, apparently offended General Zhao. Word is, in just 2 days, that whole household, over 100 souls, were wiped out overnight. They'd hoarded hundreds of thousands of pounds of grain, planning to sell it at sky-high prices come spring. But they didn't make a single coin. General Zhao took every last bit.
And no one's lifting a finger about it.
Hey.
Whole wood. This whole stretch is under General Zhao's grip. Even if the local magistrate knows it is General Zhao pulling the strings, he is just the arm. Can't twist the thigh. He has got no choice but to swallow it.
Before, Song Wanshu had only figured Zhao Jing for a common trader, the kind who'd sell out anything for his own gain. Now, she sees Zhao Jing in a whole new light. He is sunk to depths she never imagined.
Daughter-in-law. Why would General Zhao stockpile all that grain? The court already supplies him with rations. yet he hoards so much and gives nothing to the starving refugees. Is he just gonna let it all go to waste and rot?
It is pretty straightforward. Just think about it carefully. What takes a massive amount of food to pull off?
Xiao Muyan felt his mind tying itself in knots from Su Wanshu's questions. Suddenly, Xiao Muyan had a flash of insight.
Zhao Jing's secret troops.
Right. He has been plotting rebellion for at least 2 years now. That is what I figured for a rundown place like this. Why bother digging such a huge moat? Zhao Jing must be planning to raise an army right here in Luling City. That moat of his isn't for keeping out the southern barbarians. It is to stop the imperial cavalry. Little Yan, wanna test out just how much my storage space can hold?
Xiao Muyan was totally baffled. He had no clue what Su Wanshu was getting at.
Silly goose. Zhao Jing scraped together all that grain to feed his private army. We sure as heck can't let him have his way. So let's steal every last bit of it. Tomorrow, on our way to Bodhi Temple, we'll hand out food to folks all along the route.
Now that is a plan.
Baitona, you've been eating and lounging around all day, every day. Time to stretch those legs a bit. I've got a mission for you. Scout around the city and find where the biggest stash of grain is.
Bai Tuantuan nodded. Wu Shi bolted, right out of Su Wanshu's grasp. While Su Wanshu tidied up her storage space, Xiao Muyan had already boiled the water and brewed the tea, and set out all the food she wanted.
Little Yan, how are you always so thoughtful?
Xiao Muyan turned beet red at Su Wanshu's sudden tease.
Let's eat, quick. Bai Tuantuan should be back any minute.
Got it.
Boy, this innocent is just too adorable.
We've found the spot. Lead the way up front.
Bai Tuantuan says light as a swallow. He is darting across those rooftops, like he is about to take flight. At first, Su Wanshu figured Zhao Jing would stash the grain in his general's mansion. But Bai Tuantuan zigzagged all over the city and skipped the mansion entirely. Instead, he slipped into this low-key courtyard tucked away in the city. All that plundered grain was hidden right there in this unassuming spot. Su Wanshu grabbed a handful of sleeping incense. She tossed it casually into the yard. A gentle breeze carried it through the air. The patrolling city guards dropped to the ground without a hint of warning. She stepped up and gave one of the guards a solid kick. And there he was, snoring away like a log.
Let's go. Grab the grain.
The granary was stacked floor to ceiling, with neatly arranged sacks of food. Su Wanshu took a quick scan. Rice, millet, wheat, coal. She even spotted some sorghum. Zhao Jing's got no conscience at all. He wouldn't leave a single crumb for the starving folks. The sprawling courtyard had over 20 rooms, and Su Wanshu emptied every last one of them. Just a few days back, Su Wanshu raided Zhao Jing's treasure vault. Today, she cleaned out his grain stores too. Who knows if Zhao Jing will cough up blood and keel over when he finds out.
Tomorrow, we bolt the second the gates open. Just hope they don't lock us in. It'd make slipping out a real hassle.
Early the next morning, Su Wanshu rose bright and early, right on schedule. She'd planned to slip out with Xiao Muyan the moment the gates opened to steer clear of any trouble. But by the time they were up and ready to head out, the gates showed no sign of budging. Looks like her quiet getaway plans hit a snag.
Xiao Yan, let's stick around another day and see how things play out. If those gates stay locked tight, we'll come up with a plan B.
Wifey, I've got just the idea. Lay it on me. What have you got?
Sure. Luling City's walls look solid as a rock, but there've gotta be spots like dog holes hidden away.
We just need to track one down.
Then squeeze right through. No more twiddling our thumbs for the gates.
The slums are a good ways from the main gates, and patrols from the city guards rarely swing by. Over time, a few sneaky holes popping up isn't all that odd.
But a hole that tiny, we'd never squeeze through.
Let's just widen it out a bit lower down. That oughta do it.
The wall's bricks are tough stuff, so Xiao Muyan didn't mess with them. Instead, he grabbed his dagger and started digging straight down. The man's got some serious muscle. In no time flat, he'd carved out a half-meter deep pit right below that dog hole. Once they'd both slipped out of the city, Su Wanshu didn't bother sealing up the hole. She just gathered some dead branches and leaves to camouflage it. Something told her that hole might come in handy down the line.
No one's opening those gates till we find more grain. And anyone trying to force their way out gets cut down on the spot.
Meanwhile, Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan, blissfully unaware after their escape, had no clue Luling City was descending into chaos. The two mounted up and pressed south toward Bodhi Temple. To hand out food to the refugees, Su Wangshu and Xiao Muyan specially brought out a wagon. They loaded it up with a full wagon of grain. Su Wanshu drove the wagon while Xiao Muyan handed out the food. Whenever they came across a spot with just a few folks, they tossed down 2 or 3 bags of grain, and in busier spots, they dropped 10 or 8 bags at a time. The wagon kept rolling along non-stop. Once the wagon's load was gone, Su Wangshu would pull more food from her space and refill it to the brim. Some folks, after getting their share, would kneel toward the direction the wagon vanished in, kowtowing 3 times in thanks, grateful for the life-saving gift. All this constant giving slowed Su Wanshu's journey to a crawl. They should have reached Bodhi Temple by morning. But after this whole road, it dragged on till late afternoon, when dusk was falling, before Bodhi Temple came into view.
Anyone around?
Benefactor, here to offer incense.
No, not for incense. I'm here to see the abbot. Do you know if he is in?
Please wait just a moment. Benefactor.
He was moments away from unraveling the mystery of his origins. No telling if his parents had abandoned him back then, or if Wang Kui had stolen him away. Either way, now he'd finally get some answers for himself, or for the soul he'd inherited.
Wife, no matter what comes of this, I'll be right here with you. Don't be scared.
The newcomer, clad in a Kasaya robe, turned out to be someone Su Wangshu knew.
Master Xuan Yi.
Indeed. It is I, the humble monk. I've been waiting for you here at Bodhi Temple for quite some time. Benefactor Su, this is the very registry you asked about. The one concerning the 5 treasure coins, the list of incense donors at Bodhi Temple through the years.
Su Wanshu stared at the vermilion-bound booklet. Her hands trembled, ever so slightly. She took 2 deep breaths before reaching out to take it. The booklet wasn't thick at all. She skimmed the dates. This registry covers the last 20 years of pilgrims who came seeking to have the 5 treasure coins sewn, and their names. Su Wanshu flipped through it at a glance, landing on the year she herself had been found. Just to make sure there was no mistake, she double-checked the years before and after. What a stroke of fate. Other years saw plenty of folks coming to pray for the 5 treasure coins. But in those 3 years, only one soul ever sought them out. The 5 treasure coins. The 3 characters, Mu Baoyun stared back, utterly unfamiliar at first. Yet they brought a sudden sting to Su Wangshu's eyes. This had to be her birth mother. After the name, it merely noted from the capital, nothing more. But a name that was more than enough. To be absolutely certain, Su Wanshu drew out those few coins from Bodhi Temple once more, holding them up for Master Xuan Yi to see.
These are indeed from our Bodhi Temple. Back then, your mother must have journeyed here from the capital in person. She arrived with more than a dozen attendants at her side. She kept to a vegetarian fast here at Bodhi Temple for half a month before she left.
Master Xuan Yi, you say my mother was so earnest, praying so fervently for a child like me. Then why, not long after I was born, was I left out in the wilds like that?
Lady Su, sometimes the things you see with your eyes and hear with your ears aren't always the full truth. Since you've got these doubts weighing on your heart, why not head to the capital yourself, track down your birth mother, and hear the truth straight from her? From what I know, you're your mother's very first child. Your mother should still be quite young even now.
Master Xuan Yi's unspoken message was clear. Su Wangshu's mother was surely still alive.
Lady Mu even brought it up with my master back in those days. She said she couldn't wait for you to come into the world. After 3 years of marriage with no children, your father shouldered the weight of the family's expectations, yet he never took a concubine. He longed for your birth just as much.
Master Xuan Yi, could I meet your master and ask about my mother's situation from back then?
A few months back, when bandits were terrorizing the towns around Bodhi Temple, my master led the monks of Bodhi Temple to pull the people from the jaws of disaster. He is turned to dust now, along with my senior brothers, returning to the Western Paradise.
Su Wanshu froze for a moment. She'd never imagined it. That Bodhi Temple's former abbot had actually died saving the refugees. After the bandits' raid, Bodhi Temple was left with just a handful of monks, barely a dozen.
Master Xuanyi, you should head north too. Come settle in our southern village.
I have to stay and watch over Bodhi Temple, waiting for the day it rises to glory once more.
With Su Wanshu's mission complete, she didn't linger long at Bodhi Temple. As soon as the mountain path came into clear view, she started down. But before she left, Su Wanshu quietly left 10 sacks of grain for Master Xuanyi, hoping he'd truly see the day when Bodhi Temple shone bright again.
Darling, if you'd like to head to the capital, I'll come with you.
Not for now. The villagers are still waiting for us back home.
Right now, our top priority is helping rebuild the village.
Why'd you suddenly give me a peach blossom?
My mom says all women love flowers. That is why I brought you this peach blossom, to cheer you up. Don't frown, darling. It doesn't suit you at all.
Xiaoyan, thank you. Ever since you gave me that peach blossom, my mood's been so much brighter.
Young master, hang in there. Just 2 more days, and we'll reach Shuilin City.
Out of sheer curiosity, Su Wanshu stepped closer to see what was happening.
This young lord's been poisoned. Everyone, back off, he can barely breathe like this.
His heart meridian pulse is faint and thready. He is on the verge of fading away.
Miss, please save my young master.
Of course.
I am Bo Yansha. Please, miss, save my young master's life.
Su Wanshu pulled an antidote pill from her medicine pouch, while asking how the young man had been poisoned. It turned out this injured young lord was named Chu Yang, the son of a wealthy merchant from a small town near southern Xinjiang. They'd set out on a business trip when bandits ambushed them, stripping them of what little luggage and silver they carried. Spotting folks foraging for wild greens on the nearby hills, they joined in to scavenge some too. But while digging, he got bitten by a venomous snake.
It has been 2 days since the bite, and we were rushing to Shuilin City for an antidote for my young master. Who knew the venom would hit this hard? Even after he swallowed some antidote, it barely touched it.
But now that I'm here, your young master will pull through.
Su Wanshu swiftly sealed Chu Yang's heart meridian with her silver needle. Only then did he start unwrapping the bandages from his feet. If an ordinary person got hit with poison like this, they'd have been dead long ago, after several flare-ups. Yet Chu Yang managed to hold on for 2 full days. That means his antidote works just as well as my antidote pill.
There we go. I'd say, in another half day or so, the snake venom in young Master Chu will be completely cleared out.
After he swallowed the antidote pill you prepared for him, and it fully took effect, I could clearly feel a warm current surging through my whole body.
Miss S, you've saved my life. This rare herb is yours, as thanks for saving me.
Young Master Chu, this ice jade fruit of yours is far too precious. I really shouldn't accept it. But I'm quite skilled at growing medicinal herbs. Give me some time, and I'll cultivate more ice jade fruits. You can come find me in Nanfeng Village, and I'll give you another one in return.
Later, Chu Yang asked for directions to Nanfeng Village. They agreed that once his foot mends a bit more, they'd set off for Nanfeng Village.
Little Yan, what has gotten into you? You're pulling such a long face, it is written all over that you're upset.
Wifey, why'd you invite Chu Yang to our village? That Chu Yang's a total pretty boy. What if he's got a rotten heart? What are we gonna do then?
Little Yan, have you noticed? You're picking up more and more fancy words these days. You even know what a pretty boy means now.
Wifey, don't change the subject. Don't you think so too? Chu Yang looks so handsome.
No matter how handsome Chu Yang is, he can't hold a candle to you. Don't worry about it. In my eyes, you're the handsomest man there is.
So if you don't think Chu Yang's that handsome, why invite him to our village?
What if I said I think Chu Yang's got some medical skills too? And he is pretty capable, and I want to spar with him. Would you buy that?
Xiao Muyan blinked his eyes, then shook his head. Su Wanshu was so pissed off. She straight up gave him a good smack. Do I really look that easy to sway with a handsome face?
Wanshu and Little Yan are back.
The carriage comes to a gentle stop outside the stone gate.
Uncle Man, Little Yan, you're finally back. These past few days, refugees have been pouring in outside our village non-stop. I haven't dared to open the gate for days.
Village chief, round up everyone in the village, have them all gather up, and hand out 5 chin of grain to each person first.
That is a lot. You only brought back 2 carts of grain, how? Is that gonna feed everyone?
Village Chief Li, just go ahead and distribute it. There is plenty of grain to go around.
Soon, all the folks in Southern Village assembled. Su Wanshu has everyone line up to collect their grain first.
Village Chief Li, the refugees outside, we should let them all in too, and give them 5 jin each, just like us. As for housing, once we let the refugees in from outside the gate, we can have them settle temporarily on that rocky beach over there. After we've handed out the food and tallied up the numbers, then we'll figure out the housing arrangements.
Uncle Wan, with so many refugees coming in, can you keep things under control? Our village doesn't have that many folks ourselves.
Village head, you can rest easy. I'll let them in. And I'll make sure they don't cause any trouble.
Liu Sanhu let out a sigh and grudgingly agreed.
Village head, we need to manage these refugees in separate groups. We can't just let them all huddle together like that.
Divide all the refugees into teams of 100. Then, from each team, they'll elect a captain and squad leaders. Going forward, whatever the village needs to announce, we just tell the captains.
And it is not just for the refugees. Even our own villagers. And the folks who've come to seek refuge with us. Everyone gets organized the same way. Right now, most houses in our village are run down. So, let's use this chance to rebuild the whole village with new courtyards.
Liu Sanhu jumped at Su Wanshu's words. His immediate thought, how much silver will this take?
Village head, up on our mountain, we've got plenty of stone and timber. As for the bricks, with all these people in the village, not one knows how to fire bricks. Once we've got all that sorted, building houses won't be an issue.
So none of that costs silver?
Nope. Later, I'll stock up on more grain. With this grain on hand, the whole village can get back on its feet.
The whole Nanfeng village suddenly buzzes with activity as spring draws to a close. Everyone's striving hard for a better life. The villagers are busy reclaiming land, planting crops, and rebuilding their homes. No one bats an eye at Wanshu, suddenly pulling out all this grain.
Young fella, what is with all the black silt? You're digging up around the village. Our village doesn't have many fertile paddy fields. Wanshu says, once the river silt dries out, mix it with poultry manure, and it'll make great fertilizer. Even on freshly reclaimed wasteland, it'll yield a bountiful harvest.
Chu Yang listens as Liu Yuzhang recounts how Wanshu improved the farmland. He can't help but admire her silently. Who knew someone as young as Wanshu could be such a master healer, and so skilled in farming too?
Wait here a sec right now. Uncle Wan's up the mountain with the folks. I'll let him know someone's here to see him shortly. My surname's Cha. Could you please pass on my name to him? Thanks. I'll let Wanshu know in a bit. Sweetheart, what kind of toxic herbs are you planning to grow? I'll give you a hand planting them.
Let me think. For such a big plot, we'll need something really potent.
They've been roaming the mountains all morning. As noon approaches, Wanshu and her group finally head back down.
Wanshu, there is a refugee named Chu Yang who just asked to see you.
Really? Where is he?
Over by the tents for the new refugees.
Wanshu's been waiting for Chu Yang for days now. He hadn't shown up for so long. She figured he wasn't coming. Xiao Muyan, trailing behind Wanshu, says how eager she is to meet Chu Yang and feels a twinge of jealousy. What is so great about that pretty boy anyway? His wife walks so fast. She is not worried about tripping.
Young Master Chu, long time no see.
Thank you for saving my life last time, mister. I've come to bother you again, mister.
Young Master Chu, you gave me the ice jade fruit. We're square now. No need to keep it on your mind. Young Master Chu, you actually know about the ice jade fruit. I figured you must know the art of poisons. Once you've settled in here, how about we spar on the art of poison sometime?
Of course.
Chu Yang didn't hide his knowledge of poisons and gladly accepted Su Wangshu's invitation.
Miss Sasu, wonder if you have a moment. I brought some tea from home. Thought you might like to try it with me.
Sure.
Chu Yang boils water in a clay pot for tea. It brings a line to Su Wanshu's mind. A graceful young lord, peerless and bright in the world. Though Chu Yang's clay pots and bowls are simple, everyday teaware, in his hands they take on a whole new elegance.
My home's near the southern frontier. The tea there is a bit different from what you're used to, so give it a try. What do you think of the flavor?
Su Wanshu finds the clear tea broth rich and fragrant on the tongue, truly delightful.
Brewing tea.
Mrs. Yu. Keeping refugees and feeding them, I get that. But now, they're barely filling their bellies. So why have them build such fine courtyards? Shouldn't they spend that time foraging for more food instead?
With so many refugees, if they just sit idle, waiting for handouts from me, even if I had mountains of grain, it wouldn't last. See, I'm still using food to draw them in, but now everyone's got work to do. It won't take long before I can stop handing out rations altogether. By then, they'll be earning their own keep, and they get to live in nice houses too. Isn't that just perfect?
That is actually a pretty solid plan. But what if a family has no able-bodied men? What about just the women and children then?
Families like that. For now, there is just no way I can look after them all. I have to wait for those who can build their own courtyards. First, once they're all settled in the courtyards, I'll figure out ways to help the rest.
Chu Yang listened as Su Wanshu described the situation in Nanfeng village. His understanding of Su Wanshu deepened even further. Don't let Su Wanshu's gentle nature fool you. She has got a real head for strategy. She won't let a soft heart throw the rules out the window over trifles.
Wife, it is lunchtime.
Xiao Muyang, who'd stayed mostly silent nearby, started to lose patience as Chu Yang kept chattering away, going on and on. He was getting a bit annoyed. Reminded by Xiao Muyang, Su Wanshu realized it was already noon. So Su Wangshu bid her farewells and headed home first, with Xiao Muyang. Once home, Su Wanshu rubbed her grumbling stomach. She'd had too much tea earlier, and now hunger was really kicking in. Chu Yang's probably feeling it just as bad. With that thought, Su Wanshu headed to the kitchen for some cured meat and buffalo milk buns. She asked Xiao Muyan to take them over to Chu Yang.
We're not even kin. Why go out of our way to send him food?
He savored his fine tea all afternoon. It is only polite to return the gesture.
Su Wanshu had Xiao Muyan bring some food over to Chu Yang. Once Xiao Muyan got back, Su Wanshu could clearly tell Xiao Muyan was in a foul mood. What is eating at you?
Am I imagining things? Or do I smell a hint of jealousy in the air?
Wifey, no more lessons from here on out.
And no more gifts for any other guys.
Can't have that. But I'll still need to look after Dad down the line. Does that mean no presents for him either?
That is not the same.
How is it different?
Seeing Xiao Muyan's hilariously conflicted face, Su Wanshu burst out laughing.
After we grab some lunch, let's head up the mountain together to plant those wild roses and mind-bewitching flowers. It'll be our little secret. You gotta keep it under wraps for me.
Didn't you say you needed something with corrosive properties, like devouring vines?
I don't have any in my space just yet. This afternoon on the mountain, we can hunt around for some. See if we can snag a couple.
I'll grab the shovel and help you dig up those devouring vines.
Deal.
With just a few sweet words from Su Wanshu, Xiao Muyan was completely soothed, and off he went to lunch, all smiles. Su Wanshu spent the next 2 days studying alongside Chu Yang.
Young Master Chu, your acupuncture techniques are pretty impressive. Care to swap some tips?
The two dove right into discussing their acupuncture methods. The world around them just melted away. Were it not for the sun dipping below the horizon, they'd be lit only by the campfire. They'd likely have kept at it all night.
Young Master Cheng, I'll send for some candles and dinner in a bit, so we can keep digging into this.
Su Wanshu had a ton more questions for Chu Yang. She wasn't about to call it quits.
Miss, My throat's scratchy from all the talking. How about we take a breather?
Fine. Let's rest for an hour then. Have a bite to line your stomach.
With that, Su Wanshu didn't wait for Chu Yang to turn her down. She casually pulled the silver needle from her arm, got ready to stand and fetch some food.
Young Master Chu, you rest up first. I'll be right back.
Little uncle, what are you up to?
Mom, it is nothing. I'm dropping this off with young Master Chu. I won't be back for dinner tonight. Might even be late getting home. You head to bed early.
With that, Su Wanshu loaded all the items onto the carriage and had Xiao Muyan drive it over to deliver them. Yang Guihua watched the carriage roll out of the courtyard gate, worry etched on her face.
Guanchong, isn't little uncle getting a bit too chummy with that young Master Chou?
Wei Hua, don't let your mind run wild. Don't you trust little uncle's good character? Or do you think our boy's such a dud? He doesn't deserve little Shu.
Yang Guihua figured he had a point. Xiao Muyan is no longer such a simpleton, and over this past year, he is shot up taller and filled out stronger.
Yeah, I was overthinking it.
To master Chu Yang's silver needle mastery, Su Wanshu spent her evenings in candlelit talks with him deep into the night. She lost track of the pots of tea they shared, and the time she jabbed her own arm. Finally, Su Wanshu headed home, deeply satisfied. If Su Wanshu took half a year to master his silver needle technique, he'd just see her as smart and quick on the uptake. But if she picked up his silver needle mastery in a single month, he'd hail her as a true medical prodigy. Yet here she is, nailing it in just half a day. She is got his silver needle mastery down pat already. She is even built on it, pinpointing acupuncture points that paralyze the whole body. This knack has Chu Yang utterly floored. To him, Su Wanshu's nothing short of divine. Chu Yang lies in his ragged tent, the stars peeking through. His chest feels all swollen and tight, like something's jabbing right at his heart. The next day, Su Wanshu 说早跑出够呢, tagging along with Chu Yang and the other herb farmers to learn planting. Chu Yang talked himself hoarse after hours on end. Su Wanshu, wanting him to keep chatting about the herbs, readily offers him some diluted second-order spiritual spring water. It is the first time she has shared her spiritual spring water with anyone beyond family.
Wife, starting tomorrow, you'll stay home and keep Mom company. I'll head out to learn herb planting from young Master Chust.
You wouldn't even know which herbs I'm after. Liu Yan, don't stir up trouble.
Once home, Su Wanshu grabs her brush, ink, paper, and stone in a flash, scribbling down the herbs and formulas she picked up from Chu Yang today. Xiao Moyan catches her brushing him off. It leaves him feeling all choked up inside, so he storms off to the yard alone to throw punches. Yang Guihua, stitching away in the main hall, takes in the whole spat between the young couple. She is a touch anxious but holds back from meddling. After all, she is the mother-in-law. The more you meddle right now, the bigger the mess. Yang Guihua just watched Xiao Muyan in the yard, practicing his punches with a face full of fury. Her heart ached for him. By the time Su Wanshu had scribbled down every herb and formula she'd touched on that day, nearly half an hour had slipped by. Only then did she realize Xiao Muyan had been throwing punches in the yard the whole time.
Little Yan, dinner's almost ready. Don't push yourself too hard.
Xiao Muyan gave a grunt, but showed no sign of letting up. Su Wanshu figured he was just fired up to sharpen his martial skills, so she didn't give it another thought. She turned and headed to the kitchen to help out. And it stayed that way until bedtime, though Su Wanshu picked up on Xiao Muyan's sour mood over her sessions with Chu Yang. She didn't pry for details. Being her usual carefree self, she didn't see the problem. She and Chu Yang had only traded notes on their medical arts. Nothing crossing any lines. If something this innocent already got under Xiao Muyan's skin, how on earth were they supposed to make it through the years? She couldn't just swear off every other man in the world to keep him content. Could she? Come morning, Su Wanshu rose early, as always, to seek out Chu Yang. Chu Yang sensed his foot was just about mended, so he proposed they hike up the mountain together to scout the local herbs.
Which were worlds apart from back home. Lady Luck might even smile on us. We could unearth some truly rare finds.
Su Wanshu mulled it over and nodded. Why not? There is no match for getting your hands dirty with the real thing. She agreed with a smile. They grabbed a quick lunch to go and headed up the mountain side by side.
Well, if you ask me, Miss Su ought to wed a fine young gentleman like Dr. Chu.
And Song, you holding out on us?
I spotted Dr. Chu and Miss Yu first thing this morning, heading up the mountain to gather herbs together, and he didn't even bring those 4 stunning maids of his.
You gossiping hens. Got nothing better to do? Or are you just stuffed from lunch? If I catch you gossiping about my wife behind her back again, I'll run the lot of you straight out of the village.
That afternoon, up on the city wall, Shao Muyan paced restlessly. He racked his brain trying to relive every little moment with Su Wanshu. Back then, his head was still all foggy. He dimly recalled. The moment he caught Su Wanshu's bright, stubborn gaze, he knew right then Su Wanshu was his wife, no doubt about it, the woman he swore to protect. As time passed, his thoughts cleared up even more, and his resolve only grew stronger. Besides, they'd already tied the knot in a proper wedding ceremony, with the marriage papers to prove it. They're bound as man and wife. No one's tearing them apart. As the sun dipped low in the west, it was sinking fast toward the horizon. Finally, Su Wanshu and Chu Yang made their way down from the mountain. Lost in whatever they were chatting about, Su Wanshu's face glowed with a warm smile. That smile of hers stung Xiao Muyan like a thorn in his side.
Wife, let me take you home.
Master Chu, well, I'll be off then.
All right.
Xiao Muyan and Su Wanshu rode off together on one horse, galloping swiftly along the winding country lane. Chu Yang watched their figures slowly fade into the distance. A sly curve tugged at his lips. He was itching for a showdown with Xiao Muyan. What to do about it? A treasure like Su Wanshu deserves a man of his stature. Xiao Muyan, nothing but a rough mountain brute. How could a lout like him ever be worthy of her?
Wife, are you heading up the mountain with Chu Yang tomorrow to gather herbs?
Yeah. We'll try our luck up the mountain again tomorrow. Today I only dug up 2 plant herbs that folks around here overlook. Those north-south differences, some prescriptions end up a bit off too. How intriguing.
Su Wanshu recalls the fresh insights she picked up from Chu Yang. She is buzzing with excitement. He is not into much, just loves delving into medicine and poisons. And now she has found someone like Chu Yang, totally on the same page. Of course, Su Wanshu wants to chat with him more. Swap notes and all.
Then tomorrow, I'll tag along with you to the mountain. The village head's taking folks tomorrow to check out the slopes across from Huku Mountain. Word is, they used to grow a ton of fruit trees there. They want to see what is left. Wonder if those fruit trees made it through the frost.
Then, let's head over there tomorrow and take a look ourselves. Xiao Yan, where exactly are we now?
We're not far from the old Shitai village anymore.
I see. These woods around here are insanely thick. I've been totally turned around.
The trail snakes along the narrow mountain path, scouring the forest for herbs. Suddenly, Su Wanshu freezes in her tracks.
Xiao Yan, you smell that? Blood in the air.
Su Wanshu perches on a massive boulder, eyes darting everywhere, hunting for any sign of Liu Sanhu and his crew. Maybe we all strayed too far from each other earlier, or this forest is just too overgrown to see straight. Su Wanshu scans for ages, but Liu Sanhu's group is nowhere in sight.
Wife, let me check it out.
Northern barbarians incoming, and a ton of them.
Wife, you get young Master Chu back to Nanfeng village. I'll go pull Li Zheng and the others out.
No way. How the hell are you gonna handle that many barbarians solo? I'm going with you.
No time to waste. Su Wanshu hasn't got a second to explain to Chu Yang. She just shoves Chu Yang down the narrow path, heading straight for Nanfeng village. Chu Yang still reeling what is happening, but Xiao Muyan and Su Wanshu, they're already bolting toward the barbarians' rough position.
You'd better come out now, or we'll riddle you with arrows. Loose the arrows. Let's see just how tough a handful of dirt farmers really are.
Xiao Yan, we'll draw him off.
Got it.
Xiao Muyan unleashes a storm of deadly pellets at Eshan, like they're worthless.
Snag those 2 little bastards for me.
I want him torn apart by 5 horses.
Yi Ashen barks the order. Northern barbarians swarmed from every direction towards Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan. But they'd only been running a short while when they collided head-on with the gravely wounded Liu Sanhu and a handful of other villagers.
Xiaoyan, you carry Li Zhang and get out of here first. I'll hold them off.
Wifey, you take Li Zhang. Let them go first. I'll cover the rear.
None of you are escaping. Rotha, kill every last one of them.
Li Zhang, you all go on ahead. We'll buy you time against the northern barbarians.
I'm badly hurt. I can't keep going. Second, the village is yours to protect from here on out.
Even as he spoke, Liu Sanhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then summoned every last bit of strength to plant himself in front of Xiao Muyan. Rota's 9-ring saber hacked down viciously, right in front of Liu Sanhu, shearing off half his arm in one brutal stroke. The blade finally lodged deep in his body.
Oh!
Su Wanshu bit down hard on her lip and yanked the stunned villagers to their feet, bolting off in the opposite direction. Liu Sanhu had thrown his life on the line, all to safeguard the villagers of Nanfeng village. Su Wanshu was dead set on not letting Liu Sanhu down. Su Wanshu sees him bursting out with a few villagers. He wheels around without a second thought to cover Xiao Muyan. By the time Su Wanshu circles back, Xiao Muyan's short sword is already cleaved into by Rota.
Xiaoyan!
Su Wanshu whips out a deadly pellet and flings it straight at Rota.
Xiaoyan, today, we've got to take every last one of them down. If we let them slip away back home, we're gonna have real trouble on our hands.
Wifey, I can't take down that Rota brute.
If we can't beat him, we'll outsmart him instead.
The northern barbarians are no joke. Their archers are downright ferocious. Even with their quick footwork, the two still catch arrows and get wounded.
What? Just some puny kid. I thought they were hot stuff. Brothers, move it. Capture him alive for me. Don't off the little girl. I'll keep her breathing. She has got plenty of uses later.
All of you drop dead.
Su Wanshu doesn't even hesitate, scattering the medicinal powder over the northern barbarians closing in on her. As the powder rains down, those cocky northern barbarians from a second ago contoured into snarling beasts in an instant.
Xiaoyan, can you hear me?
Xiao Muyan, who has had his eyes clamped shut, cracks them open just a sliver and offers Su Wanshu a soft, faint smile.
Xiaoyan, why the tears?
Su Wanshu catches on in a flash. The one stirring awake before her is Xiaoyan, not Xiao Muyan.
How is it you?
Disappointed, it is me, you see. So heartless of you. This is probably the last time I get to talk to you like this.
Don't say a word!
After this, he'll likely merge completely with Xiao Muyan's soul.
Nonsense. This word love, I've worn myself out saying it so many times. You always think I'm not being sincere. I swear on my life. It is me, Xiaoyan. Every word I've said to you, Su Wanshu, they're all true.
I know everything.
In her past life, Su Wanshu didn't care much for Xiaoyan, but his presence still brought her plenty of joy. Now, this man was burning away his very soul to save her. Xiaoyan reached out to caress Su Wanshu's cheeks. He wanted to etch her face into his memory in these final moments. But instead, his fingers brushed against Su Wanshu's tears. To make Su Wanshu shed tears for him, this life of his was worth it. Su Wanshu carried the unconscious Xiao Moyan into her space. She helped Yao Moyan drink another 1.3 pounds of spiritual spring water. It took quite a while before he finally stirred and woke up slowly.
Hey, darling, what about those northern barbarians?
You've taken them all out.
That Rota guy was tough earlier. How'd I even take him down?
Rota's strength couldn't match yours. He just wore himself out over time. Little Yan, don't worry about that now. How are you feeling? Has your strength started coming back?
Today, Liu Sanhu died, saving others. Xiaoyan's last wisp of remnant soul vanished too. All to save him in these chaotic times. Life feels so fragile. Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan were utterly exhausted. Now, they finally made it back to the safety of home. The moment their spirits relaxed, they scarfed down an early dinner and crashed into bed. But the villagers of Nanfeng couldn't sleep a wink. All the village elders and notables were huddled in the ancestral hall, debating who should be the new village head. In our sprawling Nanfeng village, there is always a mountain of tasks piling up every day. Without a leader calling the shots, it'd descend into total chaos. After hashing it out, thanks to Gao Chusheng's suggestion, everyone agreed that Su Wanshu was the perfect pick for village head. They'd all seen firsthand what Su Wanshu had accomplished over the past year. No one doubted she could shoulder the responsibilities of the role. The next morning, Su Wanshu rose and had just splashed water on her face. Gao Chusheng hurried over to tell her she'd been chosen as the new village head, making her the first woman ever to lead Nanfeng Village, and the first outsider to boot. Su Wanshu thought about turning it down at first. She already had her hands full as it was. Taking on village head would only pile on more, but in the end, she didn't refuse. Now she had 4 capable assistants at her side.
As village head, these are all the loot we stripped from the northern barbarians.
Uncle Go, round up someone in the village who knows a thing or two about blacksmithing. We'll melt down all these swords on the down low. Then, forge some sturdy weapons for the villagers.
No problem at all. We've got a few fine blacksmiths right here in the village. I'll get the forge lit up right away.
And this gold and silver, melt it all down too. Make sure none of the markings show. Then let's distribute them all to the folks who helped out in the village, especially to the families who lost loved ones. Give them a bit more.
Gao Chusheng nodded, agreeing to everything.
Li Zhang, it was Dr. Chu who brought back the news yesterday. Though he didn't join us later to deal with the northern barbarians, shouldn't we give him some silver too?
Just handle it as you see fit.
Chu Yang is just way too frail. He didn't come back to help, but Su Wanshu didn't hold it against him. After all, with that build of his, not causing trouble is already a win. Who could expect him to take on enemies? After that life and death clash in the mountain pass, Su Wanshu desperately needs to boost her combat strength. Relying solely on her poisons won't cut it anymore. As the 3rd-tier spiritual spring water hit her lips, Su Wanshu felt her whole body go light and floaty, like her very soul was about to drift out of her body. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Su Wanshu finally regained control of her body.
Little Yan, let's go find the Coach Miu and Coach Gi.
Su Wanshu knew this all too well. Right now, Xiao Mian is like a fine sword, still sheathed and untested. Polish him right, and he could shake the world someday. Boach it, though, and he'll just gather dust.
You 2 coaches. I was wondering if you could recommend another master for little Yan.
Li Zhang, the skills we know come straight from our army days. There is not much left we could teach little Yan, but I've heard there is a Coach Su over at Muning Pass whose skills are top-notch. Though, this Coach Su doesn't take on sword students lightly.
Su Wanshu perked up at the mention of Muning Pass, and immediately thought of Fan Haiqing and Lu Shiyun. When she goes to see Fan Haiqing, she can pay a visit to this Coach Su too. Maybe he'll take Xiao Miyan as his apprentice.
Is Master Xiao home?
The pitch-black door swings open. A middle-aged man in a black instructor's tunic steps out from inside at an unhurried pace. Su Zhengtian had knocked back quite a bit of wine at noon today. Confronted with this version of Master Su, Su Wanshu couldn't help but question it in her mind. Is this really the legendary martial arts master, Su the instructor?
Kid, what brings you here? Spit it out! Don't keep me from my drink!
Master Self, I'm from Aegis Town. My family name's Xiao, given name Mo Yan. I'd like to take you as my master. I beg you, Master Xiu, teach me your martial arts.
All right. Folks lining up to take me as their master every single day. I ain't got the time to waste on a bunch of run-of-the-mill nobodies with no real talent. That said, if you want to be my disciple, survive just 3 moves against me, and you're in right then and there.
Since Master Sasu puts it that way, then bright and early tomorrow morning, I'll come calling for a lesson.
Why bother with all that? We can do it right now.
You've been drinking today. Even if I get past your 3 moves, it'd be an unfair win.
As Su Zhengtian never figured Xiao Miuyan would come out with something like that. No one's ever shown up to apprentice under him and fussed over whether he'd had a drink or not.
Quit yapping. Kid, come at me. One hand's all I need to take you down.
At the outset, Su Zhengchen wasn't taking Xiao Muyan seriously at all. But once they clashed, Su Zhengchen snapped to attention in a flash. That arm-to-arm bump from earlier had shaken the booze right out of Su Zhengtian's system. His arm was still throbbing faintly.
Well, I'll be Kid's got some grit. You've got some real power in those arms. All right, show me what else you've got besides raw strength.
In a flash, the two had already exchanged 5 or 6 moves. Xiao Muyan, aside from that opening surprise on Su Zhengtian, a move that caught him off guard and pinned him down for a moment. After that, their clashes were mostly Su Zhengtian dominating Xiao Muyan.
Not bad he even knows the flying swallow sword technique. Pity he only scratched the surface miles away from Old Man Yu.
The two traded blows back and forth for nearly the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Only then did Su Zhengchen finally halt.
Not bad. Not bad your frame's built. Just right for martial arts. But you're getting on a bit, and you're already wed. Without your virginity intact, mastering the arts later on won't come easy.
Master Su, I'm still a virgin.
Yeah, good.
Good.
As long as you're still a virgin, that is what counts. Train hard from here on out, and your feats won't lag behind those practicing Tongzi Gong.
Su Wanshu never expected the notoriously tough Su Zhengtian to be so quick to take Xiao Muyan on as his disciple.
Master, from now on, Xiao Yan's your apprentice. He should show you proper respect every day. If you need anything done, just tell him. No need to hold back.
No problem at all.
Wife, grab 2 pheasants. I'll roast them. Master just sipping booze with no grub. Where is the fun in that?
2 pheasants. That won't cut it. I'll fetch some mutton. And goji berry wine too.
Xiao Muyan's got real skill in the kitchen. 4 dishes, 1 soup, and a jug of goji berry wine. This lunch is quite the feast. Su Zhengchen, nursing his drink alone in the room, was already craning his neck, eyeing Xiao Muyan's side. The food he was cooking smelled heavenly. He hadn't been hungry before, but now his stomach was rumbling loud.
Master Saliu, how is my cooking?
Su Wanshu brought over a cup and poured Master Su a glass herself. The goji berry wine, amber orange in hue, fresh from the jug, its rich aroma wafts right up.
Fine stuff! This! Bet you've tossed in some pricey herbs, huh?
You nailed it, Master Su. Yeah, a few medicinal bits steeped in the goji wine.
This one's got a real kick.
Go on, Master, give it a sip.
How is the beggar's chicken I made?
Su Zhengtian scraped by on a shoestring most days. 9 drinks out of 10. No side dishes in sight, just knocking it back neat. A feast like today's never happened before.
Mu Yang, top off your master's cup. Your master can take a bit more.
Wife, I'll see Master home.
Xiao Muyun steadied Su Zhengchen and walked him back to the thatched hut, fetched a fresh quilt, tucked him in nice and snug, then headed out.
Wife, why don't you sit down and take a break? I'll handle the cleanup.
It is all right, little Yan. In a couple of days, I'll head back to Nanfeng Village. You'll stay here and train with Master Su. I'm afraid it'll be a good while before we can see each other again.
I know.
I've stashed the rice and the flour in the chest by the study. The weather's turning hot now, so I won't leave you much fresh meat. I've got a few wild chickens for you. Keep 'em cooped up at the courtyard gate. Whenever you get a hankering, just butcher one for a nice little feast. I've also packed some bacon and fresh greens. If the greens run low, just buy more. Even if they're pricey, it is no big deal. I figure these supplies should hold you for a month. The last batch did. You've just about gone through them. I'll bring more next time.
My dear wife, I really don't want to be apart from you.
It won't be that long. At the most, I'll come visit you in a month.
No. The road from Nanfeng Village to Muningguan isn't exactly safe. You shouldn't be traveling back and forth. When I get a chance, I'll come home to see you and Mom.
The couple clung to each other, utterly reluctant to part. But in the end, Su Wanshu still had to go. However, Su Wanshu didn't set off alone. She was joined by Lu Xiyun, who'd only recently given birth.
Settling in Nanfeng village should be no trouble. It is just that life there is pretty tough. I wonder if Sister Xu can get used to it.
Your sister-in-law will be just fine. I've had Mama song. Bring along all the maids and servants from the estate. With that many hands to help out, Xiyun won't be short of anything.
When they were together, Su Wangshu hadn't really felt it. But once they were apart, Su Wanshu clearly felt her deep longing for Shao Muyan. Back then, Su Wanshu even doubted her own feelings for Shao Muyan. Now, she finally gets it. This sharp-as-a-tack woman of mine has gone, and fallen hard for a sweet little dimwit.
Put down the hoe, pick up the sword, and mount your horse. The villagers of Nanfeng, we're the fiercest, most valiant warriors. Steward Gao, how is the forging coming along on those blades?
We've reforged the northern barbarian scimitars into proper swords, but there is a fair bit of waste in the process. The blacksmiths figure we can turn out about 90 in total. These past few days, we've hammered out 20 broadswords and 30 longswords. The smiths are still pounding away at the rest. It won't take much longer. We'll have them all done before you know it.
That 9-ring saber turned out nice. Tell the blacksmith to forge me a longsword too. I'll bring it to Xiaoyan later. He has never had a weapon that really fits him.
I've already had folks start melting it down. No telling what alloy that 9-ring saber's made from. It has been in the furnace 2 full days, and the blade still hasn't fully melted.
Once everyone's got their weapons, the real work begins. Drilling hard under Instructor Mu and Instructor Gi. In the future, you fast Nanfeng villagers will set down our swords and take up our hoes to become the finest farmers in the land. Put down the hoe, pick up the sword, and mount your horse. The villagers of Nanfeng, we're the fiercest, most valiant warriors. Only by making ourselves stronger can we truly guard what matters most to us.
Come on, say it. You can count on me. I'll keep those village rascals in line during their training.
But it is more than just martial arts. Once the harvest rush is behind us, everyone starts learning to read. Only then will we navigate life with clear eyes and steady hands.
We gotta learn to read too.
Liu Yujiang fears nothing else, except cracking open a book and learning his letters. Back when he was a kid, there was this old scholar in the village. He didn't charge a dime in tuition from the village families. He taught the kids to read for free. Back then, Liu Yujiang would rather head up the mountain to chop firewood than trail after the old scholar to learn his letters. Who would have thought years later he'd be staring down something as deadly as 10 characters again?
Uncle Liu, the village is bound to have plenty of business dealings down the line. If folks can't read, they'll get cheated the moment they step outside and end up counting the swindlers' money for them. So, learning to read and training in martial arts, they're both equally vital. Grandma, listen to me. Just now, when I checked Mother's pulse, I could clearly feel the 2 little ones in her belly beating way too fast. This isn't a good sign.
Little uncle, what should we do?
I'll do whatever you say. I'll go brew that labor-inducing decoction right now. You get some extra hot water ready for me. And my tools, boil them all in that boiling water for a bit.
Guaihua, hang in there. With little uncle here, you and the babies will be just fine.
Right at this crucial moment, Liu Yuzhang shows up at the door with a few folks. When he hears young Guaihua's in there giving birth, he is even more frantic than Shao Guancheng.
Spit it out. A bunch of villagers from Suyu town have shown up outside the city gate. They say a rebel band robbed them clean. They can't make ends meet anymore. They want to throw in with us. What do you think? Should we take them in?
Uncle Liu, hold off on letting those villagers in just yet. Tell them, I'm tied up with something here. Have them wait. Mother, I can see the baby's head. I'll count to 3. Then you push.
Yang Guihua's mind goes completely blank from the pain. After 2 tries, Su Wanshu has no choice but to use the knife. With no anesthetic on hand, she doesn't dare try acupuncture either. In the end, she has to make that raw side cut on Yang Guihua. The first one out is a boy, and his cry rings out strong and clear. Su Wan says, hand the baby to Grandma Xiao. Have the Zhao family give Yang Guihua a few sips of that ginseng soup we prepared. The second one's a bit smaller, and in no time flat just the length of a cup of tea. He is out too. Both babies arrive safe and sound. Yang Guihua pulls through without major issues. For the Xiao family, it is nothing short of a miracle.
Mom, you take a break for now. I'll step out for a bit and be right back.
Out at the city gate, A crowd of villagers was still waiting for him to handle things. He needed to hurry over and see to it.
Hurry up and spill it.
Finally, you're here. All those villagers out there are on their knees at the city gates.
Uncle Liu, how many villagers are out there in total?
How did it turn into over 200 of them? Most are the elderly, frail, women and kids.
Su Wanshu climbs to the battlements and gazes out. Sure enough, she spots crowds kneeling and wailing beyond the stone gates.
Why aren't there any sturdy young men in the bunch? It is all women and children. Something's off about this. Anyone in charge down there?
I'm Li Feng, village head of Changhua Village. These are all our villagers. Just 2 days back, bandits ransacked our village clean, left us with nothing to live on. So we dragged ourselves to Swaya Town, begging for scraps. Who could have guessed Swaya Town's gates, always wide open, would bolt shut right in our faces? We pleaded at Swaya Town's gates for 2 straight days. Folks fainted from hunger left and right. But Swaya Town's gates never budged. We were at the end of our rope, so we turned to Nanfeng Village for mercy. Please, show some kindness and spare us a bite to eat. We ain't greedy. A pound of grain each would be more than enough.
So you're down on your luck. Does that mean we gotta hand over our grain? Forget a pound ahead. We ain't got a single grain to spare. Dreaming of a handout? No dice. Clear out, now. Quit cluttering up the view.
Merciful bodhisattvas, who ease our suffering, please save these desperate wretches. Little uncle, I just asked around. Changhua Village. Don't got the best name.
Little uncle, I hail from the next village over from Changhua. I know a thing or two about Changhua Village.
Sister-in-law, come take a peek. That old geezer standing down below. That Chenghua's village head Li Zheng.
Yup, that is Old Man Li. Sure as sin. Little uncle, this old Li is a black-hearted devil. He has bled those 300 or 400 households in Changhua Village dry. Back then, I had a close friend named Ying'er who married into Changhua Village. Old Man Li's son took a shine to her and demanded she become his concubine. They say no decent woman remarries, and Ying'er wouldn't have it. That ruthless son of Old Man Li forced himself on her and then locked her up in the woodshed. But Ying'er had spirit. She bashed her head against the wall right there in the woodshed and died. You wouldn't believe it. Those woodsheds are just mud brick shacks. It is no easy feat to kill yourself that way. When her husband came to retrieve her body, her forehead was smashed to pieces. In the end, Yer's husband couldn't take the heartbreak. He cradled her corpse and threw himself into the river. After that, Changhua Village's name went to rot. No family in the neighboring villages would marry their daughters off there. The wealthy in their village just buy brides from elsewhere. The poor ones snatch them. The whole place is rotten to the core anyway. Whatever you do, don't let these folks in.
Sister-in-law, thanks for sharing all this with me. I've made up my mind.
Miss, we truly are villagers from Changhua Village. So please, show some mercy and pull us from this hell.
All of you, shut your mouths. Nanfeng Village has no surplus grain to give you. It is best if you leave now.
Girl, from what I hear, you folks just took in a bunch of refugees fleeing south. You'd shelter those outsiders, but we're locals from Swaya Town, so why not spare us a bite to eat?
The refugees I took in are just defenseless common folk. But you've got blades at the ready. Old Man Li, don't think I can't see through your little scheme. Those able-bodied men from your village who didn't show up, they're probably holed up on the nearby ridge right now, aren't they?
That is nonsense!
Whether it is nonsense or not, you know damn well, even if you howl yourselves hoarse out there today, or beg till your foreheads bleed, I won't budge an inch. And sure as hell no food for you.
Prime cuts dangling right in front of them, but out of reach. It left Lai Feng fuming. Su Wanshu had no time to waste on this. She warned everyone, no matter what, keep that stone gate shut.
Uncle, you think that'll hold?
Shao Guancheng had just seen all those women and kids on their knees outside the gate. It had already tugged at his heartstrings.
Yeah, no need to fret. A black-hearted snake like Li Feng. He won't slink off that easy. Just you watch. He is bound to pull some dirty trick next. Better catch him before he gets any ideas. Let's head home quick, check on Mom and the little ones. Sis, you sure about this? What way we naming the kids?
Give me a sec to mull it over. What to name these two. Alright? Damn it! I'm pissed! That Nanfeng Village head's been swapped out. For some slip of a girl I don't even know. The little witch is sly as a fox. I couldn't get that gate to budge.
Like I said, We've been out here half the day. All of us. I haven't seen you light up that smoke yet.
Feels like you couldn't even get the damn door to budge. To me, you're just getting on in years and turning yellow-bellied. Right from the start. Just like I told you, we could have scaled the wall and slipped right in. Easy as pie.
You hothead, always itching for a brawl. You didn't even bother eyeing how sky-high that stone wall of Nanfeng village looms. If we don't fool them into cracking that gate open, you want to detour over that damn mountain beside it.
Li Feng ribbed hard by his own boy, puffed out his cheeks and shot daggers with his eyes, dying to march up and smack Li Daxiang across the face.
This won't fly. That won't work. So, what is your big plan then?
You lot keep things steady here. If it flops, I'll scout away and come nightfall. See if I can con that gate ajar. If push comes to shove, and that fails too, once the night's thinned out the crowds, we'll storm the wall head on.
Fine. We'll follow Dad's lead. Make it quick. All right. We're all hunkered down in these woods, getting chewed up alive by the bugs.
Xiao Guancheng was nothing but a rough and tumble fighter, not a lick of book, learning to his name. Sure, he burned to christen his 2 little ones with names that shake the heavens and rattle the ghosts. But after fretting away half the afternoon, he landed on plain old Ping Ping and Anon. These 2 don't exactly scream stand out. Before supper hit the table, Su Wanshu saddled up her swift steed once more and galloped off toward Huku Mountain. Old Li, that snake in the grass, think he'd slink off without a fight. He sure as hell didn't buy it.
Tiny you. When the shift change rolls around, give the watchman a heads up. Keep your wits sharp tonight. No slacking off. Clear.
Hey, young fella on the wall. Could you spare us a bit of food? My little girl's just 3 years old, and she has been starving for 2 or 3 days straight. Without something to eat soon, she might not pull through.
In the end, Liu Tianyu's heart softened with pity.
Come on over here, ma'am. I'll fix you up with some food.
The woman perked up when she heard Liu Tianyu was serious about handing over some grub. She scooped up the child in a flash and hurried toward the wall. Right then, the other women who'd been huddling by the fire with him rushed forward in a pack. One of the women lunged and grabbed straight from the arms of the one holding the child, snatching away the coarse green ball.
That is my girl's last hope for survival. How could you snatch it away like that? You heartless wretch!
Li Feng stepped right up to the woman cradling the child. He reached out and felt for the little girl's breath.
The poor thing's been lifeless for ages. What is the point of holding on to her? You'd best bury her quick.
That is a lie! My Niu's just fine. She only passed out from the hunger.
I've heard tales of refugees with no food left at all. When the starvation gets unbearable, they swap kids and eat them to survive. Especially since your daughter's already gone. If you handed her over for us to eat, well...
The mothers with kids nearby all recoiled several steps, clutching their little ones tight. Before anyone could even blink, a dozen shadowy objects whistled up from below and clattered onto the wall. Liu Tianyu whipped out his sword and charged to hack at the hooks and their thick hemp ropes. But while he was slashing away, a fresh barrage of hooks sailed over the wall. All at once, a searing pain ripped through his back. One of the hooks had lodged right into his shoulder blade.
Forget about me! Cut those ropes! Don't let these bastards get up here!
They scrambled to sever the ropes, but it was already too late. Li Daxiong was the first to clamber over the edge.
You want to chop my dragon claw hook? Let's see if you've got the balls for it.
When Su Wangshu charged up the wall with her patrolling villagers, a brutal melee had already erupted down below. Li Daxiong was a cold-blooded killer. The crew he'd allied over the wall were hardened thugs, each with a trail of corpses to their name. Ruthless veterans through and through. Only with Su Wangshu's arrival could Nanfeng's villagers finally turn their numbers into an edge, overpowering and capturing Li Daxiong and his men.
You'd better release me now. If even a single hair on my head goes missing, I'll have my old man butcher one of your wealthy scum.
That is one of your own villagers. What do I care if he bleeds?
These women. They were all hauled back here by our men on the raids. Scavenged from the brink, more like. If you're fine watching them endure years of torment in our village. Only to meet the executioner's blade now. Hey, that is your call.
Steward Gao, take your men and open the stone gate. I want to see for myself just how tough those Changhua bastards really are.
Li Feng spotted Su Wanshu dragging Li Daxiong out into the open. He assumed she was there to haggle terms. Li Feng had it all mapped out already. The second negotiations kicked off, he'd unleash his men to swarm in and storm Nanfeng. But he hadn't even gotten a word out when Su Wanshu whipped something out of her grip. She she flung it right at him. A deafening bang ripped through the air. The blast centered on Li Feng, taking out 7 or 8 men around him in a hail of death. Even in death, Li Feng's face twisted in utter disbelief. He just couldn't wrap his head around why this girl in front of him refused to play by the rules.
People from Changhua Village, listen up, all of you. Who among you dares to attack our Nanfeng village? Then, come charging at us right now. If you don't want to fight, just drop your weapons on the ground over there.
Don't listen to that little wench. You bastard, you killed my dad. I'll fight you to the death.
You want to fight me to the death? You got what it takes. Scum like you and your old man. Killing you all would just dirty my own hands.
With that, Su Wanshu had someone fetch a rag and stuffed it into Li Daxiang's mouth.
Miss, we were forced into this. That is why we tagged along with Li Daxiang on his raids. We're not from Changhua Village. Please, spare our lives.
Meanwhile, several men stepped forward from the group, dropping their clubs, swords, and sticks onto the nearby ground. But a few diehards refused to give in.
Follow me, everyone. This path leads nowhere but death. Stick with me, and you've got a shot at survival.
Hold on. Take Li Daxiang with you too. His blood reeks of pure evil. I don't want him soiling my village.
Li Daxiang never saw it coming to this. He'd barely escaped with his life. Su Wanshu was letting him off easy, just so he could keep breathing. From that moment, he and Su Wanshu had a grudge that'd never fade.
Break these guys' legs. Then toss them out.
Li Daxiang's flicker of hope lasted all of a second, but hearing Su Wanshu's command, despair hit him like a ton of bricks. With the troublemakers cleared out, Su Wanshu turned to the group of wealthy captives.
Ma'am, I'm a physician. Shall I take a look at your daughter?
Doctor, please check Niu Niu right away. What is wrong with her?
The instant Su Wanshu touched the child's feverish skin, I just felt her little hands burning up. This child's been out cold the whole time. She has got a case of wind cold, running a raging fever, totally delirious.
Sister-in-law, don't fret. Niu Niu's gonna pull through. I'll mix up a couple doses for her shortly. She'll bounce back in no time.
Hearing Su Wanshu's reassuring words, the young mother suddenly broke down in sobs. She'd been convinced her precious girl wasn't going to make it, even though it was the dead of night. Su Wanshu took her time, ushering everyone into Nanfeng village. She rounded up folks to kindle fires and haul over tables and chairs. Then she got to registering them one by one. Who got tricked or snatched by those Changhua village thugs? It all needs logging down clear. As they registered, each of the well-off folks got hit with one question.
You want your husband tagging along into Nanfeng village?
If they said yes, the men waiting off to the side got the nod to join the families and kids heading in.
By tonight, Niu Niu ought to start cooling off that fever. I'll swing by with more meds, first thing tomorrow morning. A steady run of doses over 3 or 5 days. And Niu Niu's wind cold will clear right up.
Q-Lan, today's act of pulling me from the brink. Q-Lan's etching it deep in her heart.
Only after hustling till the wee hours did Su Wanshu finally drag herself home for bed. She'd been whirling like a top non-stop. No bandwidth left to spare a thought for Xiao Muyan. All in on sorting Nanfeng village's mess.
I'm from Suya Town. I don't know which village you're asking about.
Once the folks from Changhua village are mostly settled, it is also time for Su Wanshu to head to Shuiling City. She and Xiao Guanjie are driving 2 carriages to Shuiling City to deliver medicine to Tongyu.
This road's been full of dangers. Good thing we only packed 1 bundle. Didn't look like we had any valuables on us. Or else those rebels would have stopped us cold.
Oh, right. Did you notice some of those rebels wearing official boots?
You serious? I was scared out of my wits. How could I spot that?
My poor little girl. How on earth did she get lost? In these war-torn times, how is she even managing to survive?
Auntie, do you know Suoyi Town?
Su Wanshu perked up the instant she heard Suoyi Town. Turns out the one asking around about Suoyi Town was a wealthy widow from Qinggo City, Aunt Muj, who'd lost her daughter 6 years back. Rumor has it she was trafficked through several hands and sold to Sui Town in Yongge Prefecture. She tracked her way here from Qinggu City. All the servants she brought along the road died in clashes with the rebels. She escaped to Shuiling City with just her old nursemaid, Du Momo.
Auntie, I overheard you asking about people from Suyu Town just now. I'm from Sui Town. I don't know which village you're inquiring about.
Miss, are you from Zui Town? Then do you know Changhua Village?
Su Wanshu got the gist the moment she heard Changhua Village. She nodded, indicating she'd heard of it.
My daughter's surname is Her name's Lan. By my count, she'd be 20 this year.
Su Wanshu could scarcely believe it. She'd run into Qiulan's mother right here in Shuiling City.
Auntie Miu, I actually do know a girl from Changhua Village named Qiulan. She is about the same age as your daughter. The thing is, she was taken back to the village by a man from Changhua Village.
Girl, you're spot on. This is my daughter. How has she been all these years? Is she still alive?
She is alive. She even has a little girl of her own now.
That is wonderful. That is just wonderful.
After searching for my daughter for 6 long years, I finally have a lead. Aunt Miu can hardly wait to set off for Changhua Village right now and find Kuodong.
Hold on, don't rush just yet. Qiulan's there with her child. Settled in our village now. Aunt Miu, you've been searching high and low for Qiulan these past 6 years.
Yeah. Ever since Leonard went missing, nothing else has mattered to me. I've just been dragging myself from place to place, asking everyone about her. These 6 years, every single day has felt like pure agony. So many times, I was this close to finding her, only for the trail to vanish again. Mrs. Su, you have no idea. That moment when hope is right there in front of you, and you watch it slip away. How so crushing it is.
Aunt Miu recalls the ordeal of searching for Qiulan all these years. Her whole face goes blank, like she is lost in a daze. The depths of her suffering, no one could ever truly understand.
Everything's going to turn out all right. This afternoon, I'll head back to the village with the others from there. Why don't you come along with our group? All right, much obliged. Miss Su? Aunt Miu, come with me. We'll head straight to the refugee tent area. Our village took in over 1,000 refugees. After the new year, they earn their food here through honest labor, making ends meet on their own. As long as they're diligent enough, no one here goes hungry.
Aunt Miu trailed behind Su Wanshu, watching everyone in the refugee tent area bustling about with their tasks. Even the half-grown kids were pitching in alongside the adults. She was even more astonished deep down. If only all the folks in Kenchi Kingdom lived like the people of Nanfeng Village, things would be so much better.
7th, sister-in-law, I've brought someone special to see you.
She could hardly believe it had been 6 long years since she'd last seen her mother. She thought her eyes must be deceiving her. She rubbed her eyes with her hands, glancing back at Aunt Miu. She finally pieced it together.
My girl, Mother's finally found you!
The mother and daughter clung to each other, weeping openly. Nearby, Su Wanshu felt her own eyes misting over.
Aunt Miu, so you want to take Qiulan back home, to Qinggu City. But that is a world away from here. The road stretches on forever. It'll take a full month at least to get there. And right now, the world's in utter turmoil out there. 3 women traveling alone. That'd be far too risky.
So what on earth are we supposed to do? We finally tracked down Leonard, and now we can't even make it home.
In that case, you should settle in here for a bit. Next time I head to Shuiling City, I'll keep an ear out for any caravans bound for Qinggu City. If you can hitch a ride with a caravan to Qinggu City, at least the journey would be safer.
Aunt Miu paused, then nodded. It made perfect sense. She'd already waited 6 years. What was a little more time?
Mother, I'm home.
The instant Su Wanshu stepped through the courtyard gate, the words tumbled out on instinct.
Little uncle, I'm back. You must be worn out from the trip. Come on in quick. I was thinking of you this morning, and now you're almost back. When I was stewing the soup, I saved some especially for you. Grandma treats me the best.
In the past, Xiaomian always came with me to Shuiling City. Then, we'd head home together. Now he is all on his own. Such a pitiful sight. I wonder how he has been faring with his martial arts training under Master Su lately. Deep in her heart, Su Wanshu longed for Xiaomian, but her face gave nothing away. She didn't let even a trace of her feelings for Xiaomian slip through.
At attention! Brother Muyan's back, and he has brought a general with him.
Su Wanshu, splashing water on her face, catches the news. Xiaomian's home. She dashes out without even grabbing a towel to dry off.
At attention! At attention! Hold up, Brother Muyang.
They're still over at Shimen. You don't want to just barrel right over there, right?
Su Wanshu spurs treading snow into a gallop, racing out of the village. Her heart brims with joy as she spots the distant city gate. There stands Fan Haiqing outside, flanked by a line of armored cavalry.
Open the gates. They're all our people.
Su Wanshu turns to Xiaomi with a beaming smile. Her voice bubbles with delight. The massive city gates rumble open with a deep groan. Xiao Muyan charges ahead on horseback, leading the pack. Su Wanshu, just down from the wall, edges closer to Xiao Muyan, and he hauls her up onto his horse in one swift pull.
Little Yan, why do you reek of blood like this? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, no injuries.
This morning, I rode out with General Fan to wipe out those bandits. This blood stench? It is all theirs.
Xiao Muyan wraps his arms tight around Su Wanshu's waist, pulling her so close, it is like he is trying to melt her into him. When Xiao Muyan heard Fan Haiqing was mobilizing to crush the bandits near Suai Town, he didn't even pause to think he just joined in, all because it is so close to Nanfeng village. Once the bandits were taken down, he could swing back to see Su Wanshu and catch up with his family. The whole family beams with joy at his return.
Xiaoyan, come hold your little brother and sister.
Xiao Muyan's grown all this time, and this is the first holding babies this tiny. He goes rigid, frozen in place. The two little ones, fast asleep just moments ago, start bawling their eyes out the instant they touch Xiao Muyan. Now, Xiao Muyan's in full panic mode. His hands just don't know where to settle.
Xiaoyan, go back inside and change your clothes. These clothes are way too filthy. You've got the little ones all scared.
All right. I'll head back and change right now. It is just I haven't been home in ages, and my wife. Help me track her down.
Su Wanshu followed Xiao Muyan into the inner chamber. She was just about to ask Xiao Muyan if he wanted to freshen up when Xiao Muyan, leading the way, spun around abruptly. He pulled her into his arms. Without a second's warning, Su Wanshu barely had time to process what was happening. All she felt was Xiao Muyan's warm lips pressing down on hers. Just for that one instant, Su Wanshu's mind went completely blank. She was so flustered, she even forgot to breathe. It was Xiao Muyan's first kiss, utterly without finesse. By the time Su Wanshu came to her senses, his lips were already a bit swollen.
Oh, Xiaolian, let me go. Don't let your folks catch us.
Su Wanshu's heart was pounding like a caged little rabbit, leaving her words tumbling out in a stutter. It felt like all the air in her chest had been stolen away by Xiao Muyan. She could hardly catch her breath.
My wife. I've missed you so much.
They were so close together. Su Wanshu could almost hear Xiao Muyan's pounding heartbeat.
Let me go first.
My wife. It has been ages since I've seen you. Let me hold you just a little longer.
This is dry tinder and a spark. What if it bursts into flames?
My wife.
Staring at his empty arms, Xiao Muyan felt utterly helpless inside.
Hurry up and change your clothes. Mom and Dad are waiting for you.
My wife. We've been married for quite a while now. Why won't you share a bed with me? Or do you have someone else in mind?
I'm still too young. Let's wait another year.
My wife. You're lying. Couples our age already have kids toddling around.
But my body's not fully developed yet. Back then, we didn't eat well at home. So I was always so frail. These past 2 years, I've been eating better. But it takes time to build up strength.
My wife. Your body's filled out ages ago.
With that, Xiao Muyan's gaze drifted to Su Wanshu's clothes. Those peaks rise proudly there. No hint of anything underdeveloped.
I don't care. I'm just too young.
My wife. Haven't you forgotten something?
What is it?
Su Wanshu looked deeply puzzled. She hadn't forgotten a thing. Xiao Muyan leaned in and kissed Su Wanshu slightly parted, rosy lips.
You've drunk the spiritual spring water. Even if you were frail back then, it has been over a year now. With the spiritual spring's nourishment, your body's fully recovered long ago. And now you're making excuses, refusing to share my bed. Don't tell me you've got some other man on your mind.
Don't you know whether you're in my heart?
Su Wanshu looked just like a little white rabbit cornered by a big bad wolf. So pitiful and helpless.
I'm not gonna eat you. Look how terrified you are.
I'm not that naive. If I don't bolt now, you'll surely devour me.
Wifey.
Today, we've got to hash this out and get it straight. Unless you give me a straight answer, I've been all alone at Muning Pass, wide awake every night.
苏完书都开拍小米， Her cheeks and neck flushed a deep crimson.
My heart truly belongs only to you. It is just... I'm feeling a little shy.
Wifey.
Oh, so that is what it is.
Why didn't you just tell me sooner? Turns out you're the shy type, huh?
I was starting to think you didn't like me anymore.
These past days at Muning Pass, all because of this.
I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep a wink.
Now I can finally breathe easy.
Wifey.
How can you be shy about something like this? Later on, I'll fetch a few storybooks for you. Read them a bunch, and the shyness will fade.
You're such a handful. Can't you keep your voice down? You're trying to let the whole family in on it.
We haven't shared a bed yet.
Xiao Muyan shamelessly licked the palm of Su Wanshu's hand. A sly smile tugged at his lips, but he said nothing. The two of them holed up in the inner room, murmuring sweet nothings and fumbling over words for ages. The meal in the kitchen had been ready for a good while, yet they still hadn't come out. When Su Wangshu finally emerged from the room, her lips were still faintly flushed. Her cheeks carried a soft pink glow. This look didn't escape Yang Guaihua's sharp eyes. She knew right away what had gone down. At breakfast, Xiao Muyan sported a cheeky grin the whole time. He scarfed down 3 bowls of congee and still looked like he could go for more.
Little Yan, it has been a while since you tied the knot with your young uncle-in-law. You two need to step it up and start trying for a baby soon. Once you've got that little one, you won't have to raise them all on your own. I look after your little brother and sister too, and we can raise them all together.
As she chatted on, Yang Guihua slipped 2 more boiled eggs over to Xiao Muyan.
Mom, don't you worry. I'll give it my all.
Right then, Su Wanshu was blushing to her roots. She shot Xiao Muyan a fierce glare. She didn't dare say a word, just kept her head down and ate her breakfast. Aunt Miu and Qiu Lanlai visited Su Wanshu's home to ask about the journey to Shuiling City. The moment we stepped inside, we caught Su Wanshu fretting over the carriage fare.
My father was once a 4th-rank official, with noble titles in our ancestry. We can still afford a 4-horse carriage.
Aunt Miu, I wonder which branch of the Miu family in Qinggu City you're from.
I'm a legitimate daughter of the Miu family's main line. My given name is Miu Baoshen. My father is the younger brother of the loyal and brave Marquis, Miu, in the capital.
Su Wanshu had already sensed that Miu Baozhen came from an extraordinary background, but she never imagined there'd be a Marquis for an uncle. Then, suddenly, Su Wanshu realized that Miu Baozhen and her own mother, Miu Baoyun, shared a name differing by just 1 character. Could this really be a coincidence? Or does her mother have some connection to the Miu family?
Aunt, mind if I ask you about someone? Do you know anyone from the Miu family? Among the ladies around your age, was there one named Miu Baoyun?
Uncle, do you know my sister?
The two exchanged stunned glances. Su Wanshu bolted straight for the backyard.
Nanfeng village is thousands of miles from the capital. Uncle Men, how on earth would you know Baoyun's given name?
Aunt Miu, take a look. This is all I had on me when I was found as a baby. Just this one precious item, and a few pieces of silver jewelry.
As long as you're alive, that is what matters. Just staying alive.
When Miu Baozhen learned that Su Wanshu had nearly been abandoned on the back mountain to die, she burst into tears once more. She was clearly born into nobility, yet someone had harmed her. Who could it have been?
Aunt Miu.
You should call me Auntie.
Auntie. About my background, please. Keep it under wraps for me. I've always felt something's off about them, saying I was stillborn right from birth.
We'll talk this over once we're back in Qinggu City, and let your maternal grandmother know. She can figure out the best way forward. We could send Jing to the capital first to inform your mother, or have your uncle escort you there himself.
All right. I'll follow your lead, Aunt. Really? You only mentioned my mother just now. So, who is my father?
Why bring him up? He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Back then, your father went all out, rushing to Qinggu City to beg for your mother's hand. He even knelt before your maternal grandmother, swearing to the heavens. He vowed he'd cherish her for the rest of his life. And what happened the moment your mother gave birth to you? He brought in that equal consort, a scoundrel like that. Does he even deserve to be your father?
Su Wanshu couldn't believe her ears. There was actually this kind of betrayal. An equal consort stepping through the door. Her poor mother must have suffered endlessly.
Aunt, please tell me everything. What is my father's name? I'll make sure to settle the score with him, for her sake.
Your father is the Grand Protector General Su Tingyi.
Hearing that all too familiar name, Su Wanshu was utterly speechless.
The Grand Protector General?
Yeah. Your father's influence is immense. Even the emperor shows him deference. The people adore him. He pulls them from the brink of disaster. Yet he left your mother to waste away, confined to that tiny corner of the general's mansion.
No wonder Su Tingyu fell victim to the same poison as the original host back then. So, what is the real scheme brewing behind all this? We finally made it into Qinggu City, but Miu Baozhen wasn't in any rush to head back to her own place. Instead, she led the whole group straight to the Miu family estate. The Mas are one of the most prestigious families in Qinggu City. Their compound alone takes up more than half of Jixiang Street.
Little uncle. In a bit, I'll take you to meet your great-grandmother first.
Auntie, what kind of person is my great-grandmother? Could you tell me a little about her?
No need to be nervous. Your great-grandmother's incredibly kind and easy to get along with.
Miss Zhen is back. Quick, open the gate. Welcome Miss Zhen inside.
Old Master Miu didn't hesitate and hurried to swing open the courtyard gate. He sent the young servant at his side to the inner courtyard to announce Miu Baozhen's return.
Oh, Baozhen. My precious Baozhen. You finally come home.
Mother and daughter wept in each other's arms. Only then did Miu Baozhen bring Qiu Lan and little Niu Niu forward for old Madame Miu to see.
Lanner, you've suffered so much all these years. Rest easy now. You're home at last.
With your great-grandmother here.
No one will ever mistreat you again. I promise.
Mother, let's talk inside.
Miu Baozhen feared that revealing Su Wanshu's true identity might overwhelm old Madame Miu. That is why she held off on introducing Su Wanshu just yet. Mother,
this young lady is Su Wanshu. She was abandoned in the wilds as a baby. Her adoptive mother took her in and raised her.
Old Madame Miu, her mind swirling with questions, gazed at the poised young woman standing before her. Something about her graceful figure felt so familiar, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't place where she'd seen her before. Mother,
when little uncle was found, he was wrapped in an exquisitely embroidered 5-treasure swaddling cloth. Take a look.
With that, Miu Baozhen had Su Wanshu bring out her 5-treasure cloth to show old Madame Miu. As old Madame Miu examined the pattern on the back, her heart jolted with a sudden pang.
This is Bo Yun's needlework. The leaves she embroidered on the flowers. She never liked using light green. She always went for deep green.
Old Mrs. Miu suddenly realizes what and snaps her head up to look at Su Wanshu. No wonder she thought the girl before her looked so familiar just now. These eyebrows, this expression, 50% like Miu Baoyun. The other half takes after the SU family.
Mother, please compose yourself first. When I first laid eyes on these 5 treasures, I was pretty shaken too. The child was clearly gone, yet she survived against all odds.
Heaven has eyes. All these years, Bo Yun's kept vegetarian and chanted sutras every single day. In the end, she endured until the day her bitterness turned sweet.
Old Mrs. Miu pulls Su Wanshu this way and that, scrutinizing her closely again and again, her eyes red-rimmed, wishing she could just wrap Su Wanshu in her arms and sob her heart out. My youngest daughter had the finest match, yet she suffered the most. All these years, as her mother, I've been the one who couldn't let her go. Now it is all better. The child she is ached for all these years is back. And now her heart's knot is finally untied too.
Mother, have some tea first to steady your nerves. It is a big day today. Shouldn't we throw a grand feast right here to celebrate in style?
Of course. Naturally. Zichu, go tell the kitchen staff right away. I'll host a banquet at noon. What rare delicacies are there in the kitchen? Just serve them all on the table. If there's not enough silver, head to the accounts office and fetch some. Don't skimp on the silver for my sake. Come here, Lanner and little uncle. Come sit over here with Grandma. Little uncle, how are your in-laws treating you?
When she heard they'd been so good to her, her husband felt for her deeply. and was truly relieved. The group chatted about family matters in the room for a bit, instantly drawing grandparents and grandchildren closer, warming their bonds.
Leonard and little uncle both settled down here with Grandma, feeling right at home. Zizhuo had the Yuning and Qingning courtyards tidied up. They're a bit small, sure, but elegantly appointed, and they're close to my quarters. Have little uncle stay in Yuning courtyard. There is a side gate over there. Makes coming and going from the estate a breeze.
A little later, Xiao Miuyan was called in to pay respects to old Madame Miu. Old Madame Miu hadn't expected Su Wan, Shu's husband, to be so handsome and poised, with such a dignified air. You'd never guess he was a young man from farming stock.
Greetings, madam.
Good.
Head to the front courtyard for now. Wait till evening when your cousins get back. They can share a drink with you then. Little uncle, Lander, and Nino all look a bit thin-eat up. Everyone. The cook in my private kitchen is top-notch. You'll be nice and plump before half a month is up. We can raise you all nice and plump.
Old Mrs. Miu beamed with a smile. She personally picked several helpings of food into Su Wanshu's bowl, afraid that Su Wanshu might feel too stiff and awkward.
Missy, Yuning Garden here has 4 main rooms. I've already had the east wing tidied up. Just take a look and see if anything's missing. Tell me anything you need.
All right. You all go ahead and get back to your tasks.
Wife, you tired? Why don't you lie down on the bed for a bit?
A little, yeah. And you? How was that lunch in the front yard just now?
I tried 8 different dishes all by myself. None of them were anything I'd ever tasted before. But I held back a bit. Didn't want to seem like I was stuffing my face. Wife, I know. The Miu family isn't like our Nanfeng village. Don't worry. I won't embarrass you.
How many bowls of rice did you have at lunch today?
Just 1.
Come on, eat something to tide you over. Next time we're out eating, forget about saving face. Just fill up first.
It is our first time at the Miu house. If I went and scarfed down 5 bowls of rice, folks would definitely poke fun. Say we're just country bumpkins, and it'd drag you down with me.
You silly thing. Who cares if they see right through you? Whether you eat less or what your background is, it really doesn't matter that much. If you were some big general right now, even coming from farmers, no one would dare look down on you one bit.
He nodded slightly to Miu Yan. He got the point deep down, but he didn't want Su Wanshu getting gossiped. About the second she stepped into the Miu house, skipping a bit of rice was a small price to dodge. All that idle chatter. He figured it was totally worth it.
Miss Su, may I come in now?
Come on in.
These are gifts from the old madam for Miss Su and the son-in-law.
With that, the maids filed in one by one. After placing the clothes and a jewelry box on the table, Su Wanshu stepped over for a look. There were a total of 4 outfits, all crafted from the finest brocade. They were clearly the work of master artisans. And inside the jewelry box lay a pair of jade bangles, a gold hairpin inlaid with tourmaline, along with a pair of kingfisher inlaid begonia flower hair combs. Su Wanshu's heart swelled with gratitude. Ever since she had entered this household, the old madam had seen to every detail with such care.
From now on, the 2 of us can dress without a second thought. It is all but certain now that I truly am Su Tingyu's daughter. With this identity alone, we can wear whatever garments we please in the future.
That is wonderful. Now my wife can wear even finer jewelry. And the most beautiful clothes.
Su Wanshu and Zhang Mian changed into the new garments, redid their hair in elegant buns, and headed to the front courtyard to meet Su Wanshu's 3 maternal uncles.
This is your 3rd aunt.
So this is Bao Yun's daughter. What a striking beauty she is.
4th Aunt Tian, around the same age as Miu Baozhen. She has such a fresh and composed air about her. Her gown and hair ornaments are the finest among the 3 aunts. Yet, she doesn't say much. She simply smiled at Su Wanshu by way of greeting. 5th Aunt Xuanyuan appears quite young, barely in her 20s. She has an exceptionally refined look. She was warmly affectionate toward Su Wanshu, chattering away non-stop.
Little aunt, your great-grandmother hasn't seen your mother in many years, and I have a bit of a selfish wish. I'd like to send word to your mother first, so she can come to Qinggu City herself and take you back home.
What do you think? Sound good? Grandmother, you're too kind. I don't mind at all. I'll follow your lead.
If Uncle, you've got the most connections. See if we can use the official relay station to get a message to your sister. He has been waiting for this for years. Knowing little uncle's still alive, he'll be thrilled, no doubt.
Mother, we could borrow the military relay station, but it won't be much quicker than sending one of our own to the capital by hand. Better to use our caravan's carrier pigeons to get word to Baoyun.
Carrier pigeons are reliable, sure, but I'm worried about the long journey. Something could go wrong along the way.
Then let's cover both bases. Tomorrow morning, I'll write a letter myself, have the caravan deliver it to the capital, and release a flock of pigeons too, to see if we can get it to Baoyun that much sooner.
That is a solid plan.
Little uncle.
Just settle in here and take it easy. I reckon once your mother gets that letter, she'll rush here to fetch you herself.
Darling, look. It is snowing outside.
Really? I'll go take a look.
Su Wanshu has always loved the snow. She threw on her cloak and dashed happily into the courtyard. 6 massive red lanterns glowed in the courtyard, bathed in warm orange candlelight. Fat snowflakes like goose feathers drifted down in swirls. Su Wanshu tilted her head back slightly, reaching out to catch the pristine flakes. They felt cool in her palm, such a delight. Su Wanshu 玩了好一会儿 with them for quite a while, until her fingers turned a bit red from the chill. She rubbed her hands together.
This winter doesn't feel as biting as years past.
Not cold enough for you. Your hands are frozen red. Darling, it is freezing out there. Let's head back inside.
Who knows what this year's blizzard will bring, or how wild it'll get.
Just as the two were about to head back, Wang Kai and Zhao Kai, curled up asleep inside, suddenly perked up toward the backyard door. The 2 wolf cubs paused, then bolted straight for it. At that moment, urgent knocks echoed from the back door. Su Wanshu and Xiao Muyan exchanged a glance, both filled with bewilderment. Who'd come knocking on New Year's Eve like this?
I'll get the door.
Xiao Muyan gave the wolf cubs a quick scolding, then went to open the backyard gate himself. The gate swung open, revealing 4 strangers in black cloaks and hoods.
Muyan right.
The woman before him appeared to be in her 40s. She was slender in build, with a touch of weariness in her features, and a hint of urgency in her expression.
Who are you?
I'm Wangshu's mother. I came all the way from the capital.
This lady claiming to be Mrs. Cao Su says she is your mother. She even brought the token from Qinggu City. So I went ahead and let them in.
Manager Go, sorry to drag you out here on New Year's Eve. She really is my birth mother. It is New Year's Eve, so I won't hold you up any longer. Tomorrow at noon, my father's hosting a banquet at home. You have to come join us for a drink then.
Okay.
Having pulled herself together, Su Wanshu welcomed Mu Baoyun and her group inside. The Shao family was just as stunned. They never imagined Mu Baoyun would show up at their doorstep on New Year's Eve.